battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing. AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen at Watkins Glen International.
So let's take a look at Watkins Glen International, courtesy of Google Earth, as we head out onto the racetrack here. Front straightaway, not terribly long, not terribly fast. It does drop off considerably there as you go into turn one. Very constant radius turn one there. Nicely banked, by the way. You can really throw the car in there. Tremendous amount of grip on this racetrack, even in the wet. It's a lot of fun to drive here. Up through turns 2 and 3, a lot of fun. Uphill climb. You see a lot of that shot on television as they go through the S's there. Once you get to the top of 3 there, the fencing there kind of acts like a little tunnel. Makes it feel close to you, and it kind of kicks to the left a little bit, so it's kind of surprising the first couple times you go through there. Then down this straightaway section, very fast. It's the fastest part of the racetrack, and into this big bus stop chicane they call the inner loop. Very fast on the exit around the carousel here, which is also called the outer loop. It's a constant radius. Again, a lot of nice banking at this racetrack, and that carousel's no exception. Great passing zone. Heading down into the boot now, into 6. Fantastic turn. It's pretty much blind on the way in, blind apex, blind exit. A little bit off camber, just a lot of fun. Then racing down into turn 7 here is also tremendous fun. You're headed downhill, and you really toss the car into the corner hard. Harder than you would be able to at any other corner in the world, I think. It's just, the banking is just incredible, and the grip level is very high. So now we head down this straight section, which is uphill for the most part, heading into the heel of the boot, which looks like a constant radius. The track turns back on itself a little bit here. But again, it's a smartly banked turn here off to the right, which sets you up for turn 9. Turn 9 is a fantastic corner. It's blind on the apex and blind at the exit. You're right up against the wall here at the exit. Quite a few cars that meet their demise there, unfortunately. But then a very fast turn 10. The challenge is just to line the car up so that you don't have to lift. Turn 11 is a lot of fun too. Banked, right up against the wall at the exit. And then it's down the front straightaway again. That completes a lap at Watkins Glen International.
And welcome everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Yes, we are back at Watkins Glen International for day 2. Another 7 hours of endurance road racing here. Paul Veltum along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps down in the pits. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car faithful. Day 2 at Watkins Glen, part of the greatest day in motorsports. It's going to be another good day. Sun is shining, partly cloudy, a little chilly to start, but I think it's going to be Chamber of Commerce weather today.
It looks fantastic out there. I know that all of our drivers here this weekend are excited and ready to go. About 100 teams signed up for this race. Maybe 95 started yesterday. Surprisingly, Kyle, we didn't really have the attrition very much. Everybody seemed to stay on the racetrack. Quite the difference from what we had at Daytona just a month or so ago.
Well, I think Daytona woke a lot of people up. I think it exposed some discrepancies or issues they might have had with the car that they may not have realized, and I think they got them situated, taken care of, and they came to Watkins Glen ready to play hard.
Yeah, it seems so. Yesterday's race, some exciting stuff. Team Salen's taking the win again here. It really didn't look like they were going to pull it off. We saw a lot of leadership from Atlanta Speedworks during the day,
and some other very fast teams that were vying for position, including Parts Badger.
Yeah, Parts Badger's always strong. We saw the depth of that team at NCM. They've been strong all year, whether it's here, Road Atlanta, whether it's NCM. No matter where they show up, they always bring good pieces. Team Salins, they didn't have the dominant fashion that they were showing at other events in the past. They kind of sat back in the weeds a little bit, laid back and pounced in the last couple hours. Atlanta Speedworks was pushing all day long. Kudos to Todd Lamb and all of his drivers, especially Todd, laying down those lap times yesterday, trying to chase those guys down. Amazing drive. It was fun to watch, and we'll have the camera in today. So I think we're in for more of the same.
Yeah, they put on quite a show yesterday, catching, was it Shut Up Racing to finish in second place?
They did. Team principal Todd Lamb started the race and then ended up finishing, who actually we're on board with Todd right now. That's him in the car. His experience level, Todd has raced in IMSA in various disciplines. He's been in different forms of racing, but his experience he brings to Champ Car, and he brings that to his drivers. As you can see him getting the car warmed up, getting him warmed up. He just did an exceptional job yesterday and chased down Shut Up Racing, got him right at the white flag, and brought home a well-deserved P2 finish. So hopefully maybe they can get one more step up on the podium today.
Yeah, another team that we were looking at, and a heartbreaker for Premium Dudes, were so good during today, and we're vying for that the top step. They ended up pulling their car into the garage yesterday. I never got around to messaging Nathan to find out what happened, but nice to see they're back on the track again.
I think they had some type of, I want to say it might have been some type of electrical gremlin, but we'll have to get final confirmation on that. They always bring a good piece to the racetrack. We know they're strong. Little things like that happen, but the good thing is they have day 2 to go again.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things about Champ Car. We often have 2 races in the weekend, so if one of the days is miserable, you got another crack at it.
It's a good thing about those double header weekends. They make it's a little more relaxed for the teams because, like you said, Paulie, they have that second shot at it. They have day 1 to kind of use as a test bed. So, but I think in those situations, it helps them find those discrepancies or issues to where they can be good on those single day events as well. So I think it's a good mix.
Cars coming around the track. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen of the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here live on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum, Kyle Lockrow, and Les Epps bringing all of the racing coverage to you this weekend. And they are just on their first reconnaissance lap, their first lap around the track. Yesterday we started right on the button at 9 a.m. and we're aiming to do the same today.
Absolutely. So what you'll see today, folks, for the start, as Paulie mentioned yesterday, we do not qualify in this series. It's by a random draw. Pit stall 21 was the number of the weekend. So yesterday it started, the pole sitter was from pit stall 21 back to pit stall 43, as there's 43 boxes here at Watkins Glen Pit Road. And then it goes from 1 down to 20. So what they'll do is today they'll start in 20 and go up to 1, and then I believe they'll release it from, I believe it's 21 on back to 43 or 43 up to 21. They just essentially invert it to make it fair to where it's not a constant advantage throughout the weekend.
Yeah, and we still have cars, I think, rolling off the grid. So there's so many cars out here this weekend, and we're all looking forward to seeing what's going to happen today. And so many high quality, very fast and reliable cars here this weekend, with the possibility of snatching up a win here in the early part of the season. We're getting close to the mid-season here.
It's hard to believe we're already at Memorial Day weekend, but the season goes fast. Once we get through Road Atlanta, get through those first couple events, by the time we get to Watkins Glen and some of the other events on the calendar, it really just starts to ebb and flow. Everybody gets into a rhythm, and we're starting to really see who the championship contenders are going to be for 2025. And I think we're building. There's some teams that may not be there yet, but they're building and looking more long-term to contend in 26 and 27.
Yeah, look at, that's not turn 6. That is turn 11. And I'll get that fixed as the cars come through.
We're testing you guys to see if you know your track stats and facts. looking onto the front stretch here, as you can see the pit entry. So the blend line, again, we talked about this yesterday. You want to make sure that you're very, very cognizant of the blend line. It extends all the way through turn 11 and back toward a little bit between 10 and 11. You want to get yourself situated to the right side. As we see the cars coming across the start-finish line, what they're going to do is a check with the timing and scoring, make sure all the cars' transponders are working. But that is that blend line right there at the entrance to turn 11. When you turn at speed down to the apex, you need to be very, very careful and be heads up and looking ahead and making sure, because sometimes if somebody's slowed down committing to pit road, you just don't want to get into an incident and take yourself out of a chance to win today's race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Such a beautiful shot right there. I mean, you can really see the cars leaning into turn 10. Once we get the cars up to speed, you'll really see them use up that curb coming out of 10. And then you'll see them swing to where they're coming at right now. Then they'll make that entry into turn 11 and then try to get back to the power as quickly as possible. Right around or before the apex, as we see all three of Rockwell's entries right there, a couple Mustangs going by. You want to get back to that power really quickly off of 11, because it's crucial to get that speed down the front straightaway and start your lap off really, really well. This track is very much about giving up the entry a little bit to be good, getting back to the power to keep that momentum up, especially for some of your lower horsepower cars. Coming up through the S's here. Go ahead, Paulie.
Just moments away from beginning a 7-hour race here at Watkins Glen International. If you're just joining us, welcome everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend on this Labor Day weekend. Of course, we want to say a special thanks and thoughts and with prayers, of course, for all of our fallen heroes, and remembering all of the folks, of course, that serve in our armed forces and protect us and give us the opportunity to come out here on days like this and just have a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Echo that sentiment as well. Thank you to all of our active and retired service members, and we appreciate and honor all those that have paid that ultimate sacrifice, and we race in your honor today and this weekend and always.
Yeah, so the cars continuing to circle around the racetrack now as they come through the outer loop here and head towards the turn 6 and 7.
Absolutely. Timmy, thank you for reminding everybody. Smash and hit and crush all those like and subscribe buttons. Make sure you're part of the Champ Car broadcast. Just remember, if you do subscribe, it takes about 24 hours for everything to cycle. Make sure you do that. Appreciate everybody that's continued to be dedicated to this and making us part of your Sunday.
I thought you were going to say they should be committed.
They should always be committed. That goes without saying.
We should be committed. Some of us should be more committed than others. Cars coming down to turn 7 here. We suffered through a lot of rain yesterday. It was off and on. We had some of the drivers come up and talk to us in the booth yesterday, and one of them said in particular, yeah, it was really tricky, really challenging for him as he was navigating a mid-engine car around this racetrack in the wet. And today, the schedule for the weather looks to be pretty good. I think we're going to have more of the dry stuff today.
I believe so. I think a lot of the rain is forecasted for much, much later in the day. I think we'll be well off track by then. Hopefully teams will be loaded up at that point and on their way back to their shop or their home to enjoy Memorial Day tomorrow. But I think, yes, Paulie, I think we're in for some great weather. I think it'll be perfect, not super hot, but warm enough to where I think these cars will be working at optimal temperature. As you can hear in the background a little bit, we're mixed in with race control this weekend if you hadn't tuned in yesterday. So that's race control and everyone doing the final checks before we get ready to take the green.
Yep, cars just coming into turn 9 now for the second time, as it's 8:59 according to my clock. So we can expect they're going to be going green this time by as the cars roll through that beautifully designed turn 10. As the cars will come very fast through this section of the racetrack, and a nice brush of the brakes for turn 11. And the pace car looks like they might be staying out. See if they cross over. They decided to stay out. Oh, he is crossing in at the last moment there. So cars are coming down the front straightaway. And there it is. The green flag flies for day 2 here at Watkins Glen International as we start 7 hours of endurance road racing here
The Embracing.AI double down at the Glen. The cars roar into turn 1 for the first time today. With partly cloudy skies in the mid-50s, aiming for the 60s today. As the cars head up through turn 2 into turn 3, through the S's. Here we go. Now roaring onto that straight section towards the bus stop, also known as the inner loop.
Looks like a pretty good start so far. It was pretty spread out. Doesn't look to be anything too wild so far, which is good. A lot of respect being shown, give and take. We have a long way to go. 7 hours. It seems like it's a sprint race in terms, but in reality, it's a long time for these guys, and these cars have already been beating and banging for 7 hours yesterday, so they've got to play the long game today.
Now, as we said, too, sorry, Kyle, as we said yesterday, being a 7-hour race, a lot of these teams are able to go the full distance on each stint, but even Salen's called us, messaged us, Bill Salen, saying the fuel savings was off at the end of the race. So even the teams like Salen's are thinking about fuel conservation, even in a 7-hour race.
Absolutely, you have to, because in reality, you want to try to get to 2 hours. Big dive bomb there off one of our shots off camera. Guys are getting a little bit crazy here in a couple areas, but looked like it worked itself out. Yeah, fuel mileage will come into play. 7 hours, you don't think it does, but depending on how the code 35s and yellows fall, you want to try to get it to where you can run as long as possible. So, and you want to do it with the least amount of times on pit road. So in reality, with doing only a couple of pit stops, you want to try to make that third pit stop within reason to where you can then get to the end without a problem, but that you want to give yourself enough where you can put the car on full tilt where you don't have to conserve or you're worried about being on fumes at the checker.
Whoa, one of the cars getting super wide at the exit of 10 there and really has that car lit up.
I believe that was Parts Badger. That was a great save, and if that's probably Roy that started or one of the guys, that was more of what we've seen all season long.
That camera's a little sticky, so we're just going to move on ahead here as they come into turn 1 again and back up through the hill. Parts Badger on the charge here early this morning.
So far, Tomlinson Motorsports got an early lead here for the EC class. Last Minute Motors, I believe it's Last Minute Racing, has popped out for an early lead in the C class. Parts Badger with a strong outing here at the beginning to lead off the B class, and continuous rotation racing. A little bit of a tough day yesterday with a couple hiccups. Looks like they're on full tilt this morning. And switched racing. Just talked to Keith a couple minutes ago. Thank you for sending me the feed. Good start for these guys. 8th in the overall and starting it off for D class. And once again, Specs in the open throttle, the Miata, Mike Gorman and the ragtag crew of shenanigans, kicking it off in the F class car, again leading that one.
And we're going to caution here. Looks like we've got some information coming our way. We'll let you know as soon as we see it. Oh, we got a car stuffed just at the edge of the wall there, Kyle, going into turn 6, it looks like.
Yeah, I thought in the shot we had last time through here, the 6 and 7 combination, I thought I saw a car going off. Wasn't sure if maybe he just started to go off with the 2 and 3 wide racing, but it appears he had a problem. As you can see, we mentioned this yesterday, there's an orange paint on the wall there on that safer barrier, tire barrier, and that shows an escape route where you can get off the racetrack, but it looks like he wasn't able to get the car turned and get to the escape route right there. But this should be pretty quick where they can just get him on the tow hook, get him pulled in, and hopefully we'll go back green here very shortly.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot of damage on the car from this angle. Looks like he might have just pulled off and parked it there. Just finishing his coffee and donut. Yeah, it could be. It could be he got pushed out there a little sooner than he wanted to, and it's like, I really need to finish this first.
Well, there is a porta potty there. Maybe he had to pre-race jitters. Maybe he had to get rid of some coffee.
We'll stand by for the full report.
Safety crew on the scene there checking him out. They'll ask him, make sure he's okay. They'll probably see if he can get it fired up and see if he can cycle it. If not, they'll try to either bump him or get it pulled behind the wall. thank you again to everybody from ISC, Watkins Glen, the safety team, and all the corner workers, everybody that's made this happen for us this weekend. We appreciate you letting us continue to come to Watkins Glen and experience upstate New York racing up here. So thank you again just for all that you guys do. Looks like they got the tow truck there. Looks like it may not be able to be moved, so they'll get that situated. But again, thank you so much for all the hospitality. We appreciate it, and we look forward to maybe coming back next year. And from what we're hearing in the background, Paulie, it sounds like it's the 101 car. Could be a mechanical issue is what we're hearing in the background.
Yeah, it's on the sheet, but I don't have a 101 on my roster, so I'm not sure who that really is. It might have been a number change, and sometimes that happens. So let's give them another rundown here, Kyle, as we're trying to get this resolved.
Paulie, let's transition over here to 8. Let's talk about. I know there was something that we noticed yesterday. A lot of guys. Somebody had mentioned something to me in the garage area about it. They were kind of curious why the drivers are taking such a late entry into 8. It looks like you could turn in a little early. So the reason for the turning in a little bit late into turn 8 is the apex is farther from the center, and what happens is if you turn in too early, it'll push you out wide. The track isn't a 90-degree. It's a little more than a 90-degree angle. And as you can see here at the exit of 8 through the heel, what you want to do is you want to turn in late, get out to the rumble strip, but then you have to make sure you're straight to get yourself set up to go over to the right side. And if you do it correctly, you can actually point the car pretty much right at the corner worker station there in 9, and then it sets you up for a late entry into 9. You kind of have to, the apexes are a little different here at Watkins Glen just because of the way the corners are, especially down in the boot, heel, and toe sections. So you really have to set up for that, and pending the combination of car you have, whether it's front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, etc., you really have to adjust to that. But actually, we talked about the iRacing series yesterday for Champ Car. If you run the iRacing series with us, or if you get on iRacing in general, you can actually experience it and understand what we're talking about it and feel it. So it's a great opportunity to make sure that you understand it a little bit.
Yeah, car's just circulating right now. It's under what we call a purple 35. That's the car's circulated 35 miles per hour and hold position. At least that's the theory. They roughly hold position, and so it's a more efficient way of getting the cars slowed down so emergency crews can get out there to where they need to go, and then and get us back to racing more quickly than stacking up the field behind a pace car and going through all of that. And looks like the car is no longer there, and so we should be going back to racing here. Looks like they're dragging it around the track on one of the hooks. That's a really interesting bracket that they use to pick up the front end of the cars.
I have a couple friends that do recovery down. I do actually have friends. It's
What's
surprising.
that like?
It's a nice feeling. Can count them on one hand, actually. So now I actually have some friends that work with recovery and have done race recovery before. And there's Mikey True. We interviewed him yesterday, one of the Atlanta Speedworks drivers. Waiting on his stint later today.
Cars coming up to the top of the hill, still circulating. Again, they just sort of hold position, and then we'll go back to caution, and then to green. As the crews roll off of turn 8 to that pass-through to the inner part of the racetrack.
So very nice nod by the safety crew with the American flags on their vehicles flying around. Pretty cool and very fitting for the weekend.
I like all the brooms.
I do too.
It's something cool about that.
It just adds more dramatic effect.
It reminds me of Mary Poppins or something with the
chimney sweeps.
Chimney sweeps, yeah.
Well, they do have a dirty job to do sometimes, and they got to clean it up. So
Somebody's got to do it.
Yep.
Back to caution.
So back on board here with Atlanta Speedworks.
I didn't get a chance to interview you, but I'll get one today. Sure. Yeah.
So you notice Todd had his visor up. What he was doing is he had little contact right there. Somebody got shoved off in the grass. Looks like everything's okay. But nice move there. Nice crossover by Todd as he gets ready to click it back into fourth gear. Coming through to turn 10. Nice and easy here. Good bit of patience right there. He's going to get a run right here on the BMW. Nice and easy. Roll through. See how quick he went back to the throttle. He had the car set, rotated, and took advantage of making sure. Now he just took his hand off the wheel, making sure he keeps his wrist and his hands relaxed as he goes down the front straightaway. Headed back for turn 1. Down into a heavy brake zone. Staying in fourth gear. Good smooth turn in. Like I said, Todd has a lot of laps around Watkins Glen, so his experience, you can really learn a lot from watching his in-car and seeing what he does. He's very relaxed behind the wheel as well. His posture, and that helps with it as well.
Looks like he was doing a lift and coast going into 1, too.
Mm-hmm. And he did that just to, it looks like we got a little bit of a slower car. That may be one of the Fawn Group Velocitors there off to the left. Hopefully they can get out of harm's way. But as you see, he comes up the hill here. He's getting ready to come into the bus stop. He's in high gear in fifth. Heel and toe downshift into fourth. Popping up over those curbs. Nice and smooth. Using up all that curb, getting the car back rotated. But what he was doing, he lifted off a little early. He was just letting the car coast down the hill so he didn't have to use that much brake. Just saving brakes, thinking about the long term, because then when he wants at the last couple hours, he can use that brake pedal and have all the pressure and what he needs to get that thing stopped and turned. Coming up out of turn 6 right here. You saw him click have the visor up, and he clicked it down. What he was doing was just getting a little air in there. It gets very hot in these race cars. Usually from what the ambient is outside, you can add about a 20 to 30 degree increase inside the cars with all the mechanical components and the heat. So, and then with the drivers having to be fully suited with double or triple layer Nomex, he was just getting a little cool air in there, taking advantage of that early upstate New York air. Once he knew we're going green, click the visor back down into focus mode and keep plugging away as we see Rockwell with a nice move to the outside there. But that also sets him up to stay at the optimal line up the hill for turn 9. So far, single file, nothing too wild here. Looks like Rockwell's going to get a run on one of the, well, actually there is one of the open throttle cars. That's probably Abby Lockwood in the car in the 165 Embracing.AI car starting, and then probably Rockwell will go with them as well. Again, we talked about this yesterday. If you're hooked up with another car, let them make the move and then just try to take advantage and go with them to make a pass on another competitor. Like right here, Salins has a run on that BMW. If Rockwell can get the nose in there, they didn't get it quite there, but if they have the legs, they'd be able to get it set up for turn 1. It's the open throttle team right there. That is... They're just getting settled in here as we are just about 15 minutes into today's event. We appreciate everybody that's tuned in so far. We really appreciate it. Looking forward to another strong race here. See the cars come up out of turn 1 there. You see them really using up, getting right to that curb, and then just trying to get the best and strongest run and stay in that power all the way up the hill to take advantage of it till you get to the bus stop, or excuse me, the inner loop. Back on board here with Premium Dudes and their BMW. so far so good today. Hopefully they got that situation figured out from yesterday. They were strong in the top 3 pretty much all day, and unfortunately just had that issue, but it looks like so far they got everything back up and running.
Parts Badger leads the race in their B-Class car. Last Minute Racing in second. Continuous Rotation Racing in third. Turn-In Concepts is fourth. Switched Racing is fifth. Then it's Atlanta Speedworks. Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 1 car, it looks like. 901 Motorsport in the 903. Track Car Rental, TCR, number 96 in 10th place. Premium Dudes is in 11th.
They're having a strong showing so far. Then we have, just to go a couple more spots back, we have Few Screws Loose in 12th, another C-Class entry right there. Then we have the Open Throttle Faux 30 and 165 during 13th. And then Rockwell in one of the sister cars there in number 41, another C-Class car. North by Northeast, they were a strong top 5, top 10 contender yesterday as well. They're in the top 15, so I'm sure we'll hear from them as we get into today's race. We did see a lot of drivers really, as we really climbed that curb there, really kind of straddled it as he came out of 1. We saw a lot of drivers fighting the wheel yesterday with the changing conditions. I think it'll be a little bit more stable for them today, where you won't see them really fighting the wheel as much. As the tires get some heat in them, you'll start to see more movement and the car will move around a little bit more, but it won't be necessarily because of a slick track. So I think we're going to have more optimal grip for these guys, and I think we'll see some more, let's say, daring passes today. Guys are willing to push those brake zones a little farther than they would yesterday. Alrighty, so still on board here with Premium Dudes as he's working through turn 6, trying to chase down one of those BMWs in front of him. That looks like the TCR BMW. Based on what we're seeing, they're only about a second apart. Premium Dudes had lost a little bit through the the inner loop there, but it looks like they're a little bit better down here through the boot section. Got a good run up out of the toe. See if they can hang with that TCR car. That's a strong car, but Premium Dudes are just as good.
Shoved the motor about 3 inches forward in the car. We were able to get everything back together last night. We had one transmission shift mount that it broke that we were able to revolt and kind of repair to get back together.
You guys are maniacs. You fixed all that, man.
Yeah, and we see everything was mostly good for this morning, and it seems mostly good now. So hopefully it stays dry, and we have yesterday, and we have a decent day.
Yeah. So far, I mean, we're very good right now. We're actually following you guys on board right now, but you ever wonder what was going on yesterday? I was kind of coming through the town with the podcast. You guys were full tilt today, so I was like, I don't want to bother them. I'll leave them alone, you know? So, yeah, doesn't look like there's going to be any rain today, so hopefully. Yep. Thanks, guys. So I don't know if you guys caught the first part of that interview, but they were saying basically they're running really strong, and then one of their drivers got on the curbing and actually hit all 4 corners, and they had to do quite a bit of work to get that thing back together and out today. So it looks like they're running pretty strong, and smiles on faces as ChampCar do for you. So thanks to you guys.
Thanks, Les. Really appreciate that update, that report from them. It's just another example of some teams that work really hard on their cars over the weekend through tremendous adversity, and that's really Les is great at finding those stories and bringing them to you. So hope you folks appreciate that.
So we are on board here with looks like Faux 30. Working through the outer loop. Chasing down the BMW in front, not sure. I think it looks like it may be Premium Dudes. Have to check next time they come by. So what you're seeing on the screen based on what we have on timing and scoring, it may be a little inaccurate. We're trying to make sure we call it correctly. Reason I say that is we don't have scoring loops around the racetrack where it's continuous of knowing what's going on, live timing and scoring with that. We have it where it's only updated at the start-finish line. So once we come by, we'll have an idea. But I believe looking at that is premium dudes. And they're only separated by, I'd say, about a half a second. So they are in striking distance. Looks like we have a yellow flag coming out here, Paulie. We'll have to see what may have triggered that.
Yeah.
See that late entry right there I'm talking about, folks. He just waited, then all of a sudden he turned in. And the reason for it gave him a straight exit up out of that corner as we're going to be transitioning to a code 35 here. So you'll see the car slow down. The blinking right there, what he's doing is he's slowing down. Most teams don't have speedometers in these cars like most race cars. It's all tach-based. But the Flagtronic system, it acts almost as like a speedometer. So when you get to the 35, if you're 35 or below, it'll do that. But if you get just above the limit that it gives you or over that 35 miles an hour, it'll start blinking slow down. Champ Car and Race Control will give you a certain amount of seconds to get the car back down to the recommended and designated pace. And if you're not, that can result in a penalty. So it's very much up to the driver to pay attention to that Flagtronics unit. And it's very bright and blinking at you. So they just have to make sure they're careful. They don't need to give themselves an unnecessary penalty to where they are not in contention later in today's race or have to come from behind.
Fawn Group Motorsports received a drive-through penalty for blowing the bus stop just moments ago, so they will be coming in to do that drive-through penalty. As we're under caution here. And there's some debris on the racetrack just past turn 11 near pit in. And we're asking for the drivers to stay left through turn 11 to the start-finish line. Here's the look as the cars come into turn 11, and it truly is like that. You do actually dip down into 11. The track rolls off to the right like that, giving you some nice camber there, and then you get that nice banking coming through the turn, and the car levels out as you head up the hill towards the start-finish line.
It's the coolest roller coaster ride in upstate New York.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great racetrack and a lot of fun to drive. So if you folks didn't make it out here, you want to make it out. I know some of the guys were on the feed yesterday saying, I should have signed up for this. Well, you have another chance next year. You can always sign up. And if you can't get a car out here, maybe you can find a team that you can join to drive the event with. There's always teams looking for drivers, and so you can get connected on the ChampCar.org website through the forum, or you can also look for some opportunities on our Facebook page and the Champ Car Garage page, where a lot of guys get together and just talk about the events and strategies and different things that's going on. And I always publish the links for the live shows on Champ Car Garage.
Very heavily populated. A lot of us have been in that group for a long time. A lot of great people, and if you're unsure about something or you want to get some advice about your car, thinking about making an upgrade, you want to see if it's been vetted or tested, let's say, as we're getting ready to go back yellow, should be going green, it's a good way to kind of bounce it off some of those guys that may have been there, done that, have the t-shirt. Green flag is back out. We are back to racing. A beautiful day here so far at Watkins Glen International for day 2, so we'll have to just see how it pans out. It is much better than yesterday, much drier, and just a beautiful part of upstate New York, the Finger Lakes region, as we see these cars pretty spaced out. A lot of room for racing. Looks like that may be Parts Badger, may have just gotten by a car there, or some lap traffic. They are your race leader at this point. Tomlinson Motorsports is leading it for the EC class. Currently, Turn-In Concepts in second in their Porsche Boxster. Another Boxster with Rockwell Autosport in third. Last Minute Racing in the 790 and their BMW is 4th. And 901 Motorsport in the 903 have cracked the top 5, right now dominated by C-Class cars for the top 5 spots. Switched Racing is your class leader in D, 6th in the overall. 7th in the overall is your A-class leader, Continuous Rotation Racing, as we're on board with Andrew Sides and the Running Bulls Racing squad, the Flying Wrench Motorsports guys.
Yeah, I think they had some contact yesterday, but they got the car put back together and back on the racetrack racing with us today.
Absolutely. Very resilient team. These guys overcome so much adversity and are always strong contenders. Andrew started yesterday's race, did a great job. I talked to him a little bit this morning as we were leaving the hotel. He seemed a little discouraged, felt like he didn't feel like it was the strongest, but I just told him, I said, Andrew, you look great on the broadcast. You were very smooth. The car stayed in contention, looked really good. I think he just was a little unnecessarily hard on himself. I can understand that as a driver, but he's doing a great job. Just got to get that confidence built back up, and he'll do a great job like he always does. Oh, looks like something just flew off one of the cars there as he's trying to hang with one of the Mustangs right there in front. Mustang's got a little bit of that straightaway speed, but Andrew will close up on him on the different part of the racetrack.
That car went very wide there at the exit of turn 1 as they head up the hill to 2. Coming through turn 3 here, known as the S's. And then they head down to the bus stop, also known as the inner loop and the outer loop. That's the exit. See, the car's pretty much single file through the bus stop.
Whoa, got one that looks like it just about... Looks like we got one that went up, got one that just hit one of the BMWs.
Yeah, looks like he backed into the tire barrier there. Not a huge hit, but looks like he'll be able to get her back going away. But
yeah, he took a little bit of a hit there. I saw him in our last camera shot, Paul. He got into the bus stop really, really hard. When the car didn't settle too quick, it looks like it was just swung around a little bit. Looks like he's going to get it going, but a little bit of a hit there to that right rear. They'll have to come in and take a look at that. Got rolling right in front of, looked like Parts Badger. So Roy and crew will roll to the left side there through the outer loop and get around. But
yeah, it looks like a little bit of a smoke too coming from the Parts Badger cars. They were coming through the outer loop there.
Might just be with the smoke, folks, with the tire pressures coming up to temperature still and it being early. They might just be leaning on it a little bit. They might have taken a little bit of air out, as you see him making a good 3-wide pass down there into 7. Might have just taken a little bit of air out, so as that air pressure builds, they might just have a slight tire rub. May not be anything to be concerned about. That sometimes can go away. Fender can kind of get moved around a little bit. May just have to pop itself back out, so no harm at this point. Still your race leader, best lap so far of a 2:15.08, and have a bit of a gap so far, about 26 seconds ahead of Turning Concepts. So they are starting to walk away just a little bit, but Turning Concepts may just be getting into a cruise mode here, knowing we got a long way to go.
Following Parts Badger now. As they come around to start another lap, they are leading the race overall today. And they are on a charge. Man, that car is on fire, but not literally.
I ran into Roy this morning as I was verifying the feed and everything, making sure that they had it to send to us, and he seemed very happy, very confident. They seemed very excited to get out here today. I think they feel they could be contenders for a victory.
Yeah, if you got that feed, go ahead and send it to me. Get them up here on the screen so everybody can watch.
Absolutely.
So standings right now, Parts Badger leads the race overall. Turning Concepts is second. Rockwell Autosport Development in third. 901 Motorsport in the number 903 is fourth. Last Minute Racing is fifth. Continuous Racing is sixth. Then it's Track Car Rental, TCR, in seventh. Then we got Premium Dudes, North by Northeast, and Team Sailing Catch Up in the top 10 once again.
Yesterday's winner of the race, Atlanta Speedworks, finished second. Shut Up Racing was third. Parts Badger was behind them. And the other Salem's car, the Mustard car, was in fifth. And we had North by Northeast, Turn-In Concepts, and the Equip team.
On board with Tooth Autosport and the My Races Live folks, who had a solid outing yesterday, currently P9 in the EC class, 65th in the overall race position, looking really, really good so far.
Looks like the crews have come out to inspect the hit point. There's some debris there.
Looks like that's
the belt,
a piece of the wall.
Yeah, the belt has been knocked loose, so they want to fix that. The belt doing its job.
So before we started having soft walls, as we call it, they're not really soft, but there's like foam pieces that get put into a lot of your oval racetracks and are getting actually put in at some of the races like Indianapolis and Daytona, where if you hit against the wall in some of those trouble spots, it's supposed to take most of the force away from the driver and absorb it so it doesn't hurt the driver. And Watkins Glen was they've had this for a long, long time, and it had been tested before they really started incorporating it into with the concrete walls. And they've taken this same technology, and it's helped a lot of drivers where the hits look very vicious, but then the wall absorbs a chunk of it, where then the driver may be sore a little bit the next day, a little bruised up, but gets out and can walk away and can race again another time.
Such a huge difference. You can see on Les's camera from yesterday. It was just positively miserable, drizzling, wet, rainy, cold. Just wasn't any fun with the overcast skies. And today we've got that sunshine.
Absolutely. It's going to be a gorgeous day here. Sun shining. Just such a beautiful view from our broadcast booth. And look off to where we're sitting toward turn 1, and you can see the hills in the background toward the lake. It's just, folks, if you have not been to this region of upstate New York and been to the Watkins Glen area, it is a sight to see.
So with that, we're going to take a commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, the Embracing.AI, double down at the Glen. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Cut the corners there on the commercial, but we're back here at Watkins Glen International. Back to green flag racing. We did have some crews stop out and look at the belt there on the tire bundle at the bus stop, but they got that taken care of. So, just a quick rundown here on what's going on the racetrack. Parts Badger leads this race over Turn-In Concepts, who's in pursuit. A 2:14 for Parts Badger, a 2:14 for Turn-In Concepts. And see if we can get the gap at Juwea right now. Looks like it's about 18.6 seconds is the gap to him. Then 9 seconds for Rockwell Autosport Development in third. Then it's 901 Motorsport, 15 seconds back. Then about 5 seconds, it's Last Minute Racing in their BMW. Premium Dudes is behind them in sixth. That interview that we heard with Les, with Andrew Johnson, was in regards to Premium Dudes. We saw them yesterday leave the track towards the end of the race, and that's what that interview was about.
Yeah, and those things happen, Paulie, and everybody listening, but they're a very resilient team. They're like many in the garage area here in Champ Car. They got it fixed. They had the spare parts, and that's the biggest thing. Is it looked like that was Parts Badger that just made a big move there, getting ready as they were coming down the front straightaway. They got a great run out of 11, but they're resilient. Back to Premium Dudes. They had what they needed. They brought it with them, and that's what you learn the longer you race in the Champ Car Endurance Series, is you learn what those trouble pieces are that you need to bring with you to make those quick swaps.
Yeah, and good morning, John and Charles. Good morning. Yes, it is a great day for motor race. And we're going to be having a board meeting, and I did mention it yesterday. I'm going to mention it again today. I'm just scrambling through my phone here to make sure. And John, if you want to hammer that in there again for us into the feed as you did yesterday, I want to make sure we get everything correct on this. But it's going to be in June, so it's just coming up, and we want to let everybody know. Here we go. So it's going to be June 10th, and it's going to be between 8 and 9 p.m. That's Eastern Time. and it's going to be here on ChampCar.Live. So if you haven't subscribed to ChampCar.Live, go ahead and subscribe, if you would please, and that way you'll be notified when the event gets published. So if you will be talking about, of course, 2024 Champ Car, and then, of course, our vision for the future for Champ Car. So if you'd like to find out more information about that and perhaps get involved, they're always looking for people to get involved in the club in various capacities. We would certainly appreciate that. So always looking for that fresh young talent to come in. So be sure and let us know and get involved in the club. There's always areas where you can bring your talents, skills, and experience to help out.
And if you have recommendations and things you would like to see implemented or something you feel that would be good, a little bit of close racing there into turn 11, reach out to the board. Talk to John Wittenauer and Roger Cohen and Ray Frank and a lot of those guys on the board and make it known what you're interested in. I mean, have a good conversation with them. They're very open to new ideas, very open to suggestions. I mean, we have very, very smart people involved in this club. So there's always we have a great product, but there's always room for improvement and always things that we can do, and they're open to that, and that's what we like about these guys.
That's what my wife tells me too. To ask her about our marriage, she said there's always room for improvement.
Yeah.
I thought, ouch.
I think my marriage scorecard consistently sits at like a C+, but I kind of have do my own damage with racing and sitting on the sim. And honey, you didn't do your honey-do list. It's like, yeah, I screwed up.
I thought I was pretty awesome.
I thought I was too, but yeah, when you get that C+ average there, it's like
what?
It's like, I got to figure out what I'm doing here. Looks like those chocolates and flowers on Valentine's Day don't carry me through the end of the marking period.
Well, she's always telling me how great I am and all this kind of stuff and how grateful she is for me. And then I asked her that question one day. It's like, well, there's always room for improvement.
I think they give you that false sense of security.
Like, is it? Are you saying that it's bad? And she's no, not saying that at all. But I kind of liked it because it did kind of shift my perspective, not just in marriage, but really in all things. You can have something that you see as being really great, but it's always good to keep in mind there's always room for improvement.
Absolutely.
You don't want to get too relaxed. It's definitely the case in business. I've seen it as a business owner, being a small business owner for so long. I've seen it in many, many areas of business, and there's so many other areas of life too. It holds true. So anyway, the Race Right folks, we were talking to them. They're having a great weekend this weekend.
Yeah, we talked to Patricia a little bit yesterday. I think we're on board with Tooth right here. But the Race Right guys are awesome. They ended up getting a class win yesterday and ended up, I think, top 10 or ended up just outside the top 10 overall. They had a great day. They're very strong. Again, they're based out of that Harris Hill area and out of the facility. They run quite a few races with us, and they also assist a lot of the clients. So they do a good job, and we enjoy having them here in Champ Car.
Actually, this is Tooth. I thought something was wrong. This is the Tooth guys. I got to go find the Race Right feed and put that in there.
It's Sunday, folks. There's always those little technical gremlins keeping us on our toes. See, they're testing us. It's part of that report card. It's probably our wives getting a hold of them, saying, "Hey, test these guys this morning." The end of the marking period's coming up.
Parts Badger and Turn-In Concepts just set their fastest lap times of the day here on lap 15. So 2:13 for Parts Badger, 2:14 for Turn-In Concepts. And that gap is continuing to grow. Turn-In Concepts not willing to let them go. 17 seconds the gap.
Balthazar Motorworks, too, Paulie, just laid down a 2:20.104. Great lap time for those guys. Just a lot of guys, as the tires are getting up to temperature and these things are getting up to optimal race pace, these guys are really starting to lay some laps down as well. It looks like Shut Up Racing just put down their best lap, 2:15.91. Gorilla sticker in the 5:17, 2:18.89. Just guys, these times are coming down. Running Bulls, 219.32, almost identical. One of the EC cars with Boston Whiners. They're within 7 1,000ths of a second of each other in lap time. I think we are in store for a very, very competitive race, and the consistency these guys are showing is very impressive. As we're still on board here with two guys in their Honda. Looks business as usual as Trevor's at the wheel. I talked to him a little bit on Friday. Very nice guy. This is one of our Canadian teams. We have 5 Canadian teams here this weekend from what Les told me, talking to various folks in the booth. So it's good to see our neighbors from across the border coming down to play with us in Champ Car.
All right.
Headed up to 5th gear, and that's what you just noticed right there. You notice he didn't try to speed shift it or go crazy. Just nice smooth shifts, make sure the car's engaged in gear. A lot of times those speed shifts can get you in trouble. And you could hear some of the radio communication in the background. That was something that Erwin and Claire were telling me about, that we wanted to, they asked if we could hear that at Daytona, and we did. And especially when they were going through having to do that double downshift when they lost 4th gear, we were able to hear the coaching and giving insight, giving them the intervals and gaps, which is part of the software that they offer through their program. Right here, nice outbraking maneuver on the Miata going into the bus stop interloop area. Nice job using up those curbs right there. He's using just enough to help get the car turned, but not too much to where it upset the car, similar to what we saw with that BMW that spun just a little bit ago. I think they might have just gotten the car a little too much on that curb, gotten the car upset, and just got to a point where they just couldn't be saved. But they were able to keep the car running. So real quick, let's do a flash through here and an update on our class leaders. So far, Tomlinson Motorsport is still out front, and they have pulled away by a little bit. They're leading our EC class, and then Parts Badger leading the B class, but your overall leader there. And then leading the C class is Turning Concepts and their Boxster. For the A class, it's Ramen Racing. Noodles is back out front. We saw a lot from them yesterday, consistently up in the top 10 for about 4.5 hours. Then they kind of tapered off a little bit. Hopefully they can keep that going today. And then for our D class, Crazy Horse. We talked to those guys yesterday. It was kind of that combo effort that was going on, but Crazy Horse is here this weekend with their Ford Mustang, so they're leading the D class currently, and then Open Throttle Racing Specs, hoping that those guys can sweep the weekend in the F class. But so far, that is everybody in our class leaders. Overall, top 5 so far. Parts Badger still out front by a little bit of a gap here. We'll get it when Turning Concepts comes by the line, who is in 2nd. Rockwell Autosport in 3rd. 901 Motorsport with the 903 in 4th. And Last Minute Racing round out your top 5 in the 790.
Okay. That's not the right. It's Parts Badger.
So we're on board here with our buddies from Parts Badger and their camera. As you can see them headed up the hill here. This is your race leader.
Yeah.
We'll have to get. Hopefully, we can get something. I'll have to talk to Miller and those guys. Miller's one of their head crew guys and like crew chief. I'll have to find out who's in the car. I suspect with the red gloves that could be Roy, but I don't know if that's him or Marvin. Whoa, big little catch there, getting into. He's digging hard. As we're getting to that.
So it would be Roy then.
Probably Roy, based on those red gloves. That's Roy.
If he's hanging it out there, it's probably Roy.
Probably Roy. But we got to give it. It may not necessarily just. I mean, it could be Roy, but these other guys. It sounds like Marvin's doing a good job as well, and some of their other drivers that are with them this weekend. Marvin did an incredible job in the rain, hanging with Rockwell there for first-year driver. So it's Roy, Nick, and Marvin this weekend. They said Nick is a second-year driver in racing, but Marvin is a rookie. But Roy was just so complimentary of these two drivers and their ability and how quick they've gotten up to speed and adapted to Parts Badger's pieces. So we're very they're very excited about it. We're glad to have him in Champ Car, and I have a feeling Parts Badger is going to be in contention for another solid finish today. Looks like he's waving there. Don't know if he was waving at one of our corner workers, acknowledging something. We'll have to see what happens here over the next few corners as he's navigating a little bit of traffic there. So the feedback that you're hearing a little bit, that's the engine of the car, the camera moving a little bit. It is a little bit windy outside today. We kind of get in a little bit of a bowl here at Watkins Glen, so just pardon that little bit of feedback there, but it's kind of sunk down in there. I think with the way that Miata is, they wanted to try to get it out of getting buffered around, but
yeah, that's mostly wind noise. There's not much you can do about it.
That just means they're going really, really fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of air movement inside the cabin there. You can tape off the microphones, and that does knock down a lot of that. If you're running a E-Action camera, you want to set your mic to low, and that'll help as well. But sometimes, just by virtue of it's near the window there's a lot of air coming in there, and it'll be overtaken by the sound of the wind coming through there. There's really not a whole lot you can do about it. Some cameras, such as the Mine A5, which is sold by MyRaces.Live, has some better microphone hookups. We're going to full course caution here, and we'll see if we can find out what's happening here as soon as we can. Emergency crews rolling out here on this Memorial Day weekend. Welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. If you're just joining us, it's the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen. 2 7-hour races this weekend. We had 7-hour race yesterday with Team Salem winning, and another 7 hours of endurance road racing today. And it looks like, I'm seeing a trail. It's been left behind, it looks like, as the cars come to a stop up there at turn number 9.
This is safety workers will go and try to get to, looks like the driver may be right there. We saw one of the safety workers kind of crouch down or kneel down to the car. So it looks like we do have a shot of it. The right off camera to the right. So as you can see, the safety team there to attend to the car and the driver.
Yep, and another beauty shot from Les Epps down in the pits. Wow, that just looks so cool. When you're standing down there, like you were talking about a little bit, folks, it's absolutely true. When you're standing down there in the pits at Watkins Glen for the first time, you walk out into that pit area, it's just like, wow, this is cool.
And you think the legends and the names that have graced this facility and have raced here, I mean, to be amongst that is something to treasure. Not a lot of people get to experience it, and there's a lot of history here. If only these guardrails and walls and these grounds could talk. So Parts Badger is still your leader here as we're under a code 35. They are leading Turning Concepts. The B-Class leader is the overall leader, and then your C-Class leader is your second-place car. Rockwell still in third, 901 Motorsport with the 903 in fourth, and Last Minute Racing and round out your top 5, and then your EC leader, who is right now leading Tomlinson Motorsports. See Les checking in with everybody here. No sense of urgency here on pit road. Everybody's just getting their coffee in them, trying to get woken up, get ready for that first incoming pit stop here, probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes. There's the Rockwell Autosport. They have 3 entries here with us this weekend, I believe. It's the 1, the 41, and I think the 10. Yes, the 10 is back running. We knew they were dealing with an engine issue in one of the cars, so hopefully they got that rectified and everything will work out. Yep. So we just got an update from Running Bulls. Andrew Sides will start the race as he's in the car as we speak. Then Michael Bulls will be in the car, and Mike Merrill will jump in after that. So
we're going to go to Les Harris in an interview.
Clicking off some laps and just enjoying the car. But we got a long race to go. So
For sure. Yeah, I was getting a call from a booth. He just said his fastest lap, and it looked like he was in traffic doing it. So that's.
He doesn't mind driving in traffic, that's for sure.
Tony seems very motivated today.
He is very motivated, but he's at where he wants to be in the car, and just like I said, clicking off laps, and we'll see what happens here with some of these cautions. And
yeah, for sure.
Long race to go here.
Long race, but I think you guys might have the legs to do it. And seems like what modification? Did you guys do any modifications in the off season?
We did not. Well, technically, we got rid of the front splitter because of the rule change. But the car is identical to where it was at in Road Atlanta. We just did some maintenance to the car.
We're back to caution, folks.
Excellent. So
one test today. Here we are.
So you don't need a huge budget to be in ChampCar. That's what I'm saying. No huge budgets.
Nope.
Yes. So teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
They said they are good to go and ready to go. So
nice.
Thank you guys for
Okay.
Thanks,
Les. Appreciate you doing that, man. That's Les Epps down in the pits, bringing us all the pit road action. As we're just about 55 minutes into the event.
See the MyRaces.Live guys coming down. They came down pit road for something. Looks like they may be headed back out into the fight. Such an amazing shot there. I mean, you can just see the car sailing as they head into that brake zone headed for turn 1. So we see the Tooth guys headed back out onto the fight here, the access road. So you'll see they have to stay all the way to track left. There's the blend line just
track
to the
right.
Track right, thank you. And then what they'll do is they'll stay track right all the way till they get to turn 2 right there. And then as they get to the S's, they'll blend in and find an opening, and then they'll go back to work.
Yeah, and that's really done for safety's sake. They actually paint a line on the ground as the cars leave the pits. You're not supposed to cross over that line to the left of the car. That's probably what was on your mind, Kyle, as you were thinking left. You need to stay to the right of that blend line. They call it the blend line until that line disappears, and you got to go all the way up through turn number 2 without crossing over. And that's really for safety. We've got a lot of cars coming around that corner at high speed. You're trying to get up to speed, and you don't want to impede anybody, and you certainly don't want to cause an accident as you're trying to get up to speed. And that, pretty much all racetracks are that way. There's always a blend line, an exit strategy of getting out of the pits to keep from getting in the way of traffic that's coming around. On board with Race Right in the Silver Bullet here, as Parts Badger leads the race now. 22 seconds now, the gap to turn in Concepts. Now, we just come off a caution, so those gaps might give it a couple of laps here.
You're noticing the glare, folks. That might also be a little bit from the camera angle, but until that sun fully gets up, it is something that you have to keep into consideration, that the glare the drivers are going to deal with a little bit. You have to just make sure you're trying to look as far ahead as possible, but that could impede a little bit of their view, something they have to deal with a little bit in traffic, making sure they don't misjudge brake markers or reference points on the racetrack, or just not run into the back of another driver. So they'll have to take care of that until the sun really gets up to a full position where it's no longer a factor. As we're back on board with our race leader, Parts Badger, Roy and crew, still leading the pack. Right now it looked like they were about 22 seconds up at this point.
Yeah, and you could see Roy was testing that brake pedal as he's heading towards turn 8. That's just something that we've seen him do that pretty regularly. You see the pros do it really more often than the amateurs. It's just to make sure you're going to have a brake pedal when you get down to turn 8. You're coming in there with a pretty good head of steam. It's a very fast racetrack, so some of these areas, if you didn't have brakes, could be not a good result for you. So he's heading down the front straightaway here to click off another lap at Watkins Glen International. So with that, we're going to take another quick commercial break and be back in a few minutes.
So we want to thank you so much for joining us here. 6 hours of racing remain here. The first hour clicked off. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're under green here. Parts Badger leads by about 28 seconds over turn-in Concepts. Both cars just turned their best laps of a 2:13. In their last laps, a 2:14 for Parts Badger, 2:16 for turn-in Concepts. Rockwell Autosport Development is behind them by 8 seconds. Just turned to 2:14, so they're gathering some of the gap. They're cutting down some of that gap to the turn-in Concepts Porsche Boxster. A 2:16 for 901 Motorsport behind them. 28 seconds the gap to the Rockwell machine. That's 5th place. Then it's Last Minute Racing in their BMW, and it looks like 38 seconds the gap there. So some of the cars up the front spreading out a little bit, but not for North by Northeast. Yesterday's 6th place finisher, the gap just 0.4 seconds to Atlanta Speedworks number 996 in 7th place. And both cars turned in 2:19s on that last lap, so they are toe-to-toe with each other, fighting for position there. And the turn-in Concepts just went yellow in their Delta. Something may have happened to the turn-in Concepts Porsche. We'll try to bring up their feed and see what the status is with that machine. But thanks for joining us, everybody, here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Watkins Glen International. As all the cars slow down now to a purple 35. And, I found out, I guess I got the wrong feed for Race Right, so they let us know, so I'll be getting that changed out.
So we're working on that for you guys. We just want to make sure we had it coordinated. We apologize for that one, and we'll get a situation. Looks like
it is the turn-in Concepts car that's involved.
And it looks like it's one of the BMWs that is involved there to the left as well.
Yeah, both of these cars seem to got involved. Oh, and it's the 160. Oh, no. Running Bulls once again in trouble. Oh, that's just terrible. Over in turn number 6.
That's the trouble spot, Paulie. We talked about where that corner sucks you in. We'll have to see what happened.
Yeah, and it's just out of view. The cars are up in the corner there, but they must have gotten together there, Kyle, going into turn 6. That's heading into the boot there, and we talked about yesterday. I said, this is probably the most sketchy part of the racetrack because you're going downhill, you're coming in at a high rate of speed, you're going to have to go for a turn, and it's basically off camber down there.
It's very hard because it'll level out for a second as you get past the NASCAR straight, and then all of a sudden it just starts dipping pretty drastically as you go in. As you folks can tell from this, I mean, that is from the exit of 6 where the incident is to 7. But, I mean, that whole corner is downhill, and it's a little bit off camber to start the corner. So if you get upset in the entry, it can cause you a problem. You really have to make sure the car is well balanced. It looks like the driver is getting out of the car from the turn-in Concepts. I believe that was Tony in the car from what we were told. Looks like he seems to be okay at this point. We'll have to see if we get any further updates.
All right, buddy, coming to you. And Les is in the pits, talking to Parts Badger.
managing everything right now. I mean, it's a long race. We showed some speed yesterday.
Talk a little louder.
We showed some speed yesterday. We would have liked to see a podium. Unfortunately, a couple of the drivers, myself included, need to find a little bit more pace. The wet is really difficult in this car. So hopefully we see a little bit more clear skies today. And
for sure,
if Roy can keep it up front for now, I think we'll be in a good position. I mean, this is a really cool place. It's my first time here, Nick's first time here. So
both of you guys' first time here. You guys are knocking off crazy good laps.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. I mean, Roy's a great driver. It's fun to work with him and his Parts Badger team. We're actually in the backup car for the weekend. The primary car ended up having some troubles, so we went to the backup, and so far so good. This is the first time with this.
Tell me about that, because I know there was like a little bit of a scramble there. So basically, this was the F-Class car that was a Gingerman, and now it's a B-Class car?
B-Class, yeah.
Okay.
So actually, F-Class at NCM.
Okay.
And then we went to A-Class because we popped that motor at NCM. Well, we saw some issues in the oil. So we went to an A-Class. We had a BP4W laying around. We wanted to get it back on track for Gingerman. And then same thing, oiling issues at Gingerman. So then we decided we're going to make it an Ecotech car, just like the B-Class. That we have been running the 630 car. So the 630 car was slated for this race. We pulled it out of the trailer. We did some laps, driveline issues, trans and diff are both junk on that car.
Oh, wow.
So we had to go to the backup. But so far so good. This is basically a fresh build for us. And I mean, we finished yesterday. We'll see if we can do the same thing today.
So basically, your backup car is leading the race. That's amazing.
So far, we'll see.
I just want to say that you guys put on a great show. You guys built a heck of a car. You know, I'm a machinist myself, so I always connect with Roy on that, and he's like, "Oh, really? Oh, really?" So we bounce ideas. But I mean, your team's just definitely top notch always. So, man, good running. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Hope to race with you one day or against you, but hey, if it happens, it happens, my man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heck yeah. Thank you for your time.
By.
All right, great interview. Great interview there by Les Epps down in the pits. Appreciate that, Les.
They got the backup car out there, bolted on some new good stuff, and as you can tell, they're doing some good lap times. I think they're only, maybe 2 seconds off the fast lap time of yesterday, so back to you guys in the booth.
Smoking. Yeah, he's exactly right, because the fast time of the day, I think, the 2:11 went to Todd with one of the cars and in the Atlanta Speedworks. So they're right. He's right, just about 2 seconds off what that was yesterday.
So I just checked in on the cars while we were involved in that interview. Sorry, I got distracted. And both cars are rolling. I saw the Running Bulls car is on the track circulating. The other one, I'm not quite sure. We'll try to go back to that. I saw it was rolling, but he could have been being pulled. And it looks like they're still tending to that car down there. Okay, so the rollback has shown up. So there must be enough damage there, Les, to where they don't feel they can put it on a flat toe. They're going to have to put it on the rollback.
The steering wheel had been hung up for a moment, Paulie. In one of the previous shots, the driver looks like he had gotten out. But I'm wondering if maybe they got him in or somebody is. It looks like they had the wheel on so they can drive it up onto the rollback. So
that's a shame.
It's a shame for those guys. I mean, even for Running Bulls as well. I mean, two contenders we know win races and run well here in Champ Car.
Yeah. Now it's a shame because that's such a great car. I've driven that car, and it's so awesome. Man, he's done so much work to that car and made it so easy for the driver to drive. It's one of the best driving race cars that I've ever sat in. I just loved the way he managed the gas pedal. He had modified that so the heel toe works so smoothly. The line up to the brake pedal is really great, and just a really great experience driving the turn-in concepts Porsche Boxster. And so hopefully, and Greg is a great guy. I'm sure he's very knowledgeable and capable, and he put together a really good car. I'm sure he'll get that repaired.
And
it'll be in great form again in the future. It looks like Parts Badger's come into the pits, or no? That's not the Parts Badger car.
That is the.
Or is it? There's no wing on it.
That is the 114 car. It's one of our F-Class cars.
Okay.
That is in the pits right now.
Yeah, Les is on the scene down there.
Here.
Look at those skies, folks.
That is loose. Oops, excuse me.
Loose Screws?
Loose Brothers Motorsports.
Loose Brothers,
We
okay.
had a feed from them yesterday.
Yeah.
So, guys, if you're listening, shoot us the feed up. We'll try to get you on the
I got
broadcast
it.
at some point. Oh, perfect. There we
Yeah.
go.
I got it.
Awesome. So, yeah, they're just in. Looks like it's a standard pit stop. They may be doing a little work on that left front. Might just be checking, making sure everything is where it needs to be, checking on tires. Might just be checking tire wear, with it being a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. And in the sunshine, teams may have to make adjustments to camber or may have to make some air pressure adjustments to be able to get optimal track grip today. But so far, they are 4th in the F-Class, 58th in the overall. That's about where they were yesterday. They were just steady all day long, did well, but they stayed in contention, and I believe they took the checkered flag yesterday. So,
all right, so the Porsche Boxster now on the rollback.
as we see a couple cars coming at us here just past the scene. I believe one of them was Fat Crack Racing in the 969 car. I know that car was just in the pits a bit ago.
And Running Bulls has been brought into the garage. They're jacking up that car, so that car, too, did not escape without injury in that shunt between the two cars of Running Bulls Racing and Turn-In Concepts. So they, too, looks like this is the second day in a row they've had contact. And there's Andrew Sides inspecting the damage, and hopefully they'll be able to get that repaired and get back out there. What a shame.
It is a shame, but the hula girl, she's still dancing, so
Yep.
they got a shot to get back in.
You got to keep things light. Half of the battle's keeping yourself amused.
And they're very good at that, and that's exactly what she's there for. She's for luck, amusement, and morale. So if she's still hula dancing, then they got a shot to get back in it. So we see the fields continuing to circulate here under the code 35. They've picked up the Turn-In Concepts Porsche from the incident there in turn 6, the location. Hopefully, as long as there's nothing on the racetrack, we should be okay. Looks like we got a pit stop here for the S2000.
There's, I believe that's Ray Frank down there in the pits, keeping an eye on things. We've got a nice complement of volunteers. I was talking to Jimmy this morning as we were having breakfast, and I said, how's the crew down there in the pits? How's your volunteers? He said, it's really good. We've got a lot of turnout for this event. So, and he was commenting how great of a job everybody is doing of this group of volunteers that we have this weekend, and many of them are local to the track. So that was all really quite good. So
racing is there's a lot of enthusiasm for racing here in upstate New York. So this is the Hopes and Dreams Motorsports team. We talked about them a little bit on the broadcast yesterday. This is their 2006 S2000 Honda. But as you notice, the crew's very, very relaxed. There doesn't seem to be any urgency. You notice they weren't frantically doing anything. That's the thing, folks. You have 5 minutes to get this done. If you have solid fuel jugs that can efficiently get the fuel in the car, you can take your time, and you sometimes want to go slower to go faster on the pit stop. It makes it easier, it's safer. Make sure you're in control, you're aware of what's going on in these pit stops, because things can go wrong and can get dangerous very, very quickly. They did a nice job of executing that stop, fuel and everything back over the wall, so it looks like it's just getting the driver comfortable, getting what they need. As we're going back yellow, we should be going back green here momentarily, and once their 5 minutes is up, they will get that number 11 Honda entry back into the fight. But yeah, Paulie, racing is very enthusiastic here in upstate New York. They love all forms of motorsports, including Champ Car, and they're great to be here. And we are back green, folks. Green, green, green. Tomlinson Motorsport continues to lead the EC class, and so far they're out in front of everybody. But Parts Badger is your overall leader, and Rockwell Autosport sits in second. 901 Motorsport has crept up into the third position with the 903. Looks like Frank and the team are bringing the fight to them today, as we are back on board with the Race Right crew, with Andy behind the wheel. Dale and Andy tag teaming this thing this weekend, with support from Patricia and Patrick. The Double Ps are helping out this weekend. These guys, we saw them at NCM, had a strong outing. This is your A-Class winner from yesterday, trying to get around it looks like one of the MDR Boxsters. discretion, the better part of valor right there, as he decided not to dive in. We're only an hour and 20 minutes into the race today, so might want to save that move for later in the race. Also don't want to show your hand either.
Yeah, this is a team that has the full-time effort of supporting our racers. So they are full-time involved, helping teams develop their cars and get them out on the racetrack and be successful at these events, which is a huge help for a team that's just getting started.
And it's important to have folks like that, because for the new teams or teams that need that little bit of extra technical support and recommendation on how to better attack their race weekends, folks like Race Right with Patricia and Patrick, they do a good job. We have a lot of teams like that in here. We have Race Right, we have Rossmar if you're up in the Connecticut or Northeast area. We have a lot of different clients like that. So if you're in different parts of the country, we have an eclectic group of folks that can make you faster, better, and more efficient here in ChampCar.
Yeah, and you'll see now, we were talking about the outside being, the inside of the car being brighter than the outside, or vice versa, and the outside's all washed out. And that has to do with the metering of the camera, what's called the metering. So the cameras that I send out, in fact, they're using one of my cameras this weekend. I use this what's called spot metering, which focuses the auto balance of the white balance to a particular narrow area of the camera. And I just set them to the center, and I just tell my customers, try to set that lens to the center of the windscreen as best you can, and that'll help make the exterior of the car kind of come into focal better. It won't be all washed out, too white, too bright. It will darken the interior of the car, though, as a result, but usually it's still pretty good. So if it looks kind of like this, where it might be a little bit washed out because of the glare, there's a lot of sun out here today, you just look at the very center of what the view is of the lens, and if it looks like it's kind of looking at the mirror or kind of looking at the roof line, maybe tilt it down a little bit, and that can help improve the outside image that you're going for.
They got it tuned in pretty well right here. Good view of the inside. Andy at the wheel looks pretty relaxed. He's staying right with the MDR Boxster that is in front of him, doing a good job. He tried to get a run. I just saw him. He must know we're talking to him or something. He pointed at the camera.
I think he gave a point by.
I was just teasing there as he's letting Wilson Daly come by. He might be listening. You never know. He might know we were talking about him. So
got nothing else to do.
Those guys have some personality. I've talked to them throughout the weekend, so they may just be saying, "Hey, we hear you," and doubling it as a point by. So jack of all trades, master of none, I guess.
Coming up through the S's, look how steep that climb is as you head up towards the top of the hill here. It's just so much fun and pretty much flat out once you get the hang of it. And if you want to get some laps out here around this fast and somewhat challenging racetrack here at Watkins Glen International, you can do so in the iRacing series. Champ Car has an iRacing series.
They do.
And what's cool about it is they typically hold an event right before one of our real race events, I guess if I could call it that, in the iRacing series. And you can find out more information and be a part of that by going to the ChampCar.org website, and in the forum, look for the thread that says iRacing, and you can find their whole schedule there and find out how you too can get involved in Champ Car iRacing.
And they do work off of a Discord channel, so if you download the Discord software for your computer, that's where all the communication is once the admins let you in. It's a great group of guys. Number of drivers that do race with us here. I actually ran the iRacing event at Watkins Glen just prior to this event. It didn't go the way I planned. I got taken out in an incident in turn 9 on the first couple laps. But, hey, that happens in big-time iRacing, auto racing. And you know what? It was a lot of fun, though. Those guys are good to work with, some fast drivers, and you can learn a lot. And like Paulie said, I'm going to echo his statement that it really teaches you and can help you get better before you get up here. And if it's a race that is not, a track that is not scanned yet by iRacing that we're at, they'll run something that is kind of similar in style.
Yeah, I wish they would scan NCM. That would be a blast, but that's all right.
Well, we'll have to ping those. If you want a track scan, you'll have to ping those higher folks in power for iRacing and some of those big influencers that work with iRacing, some of their testers, and see if we can annoy them enough to get them to go scan places that we want.
Well, I talked to Mr. Busby about this some years ago. I said, why don't you come scan your track? I think it's expensive. I think you got to pay for it. So he just didn't want to do that. But hopefully now as time has gone on and there's new management and everything, maybe now they can feel as though they can justify getting a scan done. I don't know. But it would be a lot of fun. It'd really help us out because it is a very, very challenging racetrack, probably more turns than any other circuit that we have, any other track that we have in the Champ Car series, and a highly technical racetrack. So it would be great to get a scan done out there.
Yeah, it would be good. It'd be good to add it to the collection. There's a lot of tracks that they still haven't gotten to yet, but I'm sure in due time they'll get to them. But let's get back to it here. Parts Badger still out front by about 29 and change over Rockwell Autosport. Tomlinson Motorsport still leading your EC division here. They're kind of out front, just kind of cruising at this point. And then the 903 from 901 Motorsport sits in third. And then Last Minute Racing in fourth. And the 996, the sister car for Atlanta Speedworks, has worked itself up into the top five. I think the 718 was working up there. I'm not sure what happened. It looked like they fell down the order quite a bit. So I know Todd started the car. We'll have to see if we can get a report and find out what happened. But looks like business as usual for Parts Badger as they're working one of the Rockwell cars. That may be one of the sister entries there as he's trying to get by him. Some close racing. Nice out-braking maneuver. Getting kind of tight through there. Roy doing a good job of managing. Yeah, it's hard. You got to get back to that power. Try to get pedaled up the hill there. It's going to be a drag race between he and Rockwell. Looks like he's a little bit better on the top end as he pulls back up to the right rear quarter panel. Going to try to dive in. May try to play two here. Nope. Not close enough, but he was able to pull by about a car length on Rockwell. But if he can navigate this traffic, he might be able to put it a little bit more of a gap to where he doesn't have to worry about that. That uphill is a bear in these lower horsepower cars. You really got to get back to the power, and sometimes you feel like you're just lugging up that little hill.
Yeah, we were following CU Boulder yesterday. We've got a camera in their car today. They don't have the car on the racetrack. Looks like they're working through some things. So, yeah, they might be over in tech right now, actually getting the car tacked again. So, for right now, the CU Boulder team not able to join us on the racetrack, not able to join the race just yet.
I did get an update from Liam and those guys as we're getting ready to go back yellow here. They had some issues that they're working on, but they're still just trying to get it rolling. So it looks like we may be going to a code 35 condition here in just a moment. Yep, we are now code 35. Again, in Champ Car, we use a code 35 condition. That is a virtual pace car. If you're just joining us or are not super familiar with it, if you're familiar with what they use in some other pro forms of racing, it's similar. Virtual pace car gets everybody down to a 35-mile-an-hour limit.
Looks like it's Boston Weiner's car 306 over in 6A. That was set up as lost a bumper cover over there in turn 5. Did the 306, so they may be just going out to pick up that debris. Bumper covers are kind of big.
Well, and if depending, with what it's made of too, you don't want to risk somebody running over that, blowing a tire, and then leading into a bigger issue. And we don't need it on the racetrack in general. And they might want it back if they can get it put back on.
Yeah, Boston Weiner is always a very fast, competitive team in the Champ Car Endurance Series.
Second place right now in the F class, trying to chase down the Specs Miata for the open throttle team. 6 cars in F class this weekend. That's good to see. We're starting to slowly, like we said yesterday, see that increase in those cars in that division. So hopefully we'll continue to see more of that grow.
Maybe we'll have Doc take us to commercial.
All right, now we're supposed to be at commercial.
Perfect.
You're watching ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. We will be right back with the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, folks. Hang with us.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Watkins Glen International, the Embracing.AI, double down at the Glen. Paul Veltum along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, bringing you all the racing action this weekend from the booth here in our perch in the main control tower here with Race Control at Watkins Glen. Your leader is a B-class car. Parts Badger shown up 1 minute and 25 seconds over Rockwell Autosport Development in their number 1 car. And then it's the Last Minute Racing team in third. Oh, we've had a positional change there. So Last Minute in third. Atlanta Speedworks has moved into fourth. Seeing a lot of shifting here, positions. North by Northeast in fifth. Ramen Racing in sixth. And we know the Ramen Noodles team was doing so well yesterday, Kyle, and then I think they ran into like a mechanical issue. There's still a big stripe of oil where floor dry was put down. Remember, it ran from turn 7 all the way to turn 8.
Yeah, they unfortunately kind of ran into that, but it looks like they've gotten it fixed, and right now they are 6th in the overall, and they're leading the A-Class once again. They were a strong contender to Paulie's Point yesterday. They led the A-Class off and on for a bit. They had a good race with Race Right, and I believe it was also the JS Motorsport a little bit up there as well. So it was fun to watch. So, but it looks like the college guys have skipped class and are back on the racetrack with us. So
yeah, we were watching their feed when we came back from Marshall. They finally were able to get that Miata out on the racetrack today. So congratulations, guys. Well done. We were talking to them yesterday. We had them up here for a great interview, some time to talk with those guys. And they work on this car themselves. This is a fully prepped and developed race car from the college guys at CU Boulder and girls. And this is a complete effort that they put into it. And they always bring a huge compliment of people to the racetrack. I can't remember how many he said. There were dozens, maybe 80 or so people that are involved in this project. So it's really a great project, and he gives them a chance to come out and race with us.
Absolutely. And like Liam and Hunter were talking about yesterday, they're from the program. Hunter is the president. I think he's outgoing. He said he's about getting ready to graduate. But they use it as a learning opportunity as we're back on board here with Parts Badger, as they just navigated one of the Mini Cooper entries. They use it as a learning opportunity not only for driving, for crewing, and they're talking about wanting to use it as a way to introduce people to motorsports as a whole. So they continue to do a good job. They serve a purpose, and they're doing a good job, and it's encouraging a lot of folks, and it helps those going to college get used to be able to make friends and just getting used to the experience, but yet do something fun on the side.
Oh, I did get a message from Greg from the Turn Concepts car. He said they had a part failure on the Porsche. They're starting to work on the car. The BMW is just a casualty.
Oh, no.
They must have got collected up in the part failure on the Porsche. So quite a story unfolding there for the Turn Concepts car. And so, yeah, that's the story we have from the owner. My wife also, this is an important update from the message we were talking about earlier, about there's always room for improvement on our marriages. And she said, "You are pretty awesome." And there's 2 exclamation points behind it. So I got that going for me.
There you go. My wife is on the way to the racetrack. She'll be operating as the interview booth taxi again today. My wife, Tanya, she's awesome. She's very, very heavily involved in my racing program outside of being involved here on the broadcast. So grateful to have her as Parts Badger has just disposed of the Haterade BMW. Those guys did a good job yesterday. They were on the podium in their respective class. Haterade. So we'll have to get those. We'll have to talk to those guys at some point and find out how that Haterade was. How that paint scheme came about. I've seen them a lot. Looks like we got a car off to the left there in 7. We'll have to find out what's going on there. So, but yeah, we'll have to talk to those guys at some point. Or if you guys are listening on the broadcast, let us know how the Haterade scheme got started. I know it's inspired, I can tell, from the old Darrell Waltrip NASCAR scheme from the Dyguard days back in the 80s. But just kind of want to know your take on your rendition of it. It'd be kind of fun to learn. We still see on board the Parts Badger. Looks like they're chasing down, I believe, It's kind of hard to tell. Their camera sits a little low in the car. It's hard to see what's in front. It's either a Boxster or a Miata from what I can tell. But Roy's still at the wheel here. One of the Atlanta Speedworks Boxsters right there. Just nice move off of 11. Very fast on the straightaway. This car is exceptional on the top end. I noticed that. As it looks like we're going back yellow here, Paulie. It may be for that stalled car in turn 7. It is off track on the left, I believe, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I don't think it's within our view. There's turn 8. Here's 7. And so just looks like he's pulled off. We're going to go code 35 for that car that is stranded over in turn number 7.
It might be. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm thinking, do we have an 816, Paulie?
It's just getting entered into the race logs now, Kyle. So, yeah, 816. Looks like that might be the offender. 816 is a few screws loose.
Oh, no, they were up toward the front when we got rolling.
Yeah, it's one of my
find out what happened.
They're one of my camera customers. They just bought a camera set from me. So that's not good.
No, not at all. Not the way you want to get on the Champ Car broadcast.
No. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to start adding some stickers to these cameras. The 10 horsepower plus sticker. Did you see that on one of the cameras I put
did. I saw that. I like that addition. I think that'll encourage more people to want that. It's that plus 10 horsepower. You put a camera in your car, you get that extra little bit of turbo, as I use air quotes there. So as we're on board with Rockwell Autosport in the 12 car, so it's maybe they have a few cars here this week. Oh, no, that's the one car. That is the championship car. I apologize. So after they won the championship this year.
Let me make sure that's a current feed, but go ahead.
After this year, so what happens is it just like in some other forms of professional racing, when you win the championship, you have the option of getting the number 1 plate. So they now have the number 1 plate, I believe, on that car. So I believe that is what it is. I'll have to check outside of our booth here.
Yeah, they're flying the number 1 panel.
So, yes, that is the number 1 car. I should have just checked my timing and scoring, but I wanted to check because I know they have all their cars are identical, and I wanted to be sure. Yes, it is showing on timing and scoring. They are on pit road, and it looks like Gorilla Sticker, the 517 entry, is also taking advantage of this code 35 period to come in for some service. Not sure if it we're approaching an hour 45 into this race, Paulie. I'm assuming these may be right in that window of scheduled pit stops.
Right. I'm noticing there were some people starting to come in. This is probably the time to start coming in and getting those services done. We didn't see as many yellows, I think, as we expected yesterday. So, and we've got that dry weather here. So, we're starting to see more and more cars now come in and take advantage of this caution as we have a car stranded over in turn number 7.
Paulie, I'm scrolling through our feed here. It looks like Rossmar Racing, the 473, one of our A-Class cars is in the pits. Bad Habit Garage, the 698 EC, the Scion FRS is in the pits as well. They're taking advantage. Catch-up Team Salem, that's down in 34th overall. They're in the pits. 901, the 903 car is down into the pits. It looks like going through Baltazar, continuous rotation, switched racing. Keith and his team, we may have them up in the booth a little bit later today. They might want to tell us about it. They've been up in the fray and the fight with switched racing, so we'll have to learn more about the 302 entry and their team and what inspired them to come racing Champ Car. As we can see, the safety crew there is our turn 8 camera. Looks like they got the BMW pulled off. So hopefully we should be going back to yellow and then to green here very, very shortly. But prime opportunity and timing for everybody. It worked out really well. Right around that hour 45 mark in a 7-hour contest is about the time you want to make a pit stop. It really just depends, though, because the way a lot of these teams play is they play the race backward, and you don't count up, you kind of count down, and then you get into a certain window where you know you can do it, and you start looking at timing, and then you want to try to time the cautions as best you can. Doesn't mean you'll get it, but you hope for that. As we see, Running Bulls is back in the pits.
Yeah, they were behind the wall working on that body damage from the accident with Turning Concepts, and now it looks like they're about ready to head back out on the racetrack. As we're going back to caution now, that means the green's on its way. And my race is pits at the worst possible time. It's just getting to the pits as we go back to green. They're getting ready to get out of the car. Looked like he was going to pull the wheel off and decided, nah, never mind, I'll just get out.
Trevor's like, make it easy.
I don't really need that.
Make it easier.
Seat gets pushed back as the next driver gets
I
buckled in.
believe that will be Mr. Irwinning. We'll be getting in the car based on what Irwinning.
That's, yeah.
As tall as he is with that seat being cranked back, that's probably Irwinning getting in the car. So I believe that's what I was told from Claire just a short time ago.
Yeah.
And it looks like Paulie, our race leader, Parts Badger, is in the pits as well. So it looks like regardless of going back green, I think everybody is kind of thinking, all right, we need to get in. And they saw Rockwell get in, and they're like, you know what, we need to do this because they were one of our contenders yesterday. So
speaking of Rockwell,
they're headed back out.
Heading back out in their Porsche Boxster to rejoin the competition. And so want to keep an eye on
Oh, he's got to
guys.
watch that blend line there, Paulie. He got out there a little early. That I'm sure race control is going to be watching that. You need to abide by that blend line very, very carefully. They do not look kindly if you just jump out there in traffic really quickly. So there's a certain point where it starts to be dotted toward the end of it, and I'm wondering if he got out a little early, so we'll have to see what happens. He's headed up toward the inner loop bus stop portion of the track. Coming back out. Not sure if they changed any tires on this car, but looked like it was just fuel, typical service, possibly, a driver change, and they're back out. So we'll have to see. Obviously, when you come in, tires cool off, brakes cool off. Those first lap or two, you want to let everything come back up to temperature before you put it up to full tilt. So downshift there. Getting back rolling, coming off of turn 6. Heard him working the throttle there. Looked like the car just was wanting to push a little bit. Again, those tires aren't up to full temperature yet.
And the car 160 is rolling down the pit lane. That's the Running Bulls getting ready to rejoin the competition. 901 Motorsport also in the pits. Of the top 30 cars, 16 cars were in the pits for service.
Wow. Feeding time at the zoo, right, Paulie?
This is the time to do it, I guess.
Well, it's, 7-hour contest. We're not running to the 2-hour mark. About that hour 45, because realistically at that point, she'll be able to do it on 2 more pit stops. But they may, on the next stop, they may try to stretch it to 2 hours to where then you can either short pit or you can get it and then you can be able to roll, and then you're not working on trying to save fuel. Because remember, fuel came into play a little bit yesterday where they were in conservation mode, as we see on board here with the open throttle, the Faux 30 in the 165 entry. That is our race sponsor, the Embracing.AI car, with Mr. Tim Averill and the ragtag group of Mike Gorman and the open throttle guys. And I tease when I say that. I jokingly say that. They have a lot of fun when they're at the racetrack. They like to keep the mood light. It keeps the drivers loose and having fun. And I've had the pleasure of driving with Mike and his team at Sebring last year. Had a lot of fun. Actually, there's one of the team cars right there. I think that's the 66 that just went by. Not sure when Tim will be in the order today, but we'll look forward to it. I know Abby Lockwood and a few other teammates I have there in that program are in that entry as well. So good luck to them in the rest of today's contest.
Now, we had Tim in the booth here with us and got a chance to talk to him for quite a while, and told us about his efforts in technology and AI, and really presenting that and offering that in such a way that people can not only take advantage of it in some of the new ways that are emerging, but also to be less afraid of it, and to help educate people understand what the best case uses are of that technology, which seems to be permeating our culture in a very rapid way, and it brings about some concerns. So this is one of those. He's one of those people that's at the kind of the forefront, the leading edge of that technology, and helping people adopt to it, and help us understand how to use it better.
Absolutely. I just threw the link in the chat for our viewers to check it out when you get a chance. We know if you're busy today or if you're in the midst of getting ready to go to church, or just got back from church with the family, or having a nice, relaxing Memorial Day weekend, you get a chance to check it out. Tim was very adamant about wanting folks to learn it by embracing it, not being afraid of it, to echo Paulie's sentiment, and just understand it, learn about it, and how to make your business processes easier, but also find ways in your personal life to make things a little easier and less stressful for you. And it can be a lot of fun. Paulie and I both work in the technical field outside of our Champ Car interests, so it's a lot of fun and interesting to learn about. You see it more well integrated into it, and Tim is very adamant about it. But back on board,
Premium
three wide
dudes
here.
Splitting the meat and the sandwich there against Parts Badger, too, making the pass. Very impressive. This could be a fresh driver just kind of getting acclimated to the track after just come out of the pits. I'm sure of it. And, wow, that was impressive. So,
looked like
Premium
Parts
dudes
Badger
getting the advantage.
had to grab a gear there. But, yeah, Premium. But they were like this yesterday, Paulie. We saw they were taking no prisoners. They were going three wide, split in the middle, finding ways right here off of the pit stop on the colder tires till the new drivers get a little bit of catch and release with the wheel there. Probably tires aren't up to temperature yet, and driver just getting in, getting a feel, kind of seeing what the conditions are. This should be Premium dudes right there. You really see the car sail, and he kind of pitched the car down into the corner and let it set. And the nice thing with the way those BMWs work, you can just kind of get them put into the corner, get it planted on that right or left rear, and then you just give it a little bit of throttle. It squats down, and it lets you know she's ready to go, and you can start applying more power and open that wheel up and really take advantage of straightaways.
He's swinging that thing around the track.
He is.
It's a really fun car to drive, and considering the damage that they had yesterday, to see it out there doing that well and handling that well, anytime you take a shunt like that, it can really upset the car's balance and the way that it works through the corners. Maybe it's better. I don't know, but it's working really well out there on the racetrack right now.
But again, we've talked about that's a very experienced team that has run in Champ Car for quite some time. I mean, the adversity they had to overcome after yesterday's race, it's proof that they know how to adapt and overcome. On board with him, see him working through that outer loop or carousel section as he heads toward turn 6. Here's what we're talking about. See, you turn in, and the racetrack kind of goes away from you a little bit, and then you'll get a little bit of banking back as you'll come through the corner. You saw him really late on the brakes trying to work around the lap traffic, but he didn't really have the racetrack to work with. He just had the tire. Now he's got the banking to work with as he goes uphill. He can really get back to that power a little bit quicker. You kind of just have to try to open the wheel up and roll back into it as quick as you can, but it really does require a late turn in and a straight exit to get the most out of turn 7, but it's hard because you want to let the car take the settle, but you know you need to get back to it to get up that hill. So it's fine. You're walking that vicious tightrope to make it work properly for you.
Premium dudes now in 12th place. They've turned 35 laps so far today. The leader working lap 38. And that's Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 41.
So real quick, Paulie, while we got a minute now that everybody's kind of back in single file, let's run through our class leaders and keep our dedicated fan base. Thank you guys so much for everybody that's tuning in and staying with us today, as today is the greatest day in motorsports, and thank you for adding us to your calendar and adding us to your checklist of that. EC Tomlinson Motorsport continues to lead the EC division over Open Throttle Racing in the number 66. That battle is getting very tight in that EC division. We're going to need to keep an eye on that. Rockwell Autosport in the number 41 is out front right now, leading overall for the C class and the race. Parts Badger in fifth overall, and in the B class leader, there in the top 5. Wilson Daly snuck up there. I just saw their name. Team Weiser Blitz is up in the top 10 as well. But for F class, Specs continues to dominate the show in F class as they're the F class leader. Crazy Horse continues to lead in the D class with their 93 Ford Mustang. Switched Racing, they were in contention yesterday. Team Z, we talked a lot about them. So it looks like we're got a pretty healthy group here as we approach 2 hours. Looks like Specs is about a 1 lap up on Boston Winers. That could change. Looks like the last lap was about a 2:24 for those guys. Tomlinson with a 3:04.13 last lap. In the 48, Open Throttle with a 2:21 and change, chasing them down. Red Baron racing in the 9:32, a couple laps off of them. Only about 8.5 seconds separate the first two in EC, so we'll be sure to keep on that. Wow, 2:11.42 best lap for Tomlinson. Those guys came to play today.
So it's Rockwell Autosport Development leading 1-2. Looks like they're in first and second place if you pull the EC cars out. Remember, EC cars do not qualify for a podium position, so they will actually be scored separately from the rest of the class cars at the end of the race. So that means Rockwell Autosport Development leads 1-2, Parts Badger in third, Wilson Daly in fourth, Shut Up Racing in fifth, Hurry and Trade is sixth, then it's Team Weiser Blitz in seventh, Team Salem Mustard in eighth. Open Throttle Racing behind them, then it's Equip Octane and Gorilla Sticker rounding out the top 10. The CU Boulder has brought their machine back behind the wall again. And a look from Les's camera down there on the wall. You see the cars coming at you here.
Such a cool shot right there of these guys that you can see them really rolling down the front stretch. You can see on the wall, those are the brake markers just off to our right, driver's left, and that's that downhill section as he's toward the front end of the pit road. You really see the guys carrying speed, and you may see right there, you saw a few of the noses dive in these cars as they get the cars slowed down and prepared for that 90-degree turn one. Looks like Tomlinson is in the pits, Paulie. Looks like they're back in. They were just in a little bit ago. Not sure. I thought they had made a pit stop. Not sure if something happened. We'll have to see if we can get less is more on that when he gets a chance. You can really hear the cars decelerating. You can hear the downshifts, the drivers getting the cars settled going into the corner. Nice out-braking maneuver there by the Mini Cooper on an opposing. That might be Prefect Racing. I'm not sure. It looked like from we have a few cars with that same color schema. Salins, and that looked like Team Weiser Blitz right there as well. So cool. So Les, the tent he's at, that is the pit out tent. So you'll check in there once your 5 minutes is up if you took fuel, or if you were just coming in for a stop, you just check in with the marshal there, let them know no fuel if you didn't take any, and then as long as you're safe, and they'll do a courtesy check on your belts and your Hans, make sure you're good to go. Here we go. There's the My Races Live guys again. Winning, checking back in to head back into the fight, I believe.
Yep, they're rolling to pit out now. They'll drop off their clock and check that wristband. He said no fuel, so they're just going to take the clock and release them if they're using the clocks today. I don't know.
They've been trying to get away from the clocks fully. I think they're just trying to use them to kick off the weekend, but if the Flagtronics is up and running, I believe that they're pretty much fully reliant on Flagtronics at this point. It's been very reliable. I know the last 3 or 4 races that I've done in the seat, Flagtronics has been on its game. They've accurately had it rolling, and it really is good, and it's a nice reference tool to where you don't have to worry about that egg timer anymore.
Yeah, Irwin's in the car, pointing to his, saying thumbs up with his in-ears. Looks like they're working through their comm system, how they're using that.
May just be doing some verification checks. I just heard Claire chime up on the radio there. May just making sure that he can hear. They can see his hands because they're watching our feed, but they have their own feed going in their pit stall. So just going through all the checks and balances as he's following one of the Boxsters right here. Let's see if he tries to go with him. He may try to. Rockwell pokes the hole here on one of those Miatas. Yes, he is going to go with him. That was the 6:14 entry. Nice job right there. That's what I talked about yesterday a couple times, about working the traffic, letting those cars just kind of guide you through. Same thing here. He's going to, Rockwell poke the hole. He's going to go with him. He may get caught up with the Mustang here if he's got the legs. Now, if he crosses over, which he just did beautifully right there, one of the Miatas got a little loose, but he stays in line. He might be able to split the middle right here and be the meat in the sandwich. Nice job. He might have just gotten a bit of a bump draft there. or he just snatched it in gear and that thing's got more torque than we know what to do with.
Yeah, his wreck car is quick coming out of the hole there, and this is on his outlap too, so the tires are a little bit cold, not the best grip. He was going down around the inside, going through 6 there, and was able to follow the Porsche through some of that traffic.
He seemed very excited. Like I said, I talked to him a little bit. He really seemed optimistic about the weekend, seemed very excited. I think with everything they went through at Daytona, I think they felt that the Honda would perform well up here where it wasn't as much straight line. There were some elevation changes and technicality to Watkins Glen. I think they felt that the Honda would complement really well up here, and it's showing true.
All right, so we've reached the top of the hour here, folks. Check this out. 5 hours of continuous endurance road racing still remain. I say continuous because we're not stopping. It's endurance road racing at its finest. The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, folks. Back here at Watkins Glen International under green, and the sun is coming out as well, with Rockwell Autosport Development leading over Wilson Daily Racing. Parts Badger is in third now. Shut Up Racing in fourth, yesterday's third place winner. Team Salem Mustard is in fifth. Then it's Equip Octane, Rockwell Autosport Development in eighth. As we've had some of these cars in the top 10 have been in the pits twice. Equip Octane and the EC car of Tomlinson Motorsports has, but the rest of these cars in the top 10 have only made one pit stop, according to my data. So there. I hope that's helpful information for you. I don't know. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday and beginning of the new week coming up. The weather has improved a great deal, so we know our teams are really enjoying this weekend much better now than they were yesterday. And the temperatures are in those 60-degree range, so it's pretty comfortable out there. We are bundled up a little bit, even up here in the towers. You see the cars using all the racetrack at the exit of turn 10 as they head into 11.
Such a cool shot right there. As you see the cars transition back to the front straightaway as they come up out of 11. Really see the BMW right there. I think that's north by northeast. It looked like just leaned in there. Coming up out of the corner here, as you can see, that was just one of the Rossmar Millhawk, the 78 car. Then we have Team Salen's right there. A few of the entries. Really looking at that, back on board with premium dudes. As you can see them, they're going to outbreak. It looks like that might be Luce Brothers Motorsports right there. As they're coming up the hill here, bringing the car back to the left side. Whoop, having to make an evasive move to get by some lap traffic right there, but nicely executed as well.
We have a bad unit,
So it looks like he's going to work through that, turned into turn 8 right here, chasing down one of the BMWs up front. I think they're having to play a little bit of catch-up here after the pit stop. Didn't have the one I think they wanted. Waving, letting some traffic get by there through turn 9 as they come back up onto NASCAR Straight. And they've worked themselves back up into the 9th position. Looks like they're about 6th in the 8th position. Looks like they're about 6th in class right now.
All right, so we do have an announcement we want to pass along to everybody. We are having an issue with Flagtronics in between turns 7 and 8. And so you're going to see the displays are cycling a little bit in that area between, I think, a black and white and then back to green. and the handheld is not working over there. So officials are on their way over there now to resolve that issue. So again, we're having an issue with the Flagtronics system over there between turns 7 and 8. And so we just noticed it here, verified it here as we were on board with Premium Dudes. And officials are working on that as we speak.
So, unfortunately, sometimes you get some of those hiccups. Sometimes signal at Watkins Glen can get a little bit goofy. With some of the airports not too far there. It was got a little close there. One of the Miatas, Rockwell, trying to dispense us some traffic.
Parts Badger still at work out here, trying to get back up to the pointy end of the field.
Just got by the MDR, the Boxster for MDR Motorsports, and it looks like that is Team Weiser Blitz in front of them.
Yep, and quickly dispatches them without any effort whatsoever as he grabs high gear there and heads down into turn number 1. We'll go on board with the Rockwell Autosport Development Team, the one they have labeled as car number 12.
That is your race leader, though.
Excellent.
So as you can see, chasing down one of the Mini Coopers right there. That might be our buddies at Red Barn Racing. I'm not sure. Yeah. We'll have to see as it gets a little bit closer. We had a camera in their car yesterday. Thank you to Pat Faults and the guys for letting us hang on and party with you guys yesterday during the 7-hour. See Rockwell just taking their time right there. They know they got some pretty solid legs there on the straightaway. Get a good run out of 11 here. Use a little bit of curb. And they know there's not a really big sense of urgency there. They got a little bit of a gap on Wilson Daly, but no sense in doing something crazy. As you see right there, they just dove in, got by Red Barn Racing's entry there, and back rolling, straddle that curb, slinging that motor up high up into the power band, and then shift.
Yeah, cars that are really on the move right now that we want to keep an eye on. Premium Dudes is really slinging that BMW around. 2:14, their fastest lap time. They're doing 2:18s. A lot of these cars are in these 2:16, 2:17, 2:18 time frames right now, as well as the Equip team. But Premium Dudes is on the move. The Mustard team also in the 943 in 5th place. Another car we want to keep an eye on. They just turned in a 2:14 on that last lap, and a 2:14 is their fastest lap time, and then they just cranked out another 2:14. So very consistent lap times, very fast. I think I might know who's in the race car right now. that sounds indicative of a particular driver that we all know and love.
Absolutely.
So he's slinging that Mustard car around, slinging mustard.
Oh yeah.
And watch for him to be moving up through the field. 18 seconds the gap now to Shut Up Racing for 4th place, for the Team Salem Mustard car to move up. And then Parts Badger just turned in a 2:18 on that last lap, 2:15 for Wilson Daly there in 2nd place. So, definitely some cars on the move here, and some relatively close gaps, north by northeast, just 6.5 seconds outside of JS Motorsports there in 10th place.
While you were giving that rundown there, Paulie, Rockwell, for the last, say about a portion of this lap, they got caught up on the entry of getting into the inner loop and the bus stop behind one of the BMWs, really had to pedal it quite a bit, and they've been having to navigate some traffic. I don't think these boys are just laying over for those guys today. They're having to work through it a little bit, but there's races going all over this racetrack, and while it is courtesy to lay over for the leader, you don't have to. Yeah, you may get that passing flag, but you have a race to win within yourself and race, and you want to make sure you're abiding by that. But at the same time, too, you also don't want to give up a lot of time. So looks like Rockwell's going to have to put in some overtime to get by some of these cars.
Yeah, I'm starting to see more of the cloud cover come in now. As you can see, there are a few spots where the blue is peeking through, but we've got some pretty heavy clouds hanging over the racetrack in certain areas of the track, and although we're not really calling for rain, last time I checked for the weather, it looks like Kyle's going to jump on his weather app and check that out. Rockwell Autosport Development now.
See, once again, Rockwell, they really need to, they're diving into the corner and they're having to pedal the car more than necessary. They're really fighting a lot of this traffic unnecessarily. They need to try to anticipate it a little bit better. Being the race leader, just
sometimes slower is better, right?
Right. Well, just back your entry up a little bit. Get them off the corner. You know that's the tendency at Watkins Glen. These guys are pretty experienced. They know the deal. But instead of trying to dive it so hard into the corner, give yourself the advantage. Don't pin yourself in. That was 2 laps in a row, and you're just giving Wilson Daly an opportunity to close in that 54-second lead.
Right. You can break a little bit sooner, get a better run, and a real shot at passing that driver up ahead of you, heading down into the next corner.
So from what we're looking at, Paulie, it's going to be pretty much mostly cloudy for the rest of the day. Should be about mid to high 50s. We may crack 60 degrees, but we'll see with the cloud cover. 45% chance of precipitation, but that's not there till about 5 or 6 o'clock. Of course, right around the time we're cleaning up our electrical equipment, that it's going to start raining, because we all know that mixes in very, very well. But either way, for the competitors, it looks like it's going to be a pretty dry race today. So that should invite some really, really good competition.
All right.
So looking at our gaps really quickly, Rockwell is up by about 54 and change on Wilson Daly. And Wilson Daly is then up on the B-class leader and the third place overall by about, it just went away there. About 33 and change over those guys. And then Shut Up Racing is in 4th place, about 12 seconds back. And then an additional 10 seconds back to the Slinging Mustard Porsche Boxster of the 943. And then the B-class Equip Octane entry. Those guys have been strong all weekend. In 4th, 5th, and 6th, they've gained 45 spots, 84 spots, and 52 spots so far. So, and then Wilson Daly's gained 45 spots. So, lots of positions gained by a lot of our top runners so far. They've really kind of had to come from the back, but with that inversion based on the start, that really makes it, a lot of things to deal with right there. So nice job getting through it. Rockwell going to roll the left side on these guys, get by. Nice job of executing that. That worked out much better for them. They worked it out, getting out of the corner, and were able to clear that and keep going. See back on board with Running Bulls. Mike Bull's in the car right now as he gets through turn 1 right there.
That's always good to see that, we got our teams that have had a difficult day managed to get themselves back on the racetrack, including Luce Brothers and their Miata. And you could definitely see that the clouds are coming in. It's affecting our cameras. Some of these feeds are looking quite a bit darker than others. As we're on board with the Balthasar Motorworks team. Also sending a feed today. It's like Bill in the car right now. We were watching them yesterday and found themselves up towards the front of the field. And we've also got a feed from the Sennhauser Racing team. Looks like they're, I'm trying to get an idea. Looks like their gap, they're 9 laps back from P1. So it looks like they're not having the best of days.
But they're only a little less than 50 seconds back of the next position ahead of them. So it looks like Cameron's going to continue to power forward, and they can try to make up some ground.
There's always hope. As Doc would say, there's hope springs eternal.
Are you telling me there's always a chance?
So there's a chance.
So that you're telling me there's a chance.
There's a chance. 11:18 local time. Checkered flags at 4 o'clock. We went green at 9 a.m. this morning. As the Embracing.AI BMW from Open Throttle Racing comes down through turn 7 and heads back up the hill. I'm getting the same as, We're going through our lunch menu here, trying to figure out what we're going to eat. Embracing.AI coming down into turn number 8, and then heading up the hill towards turn number 9. This is a fun part of the racetrack.
Oh, yeah. a lot of elevation change, and then as you see the open throttle Embracing.AI car going by there, you really, like we talked about yesterday, you really have to be careful as you come up through there. You're carrying a lot of speed. You want to kind of brake a little bit early, but you want to get the car slowed down, turn in a little bit late, and then try to get to the power, but you have to manage it as you open the wheel, not do it too soon so you don't end up going for a ride, either pushing out into the guardrail or on going for an unnecessary loop. And it invites you to do that because you really don't have much to lean on right there. Back on board with Premium Dudes and their BMW as they're coming up out of turn 7. Headed to turn 8, see that you come up over the crest, and then you start to go downhill into that section. We'll ride on board with them, and we'll show you what we're talking about. Taking that little bit of entry right there, using a little bit of curb, just using that to help that thing turn. Got pointed right at the flag stand, optimal exit, then getting it slowed down, taking a little bit of a wide entry, just like I said. You got to chase the wheel a little bit right there. You're only leaning on however much tire you've got, and if you overstep it, you're going to have to chase the wheel a bit. So you're walking that tightrope, and then a good run through 10, a little bit of curb right there back to the left, brake a little early, turn in, clip that apex, you used a little bit of curb, and then back to the power, a little bit of curb there, all the way up and down the front straightaway to complete another lap.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. We'll check in with some of the other teams. This is the Race Right Silver Bullet Mazda Miata team here this weekend. And I'll get that nomenclature down a little bit so we can see some of those stats. That's one of the advantages of running with MyRaces.Live is you get all of that information about where the car is in the field.
So they're a lap off the P1 in their class. They're about a lap behind the next one in class, and they're a lap ahead. Looks like we're going to a red flag condition here, folks.
Yep, red flag, which will bring the field to a halt. Now, what happens here is once he sees the red flag indicator on Flagtronics, they will see that they need to come to a stop safely on the racetrack. So he's calling into everybody red flag, and you see he's not jamming on the brakes, slamming on the brakes, but the thing to do is to move over to the side of the racetrack and basically just park it over there.
You don't want to create stop.
Yeah, and you don't want to create another accident. You don't want somebody pounding into the back of your car because you stopped too suddenly. So you just want a nice, controlled, safe stop on the racetrack while the officials have a chance to get to where they need to get to take care of one of our friends that's in trouble. All right, so with that, we've got emergency crews heading out to the site. CU Boulder is still working. Go ahead. Les is having a little bit of trouble with his camera.
Folks, we're going silent here for just a moment. We are mixed in with race control. We want to make sure that there's not any faulty calls. We want to make sure that nothing gets out over the airwaves here, just out of respect for race control while they do their thing. As we get updates, we will be sure to update you. You see everybody is checking right now. They're just in the cars under red flag. So they bring these cars to a controlled stop. They'll sit there. They can still have radio communication with their team. All work on all cars must stop under the red flag condition, regardless if you're in the paddock or not. So if we suddenly go silent, we're just doing that out of respect for race control. So just bear with us here for a couple moments, and we'll try to get you an update as quickly as possible. Tomlinson Motorsports still leading your EC division. Rockwell Autosport, your overall leader and C-Class leader. Parts Badger, your B-Class leader over for that. And then your A-Class leader right now currently is JS Motorsports in the 378. The D-Class leader is Team Z. And then your F-Class leader is still Specs. But hold tight real quick. We're waiting to hear. So we're still waiting for the call here, folks, as we're on board with Tooth Autosport and Winning hanging out there just at the top end of the S's. Looks. So there may be a little bit of communication there, Claire, letting Winning know what's going on based on what they're seeing down on pit road. They're just trying to get an indication of how long it's going to be because depending on the cooling systems in these cars and how these work, he's kind of butted up right up against that Miata, so I'm sure they're probably looking at it as, hey, how long am I going to be sitting here? I'm concerned about getting air to this thing to get it cooled off. Currently sitting in the 8th position in class, 44th in the overall position.
We could talk about James Beach, the James Beach effect.
We're still waiting on final confirmation of the car involved in the red flag. From what we're hearing, they think they have the driver out of the car. We don't have any reports other than that at this point. So once we get a little bit more information, we'll be sure to share it with everybody. Thank you for your patience with this. We appreciate it. Again, we're doing this out of respect for those involved in the incident. We don't want to speculate anything unnecessarily, and we're not really showing anything just out of respect for those involved. So just a courtesy we like to pay so the safety team can do their thing, and we don't create unnecessary worry for family members or any of those watching in case anyone was involved. So our man Less is More is down there in the pits working on getting some interviews and going to try to find out what's going on with some of the folks. We think he's going to go talk to the Wilson Daily guys. That's what we thought we heard over the radio.
Oh, cool. We're right there on the wrong side of the That sucks. Gosh, dang it. Yeah. I mean, he could probably turn it in if cut it real hard. That's not. I'll unplug the microphone. It'll be fine. Well, it looks like you guys found yourselves in a pretty fortunate position, you know. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Let's see.
We gotta see where we are on the track. The bus stop.
Oh, entering turn 5. Yeah. You guys might have better track position for.
Would you guys like to talk about the Wilson Daily? Yeah.
Brad, you want to talk about Wilson Daily?
Come on.
Right now, I don't. Yeah, he's getting in the car next.
Oh, he's getting right in the car next.
Yeah,
so well, that's the guy right there. You guys will view at home. He's live right now, just so you know. Right. You're famous already. Yeah.
Well, great. We're just hoping the weather holds off. It's been nice this morning, and yeah,
excellent.
Having fun.
Yeah. I look forward to giving you guys after race interviews such as Daytona. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of views for that one for sure.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun there too.
Heck yeah. Well, yeah, you guys run a strong competitive race. So being consistent, keeping it clean.
That's the name of the game.
Yeah. Heck yeah. I can tell the nerves are up. I'll leave you alone, man. I'll leave you alone. I'll be back soon. He didn't want to say too many words. It doesn't look like he wants to jinx it too much. So back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thanks, Les. Appreciate you doing that. Yeah, Les Epps down in the pit stairs just getting a word from some of the teams. And as we're under a red flag condition here, just waiting for trucks to return so we can get the field going again.
Hello. You guys staying warm?
Yeah.
4 layers. 4 layers. Well,
you got some on.
I definitely have my heated jacket on right now too, so it definitely looks a little bit better than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's a good time. How you guys running today?
Good. Yeah, pretty well.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Sport.
Yeah.
First pit stop went well, under safety car, and basically within our pit window. So we're pretty happy with where we are. I think we started around 60th or 70th, and running the 28-4th last I checked. So running pretty well, and about as good as we would expect to do. So pretty good result today after breaking yesterday.
Well, you know, racing giveth and racing taketh away.
Well, yeah, so yesterday, so we're hoping it'll give it
right?
today.
That plus interest, right?
Exactly.
I'll let you guys get to it. I'll talk to you soon. What's going on? Care to say a few things about your race so far?
Yeah, we're doing okay.
Heck yeah.
Still together.
Without no rain. I love it.
It was awful yesterday, right?
This is
concur. Beautiful today. I'll drink to that.
I'll drink to that too, sir. You guys are running the Mustang, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. That seems to be like almost an unconventional car for some people would think, you know, because everyone's like to online next to say the BMW and Miata show. But
if you look at the age of us, we're Mustang guys. We're 20 years younger, probably BMW and Miata. So.
Well, the car seems like it holds up pretty good. It seems like you guys put a lot of work into it to keep it. It's my lock rule.
All right, tell him to put us on.
Oh, no, you're on right now.
We're on, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're live right now.
To be on TV, right? Oh, boy.
You asked for it, buddy. You're on.
1995.
Running up, it's brand new, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
We had 2 cars. We were going to bring our SVO Mustang, but we couldn't get it running right, so we jumped in with Tom. Tom was driving more his Mustang.
Correct my memory if I'm wrong. The SVO was the 4-cylinder turbo one?
4-cylinder turbo, yep.
Okay.
It's been here before. Last couple times there's some engine trouble. Just can't seem to get under control, but the great car when it runs.
Good.
We had no luck, so when it runs. Took a V8 one instead.
All right, folks. So with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Let's get split up pretty soon here, and we'll get back to some racing.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks, Les. Appreciate you doing that. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're back up and rolling again here on the racetrack as we're under caution, and that's normal. We will go from a red flag. We never will go from red to green. We'll go from a red to a yellow to get the field circulating again. Typically, they pick it up with the pace car. They'll pick up the leader and go from there, and then the pace car will come in, and we'll go back to green. So it'll take a little bit more time than normal, because they need to get the pace car in. So I'm making a lot of presumptions here. I haven't seen the pace car just yet, but that's usually what happens at the end of a red.
Looks like one of our BMW entries is just coming into the pits there. I'm wondering if that was the car that was involved in that incident post bus stop interloop area a little bit earlier. It looked like same color. I wasn't sure about the number.
But while they're working on getting the field back up to racing speed, Kyle, we've got a guest in the studio.
We do. Mr. Keith Long from Switched Racing, the D-Class Mustang. Keith, welcome to ChampCar.Live.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm happy to be up here.
Awesome. So you guys, for a little bit from what we said, is we're the college guys. Looks like they busted out. They're coming back out to join us.
Yeah.
You guys are relatively new to Champ Car, you were telling me?
Yeah, so we just started this car racing last year. First race was at Mid-Ohio.
Okay.
Most of our team is new. I've been around Champ since about 2013. I used to run with Motorcrap. We started that team out in the Midwest.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, they still run. They run a Thunderbird now.
Okay, well, you guys are at Road America like every time we go there.
That's a home track, and so
Okay.
we raced a lot of Road America and a lot of Brainerd when that was still on the clock.
I love that car.
And then ran with the Miata team, 50 Shades of Blue. We ran that with Champ Car and WRL, and then we started this team a couple years ago, and then our first race was last Mid Ohio.
So how did that go for you? You guys, did you do any other of the opposing series prior to coming to Champ Car?
These guys know. So I have met the teammates. It's me, Nick, and Sean all own the team, and then we usually have a renter. And then we all have very dedicated, very fast Mustang. We're all Mustang guys.
Okay.
Because we don't know any better. And we all have very fast, dedicated track cars. We all have, actually, each of us own 2 different Mustangs. I have an 85 that makes a lot of power. Nick's got, I think it's a 90-91. He's got a Fox body. He makes another really well-built aluminum block 351 base motor. And then Sean's got a couple new edges. It's a 01 Cobra with a Coyote swap. All very fast. We've all met through that, through a Facebook group, and eventually, gotten talking to getting in the Champ Car team. We found this car almost done, finished it. We had our main sponsor, Guerrilla Motorsports. They did most of the job or most of the work there. He's pretty much built the car more or less from the ground up because we had to change a lot of things. And he's another big Mustang guy. He owns a shop out in North Carolina, and we went racing, built the car, went racing with we got a lot of knowledge, know-how, experience with this platform, and so we know how to find it and get drive it, find how to make it fast, and so far last.
Well, that's the important thing. I mean, the first rule of finish. First, you must forget what is it, Paulie? The saying to finish first. First, you must finish.
Yeah.
There it is.
That was our kind of our motto for Mid Ohio, because I think at the second day we were actually the only D-class car to finish, and that was kind of what we said: to finish first you must have to finish.
As we are back looks like we are back green flag racing here at Watkins Glen International for the Embracing.AI double down here at the Glen. Keith Long joining us here in the booth from Switched Racing. Right now in the D-Class. Keith, you guys had a great day yesterday. You guys were contending. Right now you're second in D-Class. You were consistent top 3 yesterday, in contention for a class victory. Solid in the overall as well, about top 30, top 40. How is this your first? Obviously, you guys just started. Is this your all's first trip to Watkins Glen?
Yeah, first time we've gotten here. We kind of figured the car would do well here. It was built, like I said, it was built by Guerrilla Motorsports. It was built. We kind of compare it to a big Miata because the car is completely bone stock motor. It doesn't make much power. I mean, if you know enough about these, this generation makes. I mean, we're making maybe 190, 200 to the wheel at most.
Okay.
But we spent all the points and suspension and aero. The car is extremely neutral. It's easy. It's predictable to drive. My problem is there's more to it than I even realize most of the time when I'm driving it. And the car just goes. And in this track, the way this track flows, like it's great. It runs great. You never feel out of control, even how hard you push it. I put in a few, so I was in it at the final, and I knew that Corvette was running us down, and basically our goal was to shoot for 220s, and 220s in that car in traffic can be a bit of a handful. So I was doing everything I could to try to get through traffic as fast as I could, not let it slow me down.
It looks like you got a good run on one of the cars here. Nice job out braking, getting into the bus stop. Who's in the car right now as he's trying to get by that MDR Boxster?
Right now, this is our friend Timmy. He's our renter. He's first endurance racing experience, first Champ Car. He races in NASA and CMC.
Okay.
He's got a 01 Mach 1 that he races in CMC. So we tagged
Nice
him
move
to
right
ask
there.
him to race, and yeah, this is his first. He was talking about this, the longest he's ever been in the car for a stint.
Yeah, it's always when you get some of those guys that come from more of the sprint racing background and they get into Champ Car, they go, wow, 2 hours is longer than I thought about. And
Yeah.
it really is. You're in there. You're not only just physically taxed, you're mentally taxed. Because like right here, we just saw in this shot, in the last couple shots, he had to really work his way through traffic.
Yeah.
And I like what you're talking about with the neutrality of the car. It really allows him to make those evasive maneuvers where you don't have to worry about the back end stepping out. It doesn't have a ton of horsepower, which allows him to understand the predictability of the car, where if he needs to make that move, he doesn't risk, spinning the tires. And it seems like, to your point, it's very easy to drive, but it's very nimble for these cars, because we know sometimes those Mustangs are not always the most nimble.
Yep.
Have you guys found that that's part of what makes it easy to drive, is there's like a nimble nature to the car to get around Watkins Glen?
Yeah, the car is just, it's impressive that it always does what you ask of it. And that, what I'm alluding to is that I get into situations where I need the car to do a bit more than I think it's going to do, and it just does it. And the car, it's so well balanced. It just sticks to the road. It's predictable. It's honestly, it's a Mustang. It's hard to get it to oversteer to how it's set up, but it doesn't push that bad. Like, it really don't. Like I said, it's neutral. It doesn't push much. It's hard to get it to step out on you.
And that's good, and that's what you need. You don't want a car that you're chasing where you're wearing out your rear tires all the time, but also to where you're not pushing to where then you risk getting, going off track too much. So it sounds like there's a well-pronounced balance in the car. So as far as your 2025 season, is this your first race of the year?
This is the first race of the year.
Okay. What's next on the docket?
The plan, I think, right now, tentatively, is doing Road America in the fall.
Okay.
We're all, obviously people are busy. We have busy schedules. We have our own cars. We have other track days, just HPD days we do with our own cars. But the car's coming back to me to Wisconsin, so it's going to be in position for Road America hopefully in October. But we still have to figure out for sure. We might try to do something else, but right now, tentatively, that's going to be our next bet is that. And that's going to be a challenge for this car because it's such a big track, more power track.
Well, I'm sure you guys will do well up there. There's some technicality to Road America as well. Yeah, there's a lot of straightaway, but I think this will give you guys a good baseline going there. A lot of teams seem to be that are successful here at Watkins Glen seem to go up to Road America and kind of understand it. And they go, okay, yeah, we might lag a little on the straightaways. Same song and dance you'll hear at Daytona, but yet when they get to the back part of the course, the car will really fly because you can carry that with the neutral setup through the corners where a lot of guys have to wait for it to take that set. You guys can just put the power down and roll. So I'm sure that'll do well. So as far, it looks like, and by the way, last time through, Timmy's only about less than 9 seconds off of Team Z. So he is mowing through traffic exceptionally well, really got his eyes up and ahead and just really dissecting. You can tell his background in the sprint racing is really helping him there. He's really feeding off the traffic. Right here, you can see that Miata's poked the hole. If he can get to the power there, a little bit of catch and release with the wheel, he's going to get a good run out of 9, going to go to the left and dispense of the traffic. And looks like you guys have a shot at some class victory today.
Yeah, we're hoping. That's what we're trying our best for. Yeah, Timmy's surprised. I mean, I shouldn't say he's surprised us because it sounds bad. He's doing great. He came into this car blind this week, has never driven it.
Surprising he's doing well, not knowing, not being in the car.
Well, and also to add on to that, he was in the second stint yesterday, which was probably the rainiest stint. And so he was in a new track, fairly new car. He got a little bit of time on Friday, but fairly new car, new track, new experience in the wet. And
Doesn't that just make you sick?
He killed it.
Isn't that disgusting?
And then he got in the car just a little bit ago. We see these grayer clouds moving in. It's like the race gods hate this guy. It's going to start raining when he's in. I mean, luckily it hasn't yet.
So far, it looks like the forecast is good, but
fingers
sometimes
crossed.
Those weather guys, they predict you, but it looks like it's going well. So real quick, we don't want to hold you up too much. We know you got to get back down and be with your team. So obviously looking at Road America, possibly one or two more. Who do we need to thank, and how do they get a hold of you guys to find out more about Switched Racing and what makes this program go round?
So again, we have a Facebook page, Switched Racing. Same with our YouTube channel. It's where you can get our feed. But yeah, the biggest thing is this Guerrilla Motorsports. He's an active duty military member. He's an active duty Green Beret, hence the name Guerrilla Motorsports. He's got a shop out in Shannon, North Carolina, just outside of Fayetteville. He's a chassis builder, works all sorts. He's kind of specialized. He's a Mustang guy too, but he works all sorts of things. He built our cage. He set the car up basically from the ground up. He's done an immense amount of work to the car. He's a great guy, very sharp, very smart. Very approachable. He goes out of his way above and beyond to help out grassroots guys. One of the things I get out of him about him, and I give him a lot of crap, is that he's a shop. He's for profit, but he doesn't. I always give him crap. He doesn't charge enough. Yeah. I know that sounds like a plug, but no, you'd ask him. I'm always giving him a hard time for that. But yeah, Guerrilla Motorsports. You can see him on Instagram and Facebook. Chris is the owner operator. He's phenomenal, great guy, and he's the way the car is, how well it drives is all a testament to him. It's amazing what he's been able to pull out, make this Mustang drive and handle this way. I've driven a lot of Mustangs, Champ cars, non-Champ cars, and this thing, it's just easy to drive, which is saying a lot for this platform.
Well, it looks like you guys are having a great day. In a mix there with some sea traffic. Timmy's doing a great job. When is your stint? You said about 12:30?
I'm next. Yeah,
okay,
I'm going
cool.
in about 12:35. We're able to run about an hour and 45 on our fuel endurance.
Okay.
Give or take, but that's what we're shooting for. That's our pit window. So I'll go in there, and then it's about 2:20-ish, 2:15-ish. And then our last driver, Sean, he's out of Charlotte. Charleston. He's going in to finish up the day for us, bring us a checker. So
awesome. Well, we're going to wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you for coming up to join us.
Yeah,
we'll let you get down there and get mentally ready for your stunt. Keith Long from Switch Racing, everybody. Second in D class right now, and Timmy is chasing down the class leader. Have a good one, man.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thank you.
So we're still on board with Timmy here as he's headed into the inner loop bus stop section right behind us, some traffic. Doing a nice job of just anticipating the closing rate right there. He's going to try to get a hole right here. Oh, going to go 3 wide. Nice move right there. Beautiful move through there. Got the crossover, got done. Looks like he may be able to get this cleared. May have somebody to his left. I see him kind of looking a little bit. Nope, looks like he's clear getting in. Hear those tires screaming that they're tired of working that hard. But that's normal. That means you're right at that limit. So let's get back to our race at hand here. Tomlinson Motorsports is still leading the EC division. Paulie just wanted to highlight something.
Well, it's just Rockwell Autosport Development still leads this race. Wilson Daly there in second place, back 25 seconds. Then it's the Team Salem Mustard car still trying to gain ground on Wilson Daly. There's a 2:14 just to get that done. Just chopped another second off of that gap from the Wilson Daly machine. Shut Up Racing there in fourth place. Then it's Parts Badger back just 9 seconds from them. Still trying to get that Miata back to the front. Premium Dudes still cranking out really good lap times. Another 2:14 from the BMW team there in sixth place. Equip Octane behind them in seventh. Just 3.6 seconds the gap. So some close, tight racing going on the racetrack right now, up at the front of the pack, and these guys are turning in some amazing lap times out there. As we're on board with the leader here, Rockwell Autosport Development. So hope you folks can chime in. Let us know what you're working on this weekend, how things are going, and what track are you planning on getting to? I'm betting that Timothy has got Road America in his crosshairs.
I have a feeling.
But what about some of you other guys? Tell us how your car's doing, Timothy, and some of the other guys who are listening in and watching on the show. My bet is some of you watching the program are in the process of working on your project right now.
If you don't, you need to probably go get a mount from one of your local stores like a Wally World or a Menards. Get it hung up in the wall of your shop. Get it up there, get some internet run to it or good Wi-Fi, and tune into Champ Car while you're turning wrenches on the car.
We're on with the less is more cam here, and I've been watching him. He's made it to where is he?
That is up the hill. That is the grandstand, I believe. Or no, he is in one of the. He's in. I believe that's one of the hospitality areas they use here for some of the pro weekends. That is coming up the hill from out of turn 1 at the 90 degree, up the hill through turn 2, and then you really see them climb and gain speed as they go up the hill. And it's a good view to really watch the changes in direction on the racetrack as they work through the S's and gain speed and get up through the gearbox as they head toward the inner loop and bus stop section. So that's a great view. Always popular when you come for the other races to be able to watch races and really see, and it gives you an understanding of just the elevation here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, so Les made the big journey to head over there so he could show us this shot. Pretty cool. There's a lot of great places to watch around Watkins Glen, several areas where there's some really great stands. You can see some of the stands to the left there as the cars come through turn 1 into turn 2.
lots of places to observe the racing here at Watkins Glen International. Hello, Erwin.
I just threw the link to the track website in there as well. So if you guys are interested in coming out, want to learn a little bit more about Watkins Glen as a whole and what is hosted here, there's other divisions that run here outside of Champ Car. If you're interested in coming out, while Champ Car is not a spectator series, you can get a weekend membership the next time we show up, or even if you want to come out for the final hours today, you can get a weekend membership, hang out and watch and just soak in some motorsports on the greatest day of motorsports, of course. But check it out, and if you're interested in driving Watkins Glen, they have a Drive to Glen opportunity, I think, where you can bring your street car. I'm not sure of all the rules. It's obviously under a very, very controlled situation, but you could experience it and really see what this place has to offer. I'm not sure if it's the short course that goes to the NASCAR straight or if it's our current long configuration we're running, but give them a call and go from there. We appreciate that, Erwin. We really do appreciate that little tidbit right there.
They still got you in the car, Erwin, by the way. So somehow
that would probably be Claire or Trevor or somebody else down there. So, but we appreciate it nevertheless. Last lap for Erwinning 2:19.2 as he a little bit of traffic going by there, but 7th in the EC class, 36th in that overall, and still chugging along. Looks like these guys are, if everything can hold true, they're in for a good day. We are approaching the 3-hour mark here, Paulie, so let's do another update and keep our faithful fans and followers. Nice pass right there on that exit.
Before we do that, let me just point out this team and Erwin that we're talking to in the chat is part of his husband, and he's the husband and wife, part of the husband and wife team that pilots the MyRaces.Live website that's become so wildly popular now, as more and more teams are going there and using their services as a streaming platform host. So in other words, instead of sending your live streams directly to another platform, you can send it to them. And then that gives you the ability to overlay all these great things you see on the screen now with your position, your lap times, your both class position and overall, and who's in the car. And you can even add sponsorship logos, some of those details there. And then they do some of that other heavy lifting on the back end. So if you don't want to set up your own YouTube channel, you don't want to have to mess with it, well, guess what? They send that stream to a YouTube feed for you, which is what we're looking at today. And then you can share that to your friends and family if you wish. But if you're like, well, no, but I have my own YouTube channel, I still want to use that. Can I use MyRaces.Live with my YouTube channel? The answer is yes. The stream would go there. You give them your default stream key or your event stream key that you create, and then that feed will go to your YouTube channel as well. Now, the benefit for my little camera business, I'm sending people to MyRaces to set up accounts there, is because they give you a persistent default stream key that doesn't change. And because of that, unlike YouTube, I can configure the camera to automatically stream to their MyRaces default stream key, and it's going to work every time. So it's a much more reliable way of setting up live streaming from inside your car, or maybe you want to have a live stream camera from inside your pits. Now, MyRaces.Live also offers a live streaming kit that you can get. So you can find out more information about that live streaming camera and kit and system by going to the MyRaces.Live website. You can set up a free account with them and live stream to their platform for free. And you can also check out their camera kit there as well. So hopefully that's helpful information for you. And then go ahead, Kyle, you wanted to give us an update on the standings.
Well, I figured we were getting close to the top of the hour here. I figured it would be time to go over our running order again. And I also want to tie up a loose end. I did hear from a source from my friends at Open Throttle Racing. The driver is fine. He is out of the car okay. He is cracking jokes. The car has seen better days, but everything is good to go there. I also heard from the other car involved. Everybody's okay. Bummed out, but they will live to race again another day, which is the good thing. So everything's okay, but we are back green. I wanted to tie that up. So everybody's okay. but we just didn't want to speculate until we were given okay from team officials that we could mention it. So anyway, EC is still being held down by Tomlinson Motorsports. Those guys have been laying down some fast laps today, 2:11.4 with their fastest last time by, 2:14.2. Rockwell Autosport up at the ranch still leading about 16, almost 17 seconds up over Wilson Daly. Team Salem Mustard spraying mustard everywhere on the racetrack as they are about 14 seconds back from Wilson Daly. Shut Up Racing another 30 seconds back from Team Salem Mustard, and breaking up the C-Class party in the top 5. Parts Badger, your B-Class leader, about 13 and a half back from them as we're on board with the guys there as he dispenses of one of the Mercedes. Your A-Class leader, JS Motorsports, in the 378 Mazda Miata. Only a 20-second difference to Ramen Racing, one of their cars, the 591. So that battle in A-Class is tightening up. D-Class, Team Z is still out front, but not by a huge margin, as we just talked to Mr. Keith Long from Switched Racing, who is holding down the second position. So the battle there is tightening up as well. And to close the loop on the F-Class, Open Throttle Racing is still holding down a decent amount there with specs. So that is your running order at this point. All right, we're going to head to commercial break, pay some bills. You are watching Champ Car Live. I'm Kyle Lockrow, Paulie Veltum, Les Epps. Les is more on pit road. We'll be back very, very shortly. Stay tuned for more action from Watkins Glen in upstate New York.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen. It's a double 7 this weekend. 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing again today on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, our annual visit to Watkins Glen for another event again this year. And if you missed it and you'd like to join us again, well, just check out the schedule when it gets released, usually sometime in October, November, and get signed up and come race with us.
Always a popular event. We always get more cars that register and end up on the wait list than what we can hold at capacity. But it's a popular event, just like some of the others that we go to. So definitely, once registration opens, get your entry in early, get on that list, and even if you're on the waiting list, don't worry. Sometimes things happen where teams can't make it, so just stay in touch with officials and everybody and try to make at least one trip to Watkins Glen for your team, and it's an awesome opportunity and a great place to come race.
It really is. I pulled into the facility yesterday morning, getting ready to turn on the cameras, and it was like, 6:20 in the morning, and so I pulled up to the guard shack there, and this gentleman comes out and says, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. I said, I know. I really need to rethink my life choices. And he laughed, and I said, would you happen to be with security because I need to get on the track? He said, well, actually, I'm the track president, but I will be over there in about 5 minutes, and I'll let you in. I said, well, thank you. Super guy.
Yeah, everybody here with, again, we want to sincerely thank everybody with ISC and here at Watkins Glen International, everybody on staff. Thank you guys so much for being so hospitable to all of us here with Champ Car, and appreciate letting us come up and race this facility. There's so many big series that come and run here, and the fact that we're listed, if you go to the wiki for Watkins Glen and check it out, I threw it in the chat yesterday. If you go and take a look at that, we are actually listed on the wiki for series that regularly come to Watkins Glen on an annual basis. So I'll throw that in the chat for everybody to check out that may not have been on the broadcast yesterday. There you go, folks. So check it out. All kinds of cool stats on there. There's a lot of history. There's some reference links at the bottom if you want to check it out as well about history and the transition from when the street racing, or when they raced on the village streets at Watkins Glen, to the permanent course you've seen today, the different transitions and configurations they've run from the original Grand Prix course to the current layouts of the short and long course that you see today. It's quite a history, quite a journey, But ISE and everybody up here continue to make the adjustments to everything and continue to make improvements and all these awesome renovations. It's amazing to be able to come up here. I never thought in my lifetime I'd get a chance to do it, and I just greatly appreciate the fact that they let us be a part of it.
Back on board with the Turn-In Concepts Porsche Boxster, the car that was wrecked out of the race not long ago. Now they've got that car put back together, and they're out here turning laps with the rest of them, having some fun today.
And the nice thing about endurance racing, big catch right there. Got in just a little bit hot. Nice quick hands work of the wheel, catch and release. Got it, and he's back running. But that turn one invites you to do that. Probably waving at the flagger. The flagger is like, are you okay? Do you need a new fire suit? Did you just see your life flash before your eyes? He's like, nope, I'm good. I'll keep chugging. So looks like we got a couple cars on pit road here. Paulie Parts Badger, one of our top 5 cars, is on pit road. Not sure if this might be the next pit stop. This might be another bit of service. Plus, at this point, if they go 2 hours, they should be inside of the 2-hour window to go to the end of the race. Not sure if this is a planned stop or not. The EC entry of Equip Octane is on pit road as well. So Balzer is back in the car for the guys. Greg just gave us an update. So looks like they got a few shakedown laps. It looks like it's working for you guys. He's got her pushed full tilt to the limit, but great save, and they're still in the fight. Gotta say, Paulie,
they had some driveline. The rear driveline broke. Looks like the half shaft let go. And they were looking at this yesterday. Of course, when that broke, it broke a bunch of other stuff inside the car. But they've got it all put back together. That's because it's Greg Platt's team, and you know they're going to get the car back out there. What were you going to say?
I was actually going to say, Paulie, we're starting to get some players back up into the top 10 that we hadn't seen. Ramen Racing is in the top 10. We have 2 A-Class cars in the top 10 right now.
Wow.
We've had a few incidents from some heavy hitters that are they've had to deal with, but we have 2 A-Class cars in the top 10 right now with JS and Ramen Racing, and Race Right is coming back into the fight as well. Team Z is not too far. They're in the top 15 to 17 as well. K2 Autosport, they had a little bit of a rough day yesterday, but the 538 has done a great job of getting back up into the top 20, so that's great for those guys as well. Lot of heavy hitters this weekend, just being a part of it, and we really, again, just truly appreciate everybody being a part of it. The sister car, the 903, that was up in the fight early in this race, has fallen back just a little bit, but they're still 7 spots up on where they originally started the race. Looking a little bit farther back to 831, what the Boxster entry for MDR, they're up 14 spots from the beginning of the race. Rossmar Racing, talked a little bit about them this weekend, 35 spots from their original starting position. The sister Rossmar entry is up 30 spots as well. Those guys have been digging through the pack, and then they have their satellite entry, the 78 car, back 63rd overall, but running decent in A-Class. They've gained 4 spots on the day and chugging along. That is a satellite group effort. I talked to those guys, mentioned them a little bit. They're out of the Connecticut area. Great bunch of guys. Then we have the BMW of Frederick, 256 entry and 58th overall. They've gained 10 spots on the day. Just trying to get through some of these guys that we don't always mention. They may not be in the top 20, the bigger players, but they are just as much in the fight as well. Lost Marbles Racing is currently on pit road. CU Boulder is on pit road, and one of these Section 8 Mustangs is on pit road as well. They're one of their EC entries. So not sure if those are planned pit stops or if they're in on issues. We'll have to get confirmation. Looks like Wilson Daly is in the pits as well currently. I'm seeing them out of the booth on pit road. It looks like it's pretty standard fuel and driver change. Nothing urgent at this point. Doesn't look like it's anything wrong with the car. So just maybe fuel, driver change, and go again. On board with Balthazar Motorworks here. Bill behind the wheel as he's trying to dispense of the Embracing.AI car here, trying to work through that. That is our title sponsor.
He's about 3 laps back from the lead right now, and about a lap back from his next class competitor.
great level of patience right there. You noticed he got up behind the car, got a little bit held up. You didn't see him make anything moves. The driver doesn't seem too rattled about anything. Looks like there's a car off or slow on the front straightaway off to the left. Yes, we do have a car off. It's just past the 300-foot marker in the brake zone going into turn 1. So it looks like there's a yellow that's going to be coming out here very shortly from what we're hearing in the background of race control. But real quick to tie up that loose end before we get to a code 35. Bill was very patient there behind the BMW. There was some faster traffic coming to the right. He just kind of pedaled it gently and then moved over. Just great track awareness, great patience, and nice job of those guys. They're still plugging along in 16th right now in their class and 22nd in the race. They're part of that C-class contingent. So still hanging on. Looks like they're about top 15 in C-Class. Well, 16th, right outside top.
Looks like it's Pinnacle Motorsports that has come to a stop just past the start-finish line here at Watkins Glen, and that has brought out a code 35 as they tend to that car. Crews on their way.
So, Paulie, we were talking about the schedule. We got a couple minutes here while they attend to the stalled car. Let's talk about the schedule a little bit. We have, for those that may not have been on the broadcast yesterday, we have some awesome events coming up for the next 4 or 5 events here. So after we get done here at Watkins Glen for the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen, today's event, we will get a couple-week break, and then they will head out to the Midwest, to Joliet, Illinois, to the Audubon Country Club, another double 7 out there for Audubon Country Club. There, last we checked as of yesterday, there are 39 cars entered for that race. That's always a popular event. And then after we get done with that doubleheader weekend, we will head down to beautiful Sebring, Florida for the first of 2 trips there this year for the overnight 14-hour. Yes, we said the overnight 14-hour. That is, it will start at 6 p.m. on, I believe, on Saturday night. I may be incorrect on that one. I have to check my calendar here. I want to say it starts on a... Let me check. It starts on a Friday night, actually. No, Saturday night, and then goes till 8 a.m. on Sunday the 29th. Sorry about that. I was looking at a May calendar there. And then after that, the annual trip down to Kershaw, South Carolina, the famous CMP course that we run every year, about an hour and change south of Charlotte, not too far from Florence. So tend to get a lot of teams. Right now, we've got about 18 teams locked in for that one. So if you're still interested, if you get done here at Watkins and you want to run there, make sure you get your entry in early, just past the early discount for that one. But we also, after that, will head out to Ozarks in Missouri. That early discount is still available till June 10th. Right now, we only have a few entries for that one, but I have a feeling, based on the folks that are here at Watkins that said they're interested in Ozarks, they want to just make sure they got a car when they get out of here to then go to Ozarks. And then after that, we get ready to go for the infamous Lifeline 24-Hour Classic. Thank you to Lifeline for continuing to be an amazing Champ Car partner and being part of the VIR 24. Right now, there's not a ton of cars signed up for the 24, but again, a lot of racing left to get to that point. Your early pay discount is open until June 17th, so you have time if you want to save a little bit of money there on your VIR entry if you're interested. And then that'll kind of get us to the tail end of the summer. Hard to believe we're approaching the halfway point in the season, Paulie. It's crazy to think about. I mean, again, I remember us taking the green flag at Road Atlanta like it was yesterday. So as we see, we're on board with open throttle here with the 165, though still on board with 430. Having a solid day so far for these guys. That is Tim Averill with the Embracing.AI car. They were talking about, are you sure you want to put a camera in our car? We're not sure we're going to be very spectacular. And we're like, you know what? Hey, go out, have some fun, keep us entertained, get us some beauty shots, and you never know. You might squeak a good finish out of it today. So, but they seemed cautiously optimistic. So real quick, as we're under caution, let's do a running order rundown one more time as we're about 12:18 Eastern here on the East Coast. Got a shot out of turn 11. Looks like one of the cars may have dropped some fluid down the front stretch as they're putting some kitty litter down to get that soaked up. Real quick, Rockwell is on pit road. That is your race leader. We'll have to see if we can get Les down there to get a report. Premium Dudes on pit road as well. They have aggressively gotten back up to third place overall. And then Wilson Daly, as we saw last time through, was in the pits. A lot of cars taking advantage of this. I think they saw the kitty litter being laid down and they realized we're going to have some time, so let's get our stop done now. So real quick, EC Tomlinson Motorsports still has that lockdown pretty good, is class leader. Rockwell Autosport in the pits for right now. That may change. There was only a 13-second gap back to the mustard wagon of Team Salem with the 943, so that may be subject to change next time by. In the C-Class and overall leader, JS Motorsports and Ramen Racing holding down the top two spots in A-Class, but Race Right is not too far behind. We may have a three-way fight for A-Class. D-Class, Team Z has worked themselves into the class lead there, with Switch Racing not too far behind, second in class. We just talked to Keith Long a little bit ago, team principal. And as far as F-Class, it is now Boston Winers has taken the lead over there. Specs is in the pits, and Flat Earth Racing is in the pits as well. So that battle for F-Class may not be over yet, as we are slowly approaching the halfway point.
And Gorilla Sticker is also pitted in the 516, it looks like, in that white BMW E36. And you can just see from the overhead shot here from the control tower here, our perch in the tower here at Watkins Glen, there's a huge band of kitty litter floor dry that they've dropped onto the racetrack to absorb the fending oil that's been dropped down, or material, whatever was dropped. And so in ChampCar, you're not allowed to use antifreeze unless it's freezing weather. So it should be just water in the cooling system, and then this is most likely an oil down situation. The car parked up against the fence as they headed down towards turn number 1. So it looks like they left us a nice little gift here on the front straightaway. Sure, they didn't really plan on that. It's just one of those things that happen. Just off of our camera view here, you can see the emergency vehicle. That's where the car is just parked right there.
Kitty litter, the gift that keeps on giving to racing drivers and competitors. Great for cleaning stuff up, bad to drive over at speed because it's like driving on ice.
CU Boulder still working on that car. They've had some, I think he said, electrical issues this weekend, so they're still working through some of those details apparently. Driver in the car though, so they're hoping to be able to go out here soon.
Yeah, they're not letting it phase them too much. I think they knew they were going to have a few challenges this weekend, but they weren't worried about contending for any victories. I mean, obviously they always want to come to the racetrack looking to go for victory, but I think at this point they were just thinking, look, let's get to the racetrack, let's continue to develop our program, do what our main focus is of teaching and prepping the next generation of racers and mechanics, and continuing to encourage folks to be a part of CU Boulder. So we're back on board here with the 165 Faux 30 from Open Throttle Racing. Not sure who's in the car right now. Actually, I think that is Tim. That is Tim Averill, the head chief over there at Embracing.AI as part of that program. He's in the car right now, just nice and calm, cool, collected. This, as he talked about yesterday, his first trip to Watkins Glen. He's loving it. He said it was a little daunting in the rain yesterday, but he got through it. He did well, and looks like they're having another good showing today.
You know, they picked up that car, and they're towing it off of the racetrack right now.
They're in one of our EC cars here that we got going on. Let me see where they're at in class. So like I said, they're having a solid run today in the EC division. Right now, I lost them here for a second. Apparently on account. There we go. They are 8th in the running order in EC, and that is no slouch, folks. There is a healthy amount of EC cars here this weekend, so to be mid-pack in that car is nothing to not write home about. doing a good job here. As we see, it looks like some of the safety crew is going back behind the wall, so hopefully it won't be too much longer. They can get all that blown away. So what they'll do in a process like that is they'll put the kitty litter down, as we call it. It's a stay dry, and they're still working on blowing it away. So what they do is they put it down and they use it as an agent to soak up it looks like we got some cars on pit road. Looks like the Salins guys are coming in for a pit stop. So real quick, as they come to the to the tent, get checked in and go real quick. So what they'll do is they'll put the agent down and it'll soak up the moisture, and the safety guys will use brooms to kind of let it soak in and pull it up off the racetrack, because you don't want that stuff on the surface. And then what you're seeing as far as the plume of smoke, what they do is they'll get a jet dryer that you would normally see helping dry up rain. They'll try to push it and blow it off of the racetrack with that jet engine device there to your left as Tim just drove by it, and they'll try to blow all that off the racetrack. They'll get it to a point where it's a little slick first few times through, but hopefully they'll get it dried up. Watkins Glen's crew does a really good job of taking care of it with all the series here. These guys are some of the best in the business.
Yeah, that jet dryer thing is awesome. They were using it yesterday during all the rain we had gotten yesterday, and it was doing a great job of cleaning the residual, the standing water off of the racetrack. So, Buffalo Turbine. Huh. By the way, I have learned something. If you happen to be setting up cameras on a racetrack and the jet dryer is coming at you, get inside your car and close your windows.
Or turn around and put your hood up and turn the... Yeah, it's amazing. Those things are loud. But, yeah, if you ever have a jet dryer come by you, rule number one, if you have a hoodie on, put your hood up, pull the strings tight, and then turn around and kind of lean into a standing fetal position so it does it, because you're going to get covered very, very quickly. It's kind of like when they tell you at a dirt track, you don't go to a dirt track without a face covering and goggles, because you're gonna go home looking like you just got in a mud pit. But looks like their job is done. They might just be doing another quick few once-overs on it, as the feeding frenzy is still on pit road. Both Salins cars have made it to their stalls. Crews are attending. Driver changes. Looks like they may be swapping tires or going from front to rear to front.
We've gone back to caution now, which means we'll be going green here shortly. Atlanta Speedworks, Rockwell Autosport Development in the pits right now. Your leader.
And as you probably heard in the background, thanks to our awesome race control officials, we are back green here at Watkins Glen. Looks like a lot of these crews were taking advantage of that Code 35 period. Atlanta Speedworks is in as well. Seeing a few other teams. Shut Up Racing is in the pits. Also, Gorilla Sticker, North by Northeast, Ramen Racing.
Some dramas here. Ron's working on the Parts Badger car, and it looks like it has to do with the AIM system, Kyle.
That's never good. So the AIM system is a data system where you can get all kinds of telemetry thrown at you to kind of keep track of what's going on in the car. Looks like Roy right there to our left with his head kind of leaned down toward us, and then another one of the mechanics. Looks like they're trying to get it started. It's what it seems like. It might be an electrical thing. I don't know if it's with the AIM system or what.
Nice leap, nice bound over the pit wall there by the crewman.
A lot of pirouette this weekend. A lot of grace of these guys jumping over the wall. There's a shot of one of the open throttle guys, Charlie Crilly. It looks like he's walking on water, or he looks like he's doing a rendition of Michael Jackson's
Let's see if I get this again
moonwalk.
Here in the instant replay. Watch this guy make the jump over the wall. And he never, it's like he just bound. He must have like a trampoline. Watch this. Oh, he did step on it. Okay, I didn't see his foot step on that. I thought, wow, that was...
barely, though. I mean, he just kind of used it as a glide over the wall. See, I'm fat. I would have, and plus I'm short. I would have just like stepped, fallen, face planted, and I would have looked like an episode of Family Guy where my arms are all in different directions. It would have been really bad.
So Parts Badger continuing to work on that machine. The hood's still up. I think you're right. I think there's some kind of an issue getting it started. He's still under the hood of that car.
It sounded like he was getting ready to try to crank the car, and it just wouldn't try to turn over.
You got to get the wheel back on. We're just going to push start you.
Yep, so it sounds like we're having a starter issue.
I mean, I don't know what to do if you got to turn it off, because...
gotta turn it off, you mean?
Well, yeah, you can't really turn it off.
Well, I'd have to use this, right?
Yeah, that'll turn it off. But I'm just wondering if you gotta like shut the car down.
So they're on the side of the pit road near the exit, so they won't have to push uphill to make this push start happen. So often what you do is you need to make sure your fuel pump is on, your ignition is on, and then you also are going to put the car in second gear. And there's the shout for second gear. They're going to get him up to speed. He's just going to drop it and kind of pedal a little bit, and there you go.
And that's the beautiful thing about a stick shift. If you just put it in second gear, get a little bit of a push, and then you drop the clutch real hard, usually you'll get the car started. Now, the only concern of what he was talking about as they're doing the courtesy check and doing the, everything checked here, rolling. Yep, he's headed back out. Yeah, he almost stalled it there. Got to be real careful. It sounds like they got a real tall first gear in the car. But what he was talking about as he's headed back out into the fight, what Roy was saying is the concern if you have to stop is if something happens on the racetrack, if they're fighting electrical, if the car was to randomly shut off, he has no way of starting it. The starter's not working, so, and unless the safety guys are willing to bump start you and he can pop the clutch again and throw it in second and do what he needs to do,
And they won't be.
And they won't be. Or possibly they might. It depends on how they're feeling. But most likely not. He's probably going to have to get a tow. But for pit stops, they can just bump start him just like you saw. But that's what he was referring to.
So that's where things stand so far as we head to another commercial break with Rockwell Autosport Development back on the track and leading this race over Team Salem. Stay with us, everyone. Plenty of racing still on tap. Over 3.5 hours. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity The experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The Hurry and Trade Racing Team and Say-Ya Motorsports have both been black flagged for speeding under the code 35. So they will have to come in and serve. One of them gets a 1-lap penalty. The other gets a drive-through penalty. These penalties are progressive. So if you continue to get penalties like this, you're going to serve steeper and steeper penalties as a result. Another team's been black flagged is what they call a courtesy black flag. Now, a courtesy black flag is used in the case where a team is having trouble communicating with one of their drivers, and they'll request a black flag of their driver in order to bring him into the pits.
Paulie, we have got a heck of a battle on our hands. We're right now on board with Rockwell, the number 1 entry. That car right in front is the mustard spraying entry from Team Salem. That is in what would be P2 overall for the race. Tomlinson Motorsports is out front, but they are leading the EC. Premium Dudes is out front, but that is a heck of a battle for second place. Rockwell is doing everything in their power to chase those guys down. Looks like Salem's kicked in the turbo up the hill, though.
Yeah, they don't have a turbo, right?
I guess. I don't know. Maybe one of these days they'll have to check on that. But Rockwell's doing a masterful job of trying to chase these guys down. They seem to be pretty good through the technical portion right there. Not sure who's in the car. I haven't gotten an update from Doug Oakley or any of the guys, or Eric or Alex, to see what's going on. But it seems to be that they're pretty good through this section. Seems like they've got the aero that's helping them beat Salem's, but for some reason down the straightaway, like I said, Salem's has the turbo button because they pulled away from them by a good about 8 car length margin. Right here, a little bit of crossover. Tried this last time, got a good run up out of the corner, right to the right rear quarter panel. Salem's giving them a little bit of a nudge there. Tried to, but I guess they're trying to get around some lap traffic.
This would be a nice feather in their cap for the Salem's team. They won the race yesterday with the catch-up car. So this is the mustard car now in second place, trying to chase down Premium Dudes. It'd be nice to get a 1-2 for that team. I'm sure they're looking for that this weekend between their two cars.
Well, Salins has a lot of involvement here. They've been a title sponsor of the 6-hour weekend here for many years. Formerly involved in IMSA racing themselves. Looks like Rockwell's got a run here. Not sure they can get to him just yet.
Get down there.
Well,
it's not just experience racing here. It's also a lot of investment.
Well,
they spend a lot of energy and a lot of funds advertising around the racetrack, and so they've been a strong supporter of both Champ Car and Watkins Glen for many years.
Wilson Daly is in the fight. They just popped into the picture, Paulie. So we now have a 3-way fight for second place here for the race. That was them that just made the pass on the Rockwell Autosport number 1 car. I'll have to check here. I believe Brad is in the car right now. I might have gotten that wrong.
You can really hear that Rockwell engine just screaming full revs. This is as fast as the car will go.
And the fact that they're doing this, navigating lap traffic, is very impressive because you got to be really careful. You want to try to make passes. Like right here, this is usually a choke point where you get caught up behind guys. It looks like Rockwell's able to catch back up to Wilson Daly and Salins. You'll have to see if Wilson Daly can get around. They may try to go the long way here in 5, but that will set them up for 6. Nope, Salins closes the door as they try to navigate some lap traffic. Rockwell trying to just stay out in fresh air to get the best downforce into the corner.
Yeah, Rockwell right on their heels, not letting them go. Looks like a yellow Miata has separated them as they came around the corner here.
He dispenses of that Miata right there, and he's trying to chase him back down.
You'll see some time differences between the various camera feeds, and that's because some of these camera feeds, the cameras belong to the teams, and they're on a little bit different buffer setup than what my cameras are, so you see some discrepancies there. We can see this is a great fight.
He is digging on that steering wheel right there, getting him a handful of wheel. He's trying to chase him down. He knows he needs to get an opportunity right here because I can guarantee you he's seeing a little bit of red knowing that Salins, because I mean those are both Porsche Boxsters.
I'm sure he's inside here, but he just doesn't have.
He's not there yet.
They're too evenly matched is what it comes down to. He just can't get alongside. If he could get alongside here, and it's not as though Salins is really throwing a bunch of blocks. They're leaving room.
And they're moving over a little bit.
Look at this. He's totally out of the way, and he did the same thing when he lined up for 11. He's not throwing blocks.
Well,
he's leaving alleys. It just the Rockwell car just hasn't been able to take advantage. Now this is a fair pass.
That's a fair pass, but there's some games that can be played, and myself and others, we've been a part of those a little bit. But yeah, so far so good. So. I mean, it was clean. It was a great outbraking maneuver right there down the front straightaway. Got an awesome run off of there. If Rockwell can stay through the gas here up through 2, 3, and 4 as he goes by the Embracing.AI car right there, it's looking really, really good for him. He just seems like he's on the gas. He's staying true up there. Looks like he's got that motor wound up in 4th gear right now. Staying in 4th to eliminate a shift, which makes sense because then there's no downshift. You can carry 4th gear through there. Now, question is, will he catch this traffic in the wrong place? A little bit of brake there. Going to roll the left side here. That looks like might be Parts Badger right there. A little bit of crossover. Yep, the 414 entry. So he's going to do the long way around here through 6. But that'll give him a good opportunity to set up for the BMW going down into 7. So
yeah, and he's really stretched the gap out now that he got past the Salins car. Clearly the quicker car here. And he's working his way around the track now. Gets by the BMW heading into 8. Makes the bend and starts heading up the hill. The BMW not quite ready to let go just yet. We can see the Boxster using all the track and then some. They got to be careful of that. There are some parts of the racetrack, at least, you don't want to take 4 over, or you're going to get yourself in trouble with the officials. They don't want to see that.
They take those track limits very, very seriously, as we see Rockwell coming toward us here as after they've dispensed to some of that traffic there. Looks like they've kind of stepped out a little bit from some of those guys But I know Wilson Daly is chomping at the bit to get by Salen's. Not sure if they've done it. We'll have to check next time they come across the line. So Rockwell is working to run down Premium Dudes. They're only about 15 and change. We'll see what it looks like here at the line. Yep, about 15.7 seconds behind. Everything looking good there. So they're just got a little wide out there. I'll have to make sure they keep that in check. I'm sure the officials are watching, but so far so good. They've put about a 3.7 second gap on Wilson Daly, who has also gotten through Team Salem Mustard car. So that rounds out your top 5, or at least your top 4, and then Gorilla Sticker has gotten up into the top 5. So all of these cars are on the same lap. So that is awesome. We have got a nice fight, but it is a lockdown of the C-Class cars in your top 5 right now. Tomlinson Motorsports has a healthy hold on the EC class. As you can see, Rockwell still dispensing us some traffic. Oh, got pushed out in the grass a little bit there by one of those Miatas. And that's what I'm talking about, folks, where you really have to be on your toes and you have to try to anticipate where you think the traffic's going to go. In that situation, he had committed to going to that left side, but unfortunately I don't think the Miata was watching his mirrors too much.
Going back to replay here.
So as you'll see, he got a monster run, got a great run down here, held fourth gear, came through, everything looked good, started picking the power back up, was committed to go to the left. Looks like the Miata was not watching the mirror properly there. Was moving out to get into the corner, but really should have been watching his mirror going into the bus stop, knowing that traffic is coming.
It's difficult. It's especially that part of the racetrack. Your eyes are not behind you. You know, your eyes are on those apexes, those clipping points, but you do want to try to be aware of when those leaders are coming. Fortunately, the Rockwell driver, you know, they're used to this and probably had an idea. He's probably not seeing me here, and I'm just going to go ahead and evade, and then he got the pass done.
And sometimes you take a chance on that. I believe that's one of, the 903 from 901 Motorsport there, as he just grabs fourth gear coming through 10. Yeah, it's a balancing act because you don't want to seem like you're just constantly in the mirror, but at the same time, you really have to pay attention as that Miata then comes to pit road for some service. You really have to find a balancing act of checking. And a lot of times they'll teach drivers, hey, check when you get on the straightaway, check before your brake zone to kind of get an idea of what your closing rates are like. So it's right here.
Yeah, it's especially when you're a mid-pack car, you really got to have your head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Watching for those cars coming.
Beautiful
and
crossover
kind of one of the
right
nice
there.
things about our club is there's not, for most of the cars, there's not this huge speed difference where you'll never see them coming. Often you can kind of see them coming, a couple turns before. So standings right now, Premium Dudes leads the race, 11 seconds over Rockwell Autosport Development, and then it's Wilson Daly Racing in third. Team Salem Mustard is in fourth, back about 7 seconds. Wilson Daly only 4 seconds in the rears of Rockwell Autosport there. So these cars are very close together.
One of the sister entries is trying to get by there. I just noticed that. Sorry to cut you off, Paulie.
No, it's Gorilla Sticker back 31 seconds then from fourth place. Then it's North by Northeast, GS Motorsports and Shut Up Racing. And then we see TCR and Rockwell Autosport Development again, the number 10 car, as your top 10. And we'll go ahead and run through. I'm going to show you some of the standings as they are by class. So looking at the A class, the smaller displacement engines, around 192 and under. You've got JS Motorsports, Ramen Racing, and Race Right Silver Bullet. And then looking at B class, you've got Equip Octane, Hurry, and Trade Racing, and Parts Badger, the top 3 in that class. Then looking at the bulkiest class in the field today, C class, Premium Dudes, Rockwell Autosport Development, and Wilson Daly Racing, the top 3 there. And then to D class, the larger displacement engines, Switched Racing, which we had a guest here in the booth, their team owner for an interview today, leads that class. Then it's Team Z and Crazy Horse Racing is in third. And then looking at F class, one of the newest additions, perhaps the newest addition class to the club. Boston Winers, Easy Riders, and Flat Earth Racing, the top 3 there. and then to EC. And there will be trophies awarded for EC with Tomlinson Racing, Equip Octane, and Boston Wires.
Got a very competitive race so far today, Paulie. We're over almost 4 hours in, and we've got a number of cars still on the lead lap. I mean, these guys have really taken what they learned from yesterday. I think not having the weather to deal with today has really equalized the competition, and it's allowed guys to push those limits a little bit farther, be able to get the most out of their cars. And it's really letting some of these drivers capitalize on, what makes them good here at Watkins Glen.
As a reminder, the annual Champ Car board meeting will be held June 10th and be available online live starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's June 10th.
So make sure you guys get involved in that. Pay attention to it. Ask your questions. Ping the board. Again, things you want to see in the series, concerns you have. Bring it to their attention. They're not going to know if you don't tell them, and they can't make it better, or they can't continue to improve on things if they're not made aware with some good, healthy conversation.
Well, and you're going to be able to watch that on ChampCar.Live, so be sure and subscribe so you get notified when we go live with that broadcast.
Absolutely.
As Parts Badger dives into turn number 8, we see a plethora of other cars coming in. On the specs car, Jeffer, I do not know what happened with that car, but if we find out, we'll let you know.
So Premium Dude still continues to lead by about 12 seconds over Rockwell, then another 7.5 back to Wilson Daly, an additional 7 seconds back to the Mustard Wagon, and then another 25.5 back to Gorilla Sticker. And then that rounds out your top 5, again, locked down by C-Class. JS Motorsport, Paulie, in the 378 has worked into the 7th position overall and is leading the A-Class. We have 3 A-Class cars in the top 12 right now. That is awesome to see that. It is definitely breaking up the C-Class party at the front of the field. And we've got a B-Class car. Unfortunate issue for the Parts Badger guys, but Equip Octane is bringing themselves back into the fight. 45 spots up on the day right now, 12.2 seconds back of Ramen Racing for trying to chase down Noodles. Hopefully they can have some success there. Still on board with Rockwell here as they're continuing to turn laps. Second place car in C-Class and in the overall. You can really see the driver with the well-developed car they've got. They can really attack the curbs, and as you can see, he throws the car up over the curbs. But what he's trying to do is he's straight lining the track. What I mean by that, wasn't sure what was going to happen there. Trying to anticipate the lap traffic. Chasing down, trying to get by some of these other guys. Get by the Camaro, looks like. He may try to dive in. Because going to decide to stay in line here and get a run up the hill. A little bit of wheel spin right there. That gets slick down there with that transition at the bottom of the toe. But nice job of getting a run out of there, taking advantage up into 4th gear. Still has him to his left. Looks like he may have cleared him to this point. Nice smooth turn in. And I believe that is Premium Dudes right up in front of him. So we may have a fight for the lead here on our hands. I believe that may be a little bit of a delayed shot in Rockwell on their feed, but we'll have to check as we come by. But it looks like we may get a fight. Possible pass for the lead here. We'll have to see if Premium Dudes can hold these guys off. Nice run through there. Rockwell got back to the throttle a little bit better.
He's lined up. Here we go. There it is.
Now the question is, can Premium Dudes cross over? Rockwell got in real hard, had to kind of stab the throttle a little bit. Will Premium Dudes cross over and get back to then outbrake going into turn 1? We'll have to see here in just a moment. Headed down into the brake zone into 1. Rockwell still out front, heavy on that brake pedal. Over there. They're going to have to watch those track limits.
I don't know, unless they've eased it up. I thought that was a no-no, but
I thought it was too. They are really going to have to watch the track limits with that. That is
maybe not.
I didn't know you could race on Route 16 and then come back onto the racetrack. But anyway, that is a bold strategy, Cotton, and we'll see if it pays off. So far, it does. It looks like they're about 0.6 up on Premium Dudes with Wilson Daly in 3rd.
Yeah, it looks like they got away from them. They just couldn't compete with that. So Premium Dudes takes a step back from the lead. And it's Rockwell Autosport Development now back in the lead of this race.
North by Northeast, Paulie, I just checked. They are up 5 spots on the day. They've been consistently right up there in the top 10 fight as Rockwell's trying to work around the Haterade car. Dispenses of those guys. Going to do it the hard way here. Not sure. Maybe clear getting into the corner.
Love this corner. Oh, man. Love 7.
Great exit getting out of there. But North by Northeast has been hanging on there in 6th position overall. Again, you'll see Tomlinson Motorsports up at the top. They are in their own division with EC, so they do not count toward the overall, even though they're out front. But they're having a great job, and they've got a nice, healthy hold so far on that EC class. So they've put in a great drive today and continue to be successful.
Well, and Wilson Daly, we can't forget about them either, Kyle, because 16 seconds behind Premium Dudes. They would love to see that car moved into 2nd place.
I know Chris and Brad are working really, really hard. They want redemption. They wanted Daytona. They came oh so close, and I think they have a score to settle with Team Salem. I think they're tired of stepping on ketchup and mustard stains all over the place.
All the way out to the wall with that rear view mirror as they outside view mirror as they head down the front straightaway here to start another lap at Watkins Glen International. It's the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series.
And folks, we've got a great race going on. I'm telling you right now, the top 5 cars are all on the same lap as each other. Even top 6. North by Northeast is in the fight as well. We are cutting down to the final 3 hours. We are in for a great race, and the fact that we've got some A-class cars mixed in there, got a B-class entry moving up, it really shows the rules package that they're working on is working, and Watkins Glen complements it really well.
Premium Dudes got their hands full here, trying to hang on to 2nd place with all of the traffic here. We started the race, again, with probably close to 90 cars, and now these teams that are trying to hold on to their winning positions, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, those podium positions, they still have to deal with all this traffic out here.
Still on board with Premium Dudes here as he heads down into turn 7, trying to work some of the lap traffic, and that's going to be part of the problem too, Paulie, is as they're trying to navigate the traffic, like right here, he kind of got caught up. He went to the left side and then had to make an evasive maneuver. Every time you're doing that, you're scrubbing speed off and you're costing yourself momentum. That's why it's so crucial to try to anticipate the traffic to the best of your ability, but sometimes when those drivers you're trying to pass make evasive maneuvers themselves, it makes it a little bit complicated to try to get by. So we have a guest in the booth with us, and Paulie, I'm going to let you kind of lead the charge on this one a little bit.
Oh.
You have gotten to know just a little bit here. You've gotten to know these guys pretty well. He goes by the race name Irwinning in his car there. We have Irwin with us. He's part of the MyRaces.Live team of Tooth Autosport. Irwin, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
You guys are putting in a pretty good showing so far. This is your first trip to Watkins Glen?
It is for myself and Clara. 2 of our other drivers have been here before, in that car actually. So just myself and Clara new to the track.
Awesome. Well, hold on one second, Irwin. We got an interview here down. Mikey True from Atlanta Speedworks.
I got to reset that. I've got a little bit of a feed issue there. Let me try again.
Sorry. No, it's all good. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think it'll be good. We have to get off the phone, so yeah, not going to be a day like yesterday on the podium, but right. You never know. There's a lot of races left. It's like 3 hours left, so you never know. How's everything with you? Always.
Les is getting interviewed.
Okay, so that's the view from the Atlanta Speedworks tent there. As Les is talking to some of the guys down there, and weather's a little bit better today, so I think those guys are a little bit happier with
Josh Patrone.
Got the hug there.
lead team engineer there with Atlanta Speedworks. But back to Mr. Irwin. So, Irwin, you said first trip for you and Claire.
Yep.
But the drivers you have, your renters this weekend, right, that are in the car, have been here before. So tell us a little bit about that. How did they become part of the Tooth family?
Well, one of the drivers actually is one of the principals and owners of Tooth. So
Okay.
Trevor Hill is one of the drivers, and then Jacob met at Tooth's local track. So they're based out of Ottawa, Canada. Local track is Calabogie Motorsports Park.
Okay.
That's where Tooth is based out of. They have garage at the shop. Myself, I met him there. I used to be living in Ottawa myself. Jacob, the other driver, also was from Ottawa. No longer. He lives in California now. But that's how we all got hooked up with Tooth Autosport. That's how we've been driving with them.
That's awesome. So you guys offer the My Races. You and Claire are the big heads with MyRaces.Live.
Yep.
So we have it up here on the screen as well with Claire in the car. And you guys give so much telemetry, class position, race position. The biggest thing we always get, because there's so many entries, especially here at places like Watkins Glen, we can't always cover everybody, and it's hard to get to them. And then we feel like we're trying to stay up on it. Thanks to the technology you guys have offered, you guys are making our lives and teams' lives a lot easier. So how did this come about?
Yeah, great question. So, I mean, I've been racing at Champ Cars since like 2013. Claire and I are both in tech. And since then, I've been kind of tinkering with trying to live stream the races. So, sometimes successfully, sometimes not, as most who have tried will understand. And then once I did get it working, oftentimes the people watching, friends and family, were texting us, asking us, well, how are you doing? Are you first? Are you last? Like, what's going on in the race? And so at that point, Claire and I decided to kind of develop a piece of software that would pull down the data from Race Monitor or Speed Hive or Race Hero at the time, and then add this overlay data really so that our kind of friends and family would get an understanding of what's going on in the race. So we did it for ourselves first, actually. We just kind of coded this up, decided to make it work for ourselves, and then a lot of people were asking us, well, can we do that for our stream? And so then at that point we decided, okay, we can do that, but there's obviously some costs associated with running this if we're going to scale it up to multiple people. So we decided to turn it into a bit of a small business, and then add more features and functionality as we develop the product.
That's awesome. No, we love it. You guys have helped us out with some cool tools and tricks of the trade we can use to make the coverage and broadcasting just even better this year. I mean, we knew we had a great product with ChampCar.Live, but you guys turned it up and pegged the fun meter for us, and we greatly appreciate that. So let's get into your race this weekend. You guys are P5 right now in the EC class, so that is a very good weekend for you guys for not being here. It looks like Trevor led you guys off well, and then you jumped in the car, and then Claire just got in a little bit ago. Now, who's going to close out for you today?
Jacob will finish for us
Jacob
today.
will finish out. Okay, awesome. And Jacob has been here before, so kind of leading off, letting you guys kind of roll in there, and then let Jacob just hammer down to the finish.
That's right. We just basically reversed our starting order from yesterday. There's not really that much rhyme or reason behind it. Yesterday we had Jacob start, and so we just inversed the starting order today, just for fun, and people get a different experience. And the race is going fairly well for us. I think we're driving a Honda Civic. It's not the most powerful car out there, although it does move fairly well. Competing in EC class is very difficult, obviously, because of the cars that are racing alongside us, really fast cars. So if we stay fifth, I think we'll call that a successful race for the weekend. We're pretty happy with where we are. If we can get a podium, even better. But I think the reality is of that car and the driver lineup we have is fifth, fourth, third would be like an absolute dream of a weekend.
So top 5 expectation. I'm looking out of my booth, Paulie. Looks like we got a little bit of a slower Miata, a yellow Miata that might be coming to pit road, but it might be a bit off the pace. So we'll have to keep an eye on the logs and see what's going down there. But let's get back to you there, Irwinning. So how did the Honda become the car of choice?
So Tooth has been running Hondas for a very long time. So when I started racing in Champ Car with Tooth Autosport back in like 2013, and they started before I joined, they were running various combinations of Hondas. The mid-90s Hondas were kind of their go-to. I purchased this car a few years ago, and then it was a street car, daily driven, winter driven in Canada, and I decided to turn it into a race car. I did part of the work myself, and I then handed it over to Tooth Autosport to convert it into a kind of up to spec safety-wise cage and that sort of stuff. And then ever since then, they've been running this car as one of the cars in their fleet. And they, Claire and I have gotten back into Champ Car the last 2-3 years. and we have the pleasure of driving this car.
It's a good piece. I mean, you guys, this is your third race this year?
It is, yeah. We did Road Atlanta and Daytona.
Atlanta, Daytona
Yep.
here. Now, I think I don't have my notes with me from when I had talked to you guys before. What is the rest of 2025 looking like for you guys?
That is an excellent question for which I do not have an answer. I think the summer is going to be pretty busy for us outside of racing. So I think the realities of July and August for us are probably going to be pretty calm racing-wise. And then we'll probably try and get into some racing back in September, October timeframe. So we'll see what's around, what meets up with our schedule. Hopefully we can get back into a Champ Car around then. That would be our goal. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. Well, Late to Apex said they love your system. They really appreciate it. I think you guys have found some gold there that you've created, and a lot of people are loving it. They really seem to appreciate having that to when they can share it with their friends and family that may not be at the track, or even if they're at the track, as we see one of the open throttle cars headed to pit road. It looks like, you know, you guys really you're making it easier. You're making that experience even better for people, and that's a lot of fun. So as far as the system, we know about the system. These know about the system, but if there's other folks that may be wanting to come do Champ Car, and they may be in some other series that we will not name, or different divisions, how can they get a hold of you guys? How can they find you guys? And how can they get a system for themselves?
Yeah, so the best place to go is to go to myraces.live. Just put myraces.live in your browser, and that should redirect you to our website. And then from there, you can sign up for a free account. So if you already have camera equipment, you can use your existing camera equipment with our system. And what will basically happen is you'll stream from your car to our platform. We will allow you to add those overlays we talked about with your gaps, position, driver names, flags, so on and so forth. You can even add your own logos, your kind of sponsor logos if you wanted to. And then we'll rebroadcast that to either YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, even we tested this weekend.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we'll do. If you don't have equipment, there's plenty of camera providers out there. We do happen to sell a kit, but you don't have to purchase our kit. It's made for those who don't yet have any equipment, who are looking for the kind of the easy button. So we do make a camera kit that has a built-in hotspot. You just have to activate a Verizon or AT&T SIM card, put it in, and it's an all built-in camera that you can use for live streaming and getting started.
Okay. We do know some additional people with some equipment. He may be sitting in the booth with us.
Maybe.
That's some pretty solid stuff.
I've got a kit, but then Erwin and Claire have their own kit too.
They do have their own
You want
kit.
to talk about that a little bit more, because it's a little bit more cutting edge, a little more current hardware.
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, I think we did a lot of research into cameras and live streaming, and I think that the kit that we offer is kind of like a simple, easy solution. It's a single device, so it's a camera that has a built-in data capability. So you just put your SIM card directly into the camera, and it can live stream. So from a simplicity standpoint, it's all about making sure that you can turn the camera on, and it will automatically stream to our platform. And basically, it was from a price point, you can build your own kits for much cheaper. That's the reality of it. You can also get much more expensive kits from other providers. I think we've managed to hit kind of a nice sweet spot. Our kit, we try and keep it under $1,000. There's different options for mounts, for antennas, and so on and so forth. But the camera we have now, it takes 2 SIM cards. It has antennas. You can run antennas on top of your car for better cell phone cell reception for data, and it will live stream directly from the camera to our platform.
It'll take 2 SIM cards, but you don't need 2 SIM cards in order to use it, though.
Correct.
You can run. In other words, you can just run with a Verizon carrier or whatever your favorite carrier is.
Yep.
And you've been doing some work as well on your website. You have a spreadsheet, I believe it is, that you've starting to show which tracks seem to work best with which carrier?
Yeah, that's right. So we have like a we call it a track streamability score database, basically.
Okay.
And yeah, exactly. So what we do is we ask people to submit their experience with their equipment, their provider at a given track, and kind of score it from 1 to 5 and give us a little bit of feedback. And this is public for anybody to go look at. You don't have to even sign up with My Races Live. You just go to our website. There's a streamability database button you press on. And then you can search the track you're going to and try and get a feel for the experience you may have. So if you come to, say, Watkins Glen, you put in Verizon, the score is going to be very good. We've had absolutely no issues. We've had a bunch of our customers streaming this weekend without issues. So I suspect the score entry for Watkins Glen with Verizon combination will be a 5 out of 5, right? I think expectation is super key, because when you go to these events, the cell reception and coverage is really the key part to successful streaming, and understanding before you go what to expect usually sets the stage for a successful stream, and understanding whether you should even bother trying or whether you should try a different provider. It should give you the best chance at a successful stream.
Yeah, and you said you could do that without even signing up to be a part of the website, but
Correct.
Your account, the accounts, actually, you can have a free account.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have a free tier. You can stream to us. We'll add overlays for you for free. What we start charging money for is typically if you want to customize your overlays. So if you want to start adding your own sponsored logos, if you want to move boxes around to kind of fit the view in your car, we do charge for that. And we also have like another tier which allows you to do like low latency streaming. So if you stream to like YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, there's typically, let's say, 20 to 30 seconds delay between what you see on the track and what your viewers are seeing. For the use cases of coaching or even trackside here, we've been using it all weekend. Having lower latency between what's in the car and what you're seeing is pretty beneficial. And so one of the tiers we offer is a low latency stream, and we get it down to about 2 seconds. And we've been using it all weekend because we know where the car is coming on track. We know where the radio works and doesn't work, and we get a good feedback to our drivers just by looking at a low latency stream.
We've noticed that because we've highlighted that. We actually just heard it was either Jacob or Trevor was talking to Claire, talking about getting something addressed. There, and they're working on it. So just giving Claire a heads up so she knows kind of what's going down as she pops down to third, working on navigating one of the open throttle BMWs, little 3 wide right here with one of the Equip Octane cars as well.
Well, you mentioned some things about helping people out, and you guys go the extra mile. First, we don't want to leave it just at the things that you've talked about today, because we know you've always got some things churning in the background that you're working on.
Yeah.
You just can't let that thing lie. You're always looking to innovate and improve and bring out. I know you got some new things coming out. Probably some things you don't want to talk about yet. Are there some new things on the horizon that you are able to talk about?
Yeah, so one of the big ticket items that we've been asked about is kind of historical data. So one of the things that we're doing now is we do give you a live timing table. So if you're familiar with kind of Race Hero or Speed Hive, we kind of have our own version of that where it allows you to customize a table and really shape the view to what you're expecting to see. That works with live data. What we'd like to do is start kind of collecting that, storing that data, and give you some historical data so you can go back in time potentially and see maybe what happened last year at the same race. That's something that we're working on. That's a pretty big project, so I wouldn't expect it to be out anytime in the short term, but that's kind of our next project. But like you said, we take feedback from all sorts of people, whether it be our customers or our community. We have a community Discord that people can join, and we have a ton of people on there that are helping ready to help people out, but also give us feedback. And whenever we get feedback and it makes sense for the platform, we do try and integrate it. A lot of the stuff we got going on this weekend for the first time, like streaming to Facebook and Twitch, that came from some of the feedback we got from Sennhauser Racing, Logan Sennhauser. They really wanted to stream to Twitch and Facebook, and so we implemented that. It's now live, available for people here to stream with. So we really try and help people get started.
Right.
Live streaming is it's not hard, but it's not easy either. There's complexities, there's gotchas, and we just try and make it as easy as possible for people. And that's kind of what we're doing, both with the product, but also just the community of people that. And Paulie, you're part of the Discord, and you contribute there. So. We're just trying to build a community of people that are doing the same thing, and we can all help each other try and get a successful live stream out.
Yeah, the Discord channel is fantastic. What makes Discord really good is when the people that are running it, you and Claire, are actively involved in it, and you are very hands-on, very actively involved. If anybody has a question or a need, and sometimes I do, your guys are right there to answer those questions right away, and that's something I wanted to bring up too. Not only are you helping right away on the Discord, your wife Claire is ready to take a phone call if someone needs something. Here's my phone number. Call me if you need help setting this up. Like you said, it's one of those things. It seems like you might need a little bit of help getting started once they get the hang of it.
That's right.
Once you get everything working, like your camera system, it's really a touch and go. You turn it on, and it just does the rest for you, and it does it every time. So it's a really easy system to use. It's just a matter of getting it set up, and then once it's deployed, it's good to go. But you go a step further than that, though, don't you? You're also bringing some kits to the racetrack with you for those races you visit, and you're willing to help people maybe get them installed and get them up and working.
Yeah, that's right. We spend quite a bit of time with folks at the races when we come. I'll give a huge amount of credit to Claire on this one. She does a lot more of the socializing and walking up and down the pit wall, asking people if they need help than I do.
Yeah.
She's a bit more social than I am. And she's been doing a great job. And we've met a ton of people just by being at the races. Helped a ton of people get started. So, yeah, I mean, if anybody has any questions, we're still here for the rest of the weekend. We're in pit stall 16, I believe. We're in garage 20. Clara's currently driving. I'm up here, but we'll be around. So if you have any questions about live streaming while you're at Watkins Glen, feel free to stop by. We're around this weekend, and then if not, just hop on our Discord, and then we'll be happy to help out there as well.
Yeah, the Discord, myraces.live, the website, myraces.live. Make sure you check them out. And anything else you wanted to bring to us before heading back to the action? Some fun?
Any vendors, any sponsors that kind of help Tooth and everything, kind of make everything go round you guys work with that you want to give a shout out or credit to? And where can they find you on social media as well?
Yeah, so the best thing to do is just go to our website, myraces.live, and from there we can redirect you to our social media pages. We're on Facebook, Instagram. Obviously, we're on YouTube. We stream a lot of the races on YouTube there. Big shout out to Tooth Autosport. I don't have off my mind any of the sponsors that are making the racing happen for them, but they've been a fantastic team to work with. I've been working with them for years. They run cars and arrive and drive programs all the way from Champ Car Civics to LMP3s. So they have a huge range of expertise in racing cars and arrive and drive programs and getting drivers and coaching. And so, yeah, huge shout out to Tooth Autosport. Thank them for running the car this weekend and all the work they do getting the car prepped. And if anybody has any questions that are more technical, car related, Trevor's down in the pits as well, and he can help people out. But yeah, that's it. And thank you guys for broadcasting our platforms.
Erwin, thank you so much. Good luck to everybody at Tooth. Good luck. We wish you the best, and hopefully maybe you guys can get up on that podium.
Let's try. Thank you.
All right. Good luck. All right, guys. Tooth Autosport, My Races Live, guys. Erwin, Claire. We're getting ready to Rockwell Autosport is back in the lead here in the race with Wilson Daly running second, Premium Dudes third, Gorilla Sticker up to fourth. Team Salem, the Mustard Wagon, is in the top five. Tomlinson Motorsports still locking down the EC class here as we're checking back in. The overall of the top five is still locked down by the C-Class guys. JS Motorsport, what a race so far for these guys.
Yeah.
Eighth overall, eighth overall, seventh, and seventh. Never mind. I'll let you take it. It's been a long day. Leading the A class is the important part.
Yeah, JS Motorsports leads A class. B class being led by Equip Octane. C class, it's Rockwell Autosport Development. D class, I'm going to have to hunt for it. Looks like it's Switched Racing in the Mustang. Those guys having a great day out here. EC by the Tomlinson Motorsports. And F class, I'm going to have to hunt for
Boston Whiners.
Boston Whiners it is. So there you have it, folks, as my wife would say. There you have it.
So still on board here with the Rockwell guys. They've got a decent gap at hand here. It looks like there's about a 35.5-second difference between Rockwell and Wilson Daly. They've stepped out a little bit, but we still have 2 hours and 43 minutes to go here. So it's not over yet, and that is not a big margin. Behind Wilson Daly is 15 seconds to Premium Dudes, and then 14 and change back to Gorilla Sticker. Great job by Gorilla Sticker for those guys. Of course, we put a camera in the car, it goes down, and they're running fourth. Go figure. They are doing a great job, though. Real happy for those guys. Wow, Rockwell again up over that curve. ChampCar has got to be watching that very closely. They've got to be right at the limit of the track limits here that they ask at Watkins Glen. So as they're dispensing us some more traffic, that's the Rossmar Millhawk entry, the 78. Looks like the Luce Brothers Motorsports right there. That's one of the F-Class cars. So let's scroll back through the order a little bit here, Paulie. Let's get some of the folks. Team Salem, the Mustard Wagon, is up 84 positions on the day. That is quite the charge for that team. But again, experience, know what they're doing. They have a lot of ties to Watkins Glen and a lot of investment as to why they would want to run well up here. So, and the sister entry has gained 26 spots there. 11th in the 10th in the overall. A couple EC cars mixed in there. So both of them in the top 10. No surprise there. They always run well at Watkins Glen. Race Right has brought themselves back into the picture. They are only about a half second off of the Team Salem catch-up car.
Jeez.
So looks like Race Right is looking to clean up that catch-up mess in front of them.
It's amazing.
I know. Andy back at the wheel. I believe Dale and Andy are probably tag team and sharing the effort this weekend. These guys are just always pulling the hero.
And these teams working lap 89 now is Premium Dudes there in second place, 17 seconds behind Wilson Daily Racing. We've got their feed as well. They are 36 seconds behind the leader of this race in second place now.
So Irwin brought up Sennhauser Racing, that Logan and his guys are giving some feedback. They're back in 38th overall, having a solid day for those guys. They're in A-class car, one of their A-class cars, I believe. Let's take a look here and give them a little attention. Sennhauser right now is in, it looks like, 9th position in the A-class, 38th overall. We got some, I tell you what, a strong showing for some of these A-class cars. Wilson Daly, a little bit of patience right there, just trying to navigate that BMW, as they're also trying to work through with Fawn Group in their Hyundai Veloster. Scroll back through a little bit more here. TCR, they were up front a little bit yesterday. They've kind of settled in about 25th, still in the C-Class. Very healthy contingent of C-Class cars here this weekend, so that is a tough class, but they're staying in the top half. The 996 was in the top 6 earlier for Atlanta Speedworks. They've settled in back in about about 14th overall. As Les is,
Les has got the ice cream.
S is channeling his inner Days of Thunder. He is too busy to talk to us. He is eating ice cream.
That's the way it ought to be. It's been a long weekend.
It has been.
Yesterday was particularly challenging, so.
Yeah. He gets a well-deserved break and a rest. He's worked very, very hard dealing with the cold and the rain while we sit in a nice, cozy booth. So well-deserved, Les. Enjoy that ice cream sandwich, buddy. Back on board with Andy with Race Right. 2:19.6 last lap. That's not bad with dealing with all the traffic. So they're doing a great job so far. 11th in the running order, as we said. Overall, second in their class. Little bit had to crack the throttle there dealing with one of the Mustangs. And that's a tough position because that's a momentum car, and you don't really want to crack the throttle, but then again, you don't want to run into the back of the car in front of you, and you want to stay with them, but at the same time, you got to take care of your car. We still got a long way to go today. But he'll catch him back.
Turn-in Concepts running really well today. Boy, they were vying again for podium position. A half shaft broke on them that put them backed up into a wall. They got the car fixed, got back out there. They're turning laps, giving everybody plenty of time out on the racetrack again before the end of the day, but it puts them out of a shot contention for that top 3.
They are 66. Well, they're in the 60s right about now. Again, we got a number of EC cars mixed in there, but there's still spots to be gained. Just because you're not in contention for a race win or a podium in your respective class or the overall doesn't mean you just give up the fight, because even if you're running back in the 60s or 50s, there's still maybe a shot if cars fall out, and plus if you've got decent pace, you can get some laps back and continue to fight. So you don't want to just lay over and give it to them. You got to stay in the fight, and it looks like we have one of the Rockwell cars here. That may be Wilson Daly, Paulie. We'll have to check here when they come across the line. Not sure if that's one of the sister cars.
Just love racing these BMWs.
And this place tends to complement BMWs really, really well too, where you can just get to the power a little bit and get settled in there. It really makes a big difference. So that probably was not, it might have been Wilson Daly, but it may not have been the number 1 car. It's hard to see the numbers. Right now there's a 40.5 second difference between Rockwell and Wilson Daly. So, Paulie, we're getting down to about 2.5 hours to go, anticipating at least one more pit stop for everybody question will be, when do you make the last stop? Do you want to try to get in early and try to get out and get an advantage, knowing you might have to pedal a little bit for fuel, or do you want to try to stretch it, maybe catch a code 35, but also be able to just go full tilt to the checker?
Yeah, definitely want to try and stretch it to those code 35s if at all possible. So you want to have your driver alert. If he sees a car stranded on the side of the track, you want them to be able to radio into you, say, hey, now I'm seeing a car's down. Put them in the loop. Say, okay, we're in our window. So be on the lookout for a car that's stranded, and then at that point they can say, okay, let's go. We got a car stranded out here, so let's. Do we want to pit? So that would be a great opportunity, a great strategy to get the car in, get that stop done. Obviously, if you can stretch out past 2 hours to go, so that you're inside that window of less than 2 hours, then you don't have to make yet another stop. So some things to think about there. What are the chances of getting a yellow at Watkins Glen inside the last 2 hours? Well, they're pretty good.
Pretty good, but on the flip side of that, do you want to try to get in early, get stretched out, get some laps on them, and then maybe catch a code 35 that might pin those guys a lap down?
So if you can get those yellows, that's the way you're going to want to. You're going to try to aim for those and try to stay away from pitting under green.
Right. And I mean, with being off sequence, if you know you're a car that doesn't necessarily have the pace, and you're up here to try to win or get a podium, you could always try something. There's always different strategies that teams are looking at. We don't know everything that they're looking at, and we know for sure they're not going to tell us because we know everybody's listening and watching ChampCar.Live, but those are things you have to think about as we get into the waning hours of this race.
3 or 4 laps, you've done a few 21, so you're doing a great job.
Can echo that sentiment. She has done a pretty good job. While we were interviewing Irwin, she cracked off a couple 21s, looking really, really smooth, consistent. Whoa, late brake move right there by Turn-In Concepts, getting a handful of wheel there.
Sorry about that, but thank you.
I think he's waving to the sorry I did that. I think he's waving to the corner marshal. No, I do not need toilet paper next time by. I think I'm okay. So, but these guys are putting in a monster drive, and I get the urgency. They're trying to make up time. Greg said, they're going to get back out there and give it their all, and they always do when they show up to the track. So, once again, that's why these guys are one of the really good teams here in Champ Car.
2 hours, 34 minutes unofficially remain. Remember, everything you hear and see on this broadcast is not official. This is just a lot of third-party information that we're getting, digesting, and then bringing to you. So, please keep that in mind.
Absolutely. But we appreciate all of you tuning in today. Again, the greatest day in motorsports, and thank you for making the Champ Car Live broadcast part of your checklist and part of your schedule today. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everybody that tunes in. Thank you to the teams that are coming out. Again, thank you to ISC and everybody at Watkins Glen for hosting us this weekend. Thank you to AutoZone for continuing to be part of the broadcast. We appreciate it. And thank you to Embracing.AI for being the title sponsor this weekend.
In the pits here on the Less is More cam, with one of the teams getting gassed up.
That's the 389 car. It's one of our F-Class cars, Flat Earth Racing. So right now
love that name.
That's cool. They're in the pits right now. So they're having a pretty solid day. It looks like there's a few EC cars mixed in the fight there. It's showing right now they're in about 54th, but I would anticipate they're probably in the high 40s, maybe 47, 48.
What is all this? Oh.
So we talked about this yesterday, so let me see if I can go back and find that. Actually, those are service members that have paid the ultimate sacrifice. There are 3 veterans that are, or let me go back and look. I don't want to give bad information.
Okay, you go ahead and check that out.
But those I know are service members that are riding on board with them this weekend.
Nice. Just taking fuel. This is a standard pit stop, looks like, for them. Looks like a driver in the car.
So Flat Earth Racing, I got a text from the guys. We have 3 Army vets driving with them this weekend. Along with us are the names of the fallen friends and family that have given the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. They're honored to have them aboard this Memorial Day weekend and always. So Flat Earth Racing, very, very tied into the military families, Thank you for what you guys do. We appreciate it, and we wish you guys the best of luck. And go get you to podium finish. It's not too far out of the realm of possibility in F class.
A 93 Subaru Impreza.
I believe they were the only Subaru entry we had this weekend, so
I
pretty
wouldn't
cool
be surprised.
to
see. The engines usually let go, so that's a challenge right there. So it's impressive. We do have some Subarus that run in the series regularly. Not too many.
But regardless, we appreciate them being a part of it, and we thank all them for their military service, and we honor those that have paid that sacrifice. Looking down here, this is the Equip
team.
guys.
Yeah, that Mini Cooper. Pictures, people taking pictures of other people taking pictures.
So Equip Octane. I believe the 245 is I want to say that is the B-Class car. No, I'm incorrect. That is the EC car. The 347 is the B-Class car. Allen, I believe is how you say it.
Got a little front end damage there.
Yeah, they've been in a few close fights. So I know this is one that was on their list. I talked to them at Road Atlanta, and then I believe they ran with us at Daytona as well. These guys, this is another one of our Canadian teams. They said they were going to bring a 2-car, possibly 3-car effort to Watkins Glen. It looks like 2 of them have made it. These guys are very enthusiastic about Champ Car. They love being a part of it. And they're very competitive when they show up. They were good at Road Atlanta. They were solid at Daytona. And they're putting on a pretty good showing here. I think they've had a little bit of bad luck with some equipment. But right now, the EC car is running second in class, and the B-Class car is 13th in the overall and actually leading the B-Class. So strength in numbers right there for the Canadian contingent.
It looks like Gorilla Sticker has moved past Premium Dudes. There was a 3-second gap between Premium Dudes and Gorilla Sticker on that last lap, and now it's up to 7 seconds. So Premium Dudes beginning to fall back behind the Gorilla Sticker team.
Not sure if they're having an issue with the car. It might just be a driver that's with them this weekend that may not have ever been to Watkins Glen, still getting used to it and just trying to adapt to it. So, but I mean, they're still laying down pretty good times, some low 220s, some high teens. That's pretty solid, about what we're seeing from leaders right now. I mean, obviously Rockwell, and some of them are running mid 2s and low 2s. Paulie, I hate to say this, I'm looking outside of my booth here, our booth, and I'm seeing some wet stuff toward the lake.
Yeah, the cloud cover is definitely heavy out here, and as we look to the left side of the tower here where Kyle and I are perched, you know how you can look up in the clouds and you can see rain off in the distance? It kind of looks like that. If anything, there's a lot of fog over there, and so, yeah. Nevertheless, we'll continue to fight back with sunshine and circulating race cars, creating the vortex of Darrell Waltrip.
Absolutely.
Whatever that is.
Yep, so DW deemed the vortex here. And to be honest, it's actually kind of a true statement, because there's been so many times where a lot of people laughed at him when he would say, you got to get that vortex going. But especially in oval track racing, when you get the cars going around, and it buffers the air, and the joke was it kept the rain away, because usually it'd be raining in surrounding areas around the track, but it wouldn't be raining at the track, and it kind of deemed.
And then they would go yellow.
And then they go yellow, and it would downpour.
And then it would start raining,
right.
And it's like you start putting things together.
And it paid true. I remember a number of times it would happen. But the nice thing is, even if it starts raining here, we don't stop. We keep going. So, I mean, within reason. I mean, if there's standing water or lightning, we will stop for a period of time due to safety. But as you saw yesterday, we got a pretty wet track, and we kept digging. So, but we need that vortex theory.
We do need that vortex theory. Why not? We'll take it. It's fun racing in the dry. And we've had enough of the wet stuff for one weekend.
Yes, we have.
So with that, we're going to take another quick commercial break here for ChampCar.Live. We're at Watkins Glen International, the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, Finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International for the Embracing.AI Double Down here at the Glen. We are under a code 35. I am Kyle Lockrow. He is Paulie Veltum. Less is more Epps on pit road, giving you all the action here with Rockwell Autosport still out front over Wilson Daily Racing. Gorilla Sticker is up to third in the 517 entry. Looks like we have transitioned back to yellow. Not sure what happened that brought out the yellow. It was very, very quick while we were at commercial break. And
it was the Boston Whiners team.
Okay.
Yeah. Looks like they got into the wall and spun, and they were facing counter and stopped. And now they're not, I guess.
Well, it looks like we are going back green here. A few takers on pit road. Looks like it's a few guys just trying to get in. We're getting close to that 2 hour to go mark. So probably a few people getting a stop in here, and then probably going to look at stopping, probably sometime in the last 75 minutes.
So, and John just made a note in the chat. I must have made a mistake when I mentioned the board meeting coming up on the 10th of June. I must have said a.m. No, it is 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is the start of the annual board meeting recording and live broadcasts. So make sure you tune in for that. Sorry about that if I've made a mistake there. We don't want people showing up at 8 a.m. Nobody will be there.
Yeah, and that happens. We don't make many mistakes up here. We try not to make many mistakes. But, hey, you know what? We're doing best we can. So that's the 300, the F-class car, that Mercedes.
Easy Riders.
Yeah. On pit road.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like just standard service, a little fuel, maybe some adjustments, driver change, wipe the window down, keep the grill clean, and they'll head back out. So right now those guys are hanging out in, wrong class there. It helps if you go to the F class. Right now, those guys are running second in the F class right now, so on the podium. Couple laps back of Boston Whiners, but with over 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, that is not out of the realm of possibility of something happening and them being in contention for a victory.
Yeah, it looked like that was an automatic that they're racing this weekend as we walk further up pit road. I guess that would be.
Another one of our EC cars here. That may be the Boston Whiners guys. That looks like the 444, I believe, right, Paulie?
Yep, that would be them. And it looks like Fat Crack Racing going to be getting a black flag.
Oops, speeding.
Looks like they were speeding, yeah. Under the code 35.
And it's sometimes it's those little unexpected penalties that shake your day up a little bit. But they've been around Champ Car a little while. They'll get back in the fight, and they'll overcome it.
Right now, your leader of the race, Rockwell Autosport Development, up about 36 seconds over Wilson Daily Racing. And then it's Gorilla Sticker behind them. Here's Wilson Daily, followed by Premium Dudes. See the sun shining now as that the threat of storm seems to have moved off a bit. At least we're just going to be hopeful for that. Hope springs eternal.
Vortex theory, as soon as they got near the racetrack, it circled the outer part of the racetrack.
So Premium Dudes is in fourth place because we've got that EC car at the very front of the field. And then it's Team Salem Mustard. We've seen quite a battle with them working their way around the track, and they're in 50 seconds behind the Premium Dudes car. All these cars have had 2 pit stops, by the way. North by Northeast is behind them by 18 seconds. Then 58 seconds behind them is Shut Up Racing, yesterday's third place overall finisher. JS Motorsports is behind them in 8th. That's your lead A-class car. Team Salem Ketchup in 9th, and then Race Right Silver Bullet. Remember, the Ketchup car was yesterday's winner. And as we go on to the next thought, I'll go ahead and run the standings by class. But you can go ahead, Kyle, if you had a thought.
I was actually going to say, to your point about the classes, We just had it looks like we've had a change here. These switched racing guys have worked themselves back into the lead. So I'm sure Keith has got to be very, very happy right now with that D class. So if you want to go ahead and hit those classes, Paulie, go for it.
Yep, there's our C class. You can see Rockwell, Wilson Daly, and Gorilla Sticker, your top 3 there. Down to D class now, Switched Racing, Team Z, and Crazy Horse Racing. Over to F class. It's Boston Whiners, Easy Rider, and Open Throttle Racing. And finally to EC, Tomlinson Motorsports, Open Throttle, and Boston Whiners again.
Tomlinson's got a pretty good lock so far on that EC class. I mean, they have been dominant all day long. They've gotten out front and have not looked back, so they've put on a monster drive. Great job by those guys. Last lap at 2:19.5. They're probably just hanging out in cruise control at this point, but they've got a healthy margin. They pushed it earlier in this race.
And Les is having fun down there. It's been a long weekend. Some of these guys are a little tired, and who can blame them?
Yeah, it's a lot.
You get done with the work week, you come out here to play, and you end up kind of working. But it's a lot of fun. Les down in the pits, in the pit area there, visiting some of the teams. There is Irwin and Claire in their pit box.
So back over here at our camera facing turn 7 and turn 6, one of the Mustangs coming out of the corner. Look like they got just a little wide through there. A couple more BMWs coming behind them. Les just doing his normal walk-up pit road. So, Paulie, as we're getting into the latter part of the race and the fact that we're now approaching 12 hours of racing action on these cars, do we feel, looks like there's a local yellow in turn 8 for something. We'll have to see if it turns into anything further. I just saw it pop up on the Mustang, the Switch Racing Flagtronics. We're back to green. You got to wonder, looks like we got a stalled car here.
Another car.
Yep, that's the 78 car, the Rossmar Millhawk car. Something must have happened to them.
Yeah.
But you got to wonder how much attrition's going to start playing into the end of this race here. It looks like we're going to be going yellow. Probably going to be going to a code 35 here shortly. And there's another car, Paulie. I just seen a BMW heading into the paddock. I don't know if that is Running Bulls. Maybe they're just kind of using this as a test session for the next race that they're going to go to.
That's a good point. You know, we do. One of the advantages here is that we've got. What is he doing? He's laying down.
With the open throttle, guys.
One of the advantages of having these double sevens with the brake, unlike the 12, 24-hour races and the 14-hour races we've been doing here recently, in fact, is that you do have some time to go over the car, check the brakes, and repair anything that is having some problems, change tires and so forth. You're not in the heat of the race to do it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't affect the car and wear on the car, and that you don't run into some attrition problems. Just as you're bringing up that topic, we're finding multiple cars stranded on the racetrack. So that's exactly what's happened. We've gone to Purple 35 to get some of these cars that have capitulated.
Yeah, and we're asking a lot of these cars that aren't built initially to do what we asked them to do. A lot of them are mainly stock, so the fact that you make them go as much as we do and for as long as we do speaks volumes to the engineering and the development that these teams put into the pieces of equipment, but also to the drivers for being fast but being mindful of their equipment and taking care of it. It takes a lot to get this done and make it happen, so congrats to all the teams so far that have made it this far, and hopefully we won't have too many more problems. It looks like one of the EC cars, that may be the equipped car, had to pop back behind the wall for a second for something. And they were up pretty good. They weren't winning the EC class, but they were.
Next 5-10 minutes might be fitting.
So. Claire's still in the car, so there's a little bit of communication.
Lap you did
You guys were pretty much leading the race earlier today. Want to walk us through maybe what was going on?
Yeah, so we were sitting first in C-Class, second overall behind the Parts Badger Miata. Going into, I think that's turn 7, the downhill left, we had an axle failure, and pretty much the whole entire rear left wheel came off the car.
Oh, jeez.
And he kind of spun it around and just rear end tapped into the tire wall there. Tony was driving the car at the time. He literally drove the wheels off the car. So fast laps, but unfortunately that's racing, and that's part of racing these older cars is you will have parts fail from time to time. It wasn't an original axle. We've replaced them a few times over the years because those are known to fail, but you know, that's part of it. So we got the car back in, and the whole team you know, got under, and we got that whole entire corner swapped out. We're back on track doing laps.
Nice. So yeah, I mean, it's a lot of racing left. It looks like it might get a little rainy out here, so there are.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always optimistic, always ever optimistic. You know, and maybe so, maybe.
Yeah, we're out here now just to have a good time. Put laps down, make sure the car is good to go for the next race. We don't have any test days planned between now and then, so we're just gonna make sure it's good to go.
Excellent. Well, you know, you guys always run a tight ship, and I enjoy always driving your car and watching you guys drive because, you know, it's the Ohio connection. Yeah, I'm pretty unbiased, but.
It looks like we may have lost Les there with, he mentioned rain. Paulie, it looks like the vortex theory holds true. We went yellow, and what happened?
Shout online, and we'll get you the information.
Excellent. Awesome. See you soon.
Yeah, great interview with Greg there.
See that it's starting to get a little bit more rainy out here, so it's starting to come down a little bit. I can actually put my hood on here in a little bit, and we're good.
Ooh, okay. I didn't know it was raining, so Les is seeing some precipitation and participation down there today. All right. Well, thanks for that interview, Les. Appreciate that.
Yeah, looking out of the booth, Paulie, backside of the course, it's raining pretty good, especially over in the S's.
He wanted me to let you guys know that just contact them, and they do have seats usually available. So call them, text them, send them an email, and
Turn in concepts.
Turn in concepts.
That's a great opportunity right there. That's a great team to race with.
So if there's any prospective drivers out there looking for rides for upcoming races, go talk. If you're here at the track, go talk to Turn In Concepts. If you're not here, reach out. They have availability in their cars, fast cars. Les can attest to the fact that they're good. I think, Paulie, you've driven for them as well.
Yeah.
A lot of high praise. So if you're looking for a cool experience, go talk to Greg and Turn In Concepts. Because we are still under a code 35 here for the stall. Was it a few stalled cars, or was it mainly just that 78 there in turn 9?
No, all they've noted here is the 78, haven't they?
Yeah.
So maybe the other cars got on their way, so they weren't as concerned about those, although they might be checking barriers, if anything, you know, if they got into a tire wall.
So it looks like we may be going back green here in just a few moments. We're back to a yellow flag condition. We hear the Miatas out down the front stretch. The bees swarming.
Yeah.
So we know we're getting close.
Yes, indeed.
And we are back green here at Watkins Glen. These guys, I tell you what, if you ever have an opportunity to drive with open throttle, go do it. It is the most fun you'll have all weekend. Those guys play hard, but they race hard, but they play even harder, and they're a lot of fun to be around. They like to keep the mood light. As we're on board with Rockwell Autosport, your race leader, and we see the wipers. You see him kind of having to navigate some of the wet conditions here. The rain is always a great equalizer. It's not heavy from what we're getting reports of down there, but it may be that annoying light drizzle just enough to be disruptive and can be a little bit of a nuisance in the car. So hopefully these guys can go. It looks like we're still green.
Yeah. Although the indicator is that we're yellow. That's that's something that has to be thrown. And now we're hearing that we're going to go back to yellow, and there it is on Flagtronics. We are back to caution.
So on board here with Wilson Daly. They're still out. That is our second place runner. Premium dudes, Paulie, I just noticed, got by Mustard, and they put about 19 and change on them second-wise. So it looks like premium dudes are trying to work their way back into the fight here. And now we're back green. Must have just been a momentary thing. Looks like we're all clean and green, so we're going to go back racing. Still on board with Wilson Daly as they navigate out of turn 9, headed to turn 10, back toward us in our broadcast booth here on the front straightaway. You see him having to just be very, very careful and gingerly work onto the power. With the changing conditions, the track getting a little bit slick, you can see he's just really having to, really taking his time. You don't just want to put the power down so quickly because it can really get you in trouble if you're not careful and they're having a good race. You don't want to go for an unnecessary spin. Definitely got the wipers going here. He backed off a little early, really taking it easy. Hear him just feathering that throttle. Really used a little bit of curb there, but he was real careful that now we're starting to see some increase in rain as he goes up the hill. You really heard him having to crack the throttle. Usually that's full out up that hill, but with those wet conditions, you have to really pedal it, and then if it gets starting to get more, you'll have to adjust to the rain line if that takes away from any of those lines on the inside of the corners and whatnot. So, but these teams up front are easy. They can adapt. See, as you see, he's readjusting his entry right here. He's trying to not touch the curbs because, as we've seen in previous shots, if you touch those curbs and you go to apply the power, you're going to spin the tires and it's going to get the car upset. So he's doing a great job. And as you can see, as he leaves the back part of the course, the rain gets lighter. Not as heavy as it was down the back straightaway. Nice outbraking maneuver there with one of the Mustangs. See him just working that throttle. You want so badly to go to power, but you can't, knowing you'll get in trouble. And now back into the boot section, you see the bigger raindrops. So, and that change in condition can be very frustrating. And for newer drivers who aren't used to running in the rain, you really have to adapt to it, and you can't let it mentally mess with you. You have to just stay the course, stay focused, and make sure you adjust and know that you're not going to have the same condition every corner. It looks like we have a debris flag on our Flagtronics here going into 8. You'll notice he was about a half lane off. He's running the rain line. With an increase in moisture, the inside line's probably going to start getting a little bit of slick with the amount of rubber laid down. So he's running offline a little bit because that'll give him better traction. A little bit of catch and release with the wheel there. Yeah, it looks like the rain is increasing pretty well. Pit road is pretty damp from our vantage point. So these drivers are definitely in for a fight here. You notice, again, big wide entry. You're going to start to see these lap times come down pretty good. 2:28 on Rockwell, 2:35 on Tomlinson. Yeah, you can see it. And you got to be careful in 11. You don't want to touch that paint for the blend line for pit entry. You want to make sure you try to stay away from that, because if you touch any of that paint, it's like ice. Same with the curbs. Because all that is, and I believe these are the painted curbs, Paulie. I don't know if they use that FIA paint that we talked about at NCM, where you can be a little more aggressive with them because it's a little more grippy, but I don't know if Watkins Glen does that. Maybe something we'll have to find out one day.
Well, when I raced here was after the repave, and I thought it was great. The only problems I had with the painted surfaces was the painted stripe for pit in. The rest of it, I thought the grip was good. But, and maybe if I see the owner again, the track CEO, president, I can ask him that question.
Absolutely. So still on board here with Wilson Daly. That's your second place car. They're about a minute and change behind Rockwell. Still trying to chase those guys. And actually about 57 seconds last time through the line. I think we're waiting for our feed here to update. So not a big amount to overcome. Oh, no, that's correct. About a minute up there. I keep forgetting about that. Sorry about that, guys. That EC car mixed in there is throwing me off a little bit. So now we got a double yellow here and a debris flag from what we're seeing with Wilson Daly. And these are not fun conditions to drive in sometimes, folks, because like right here, he wanted to go inside, and if you have to make evasive maneuvers like that, you may not have the grip that you had the last time through that section. So you really have to be careful. You have to slow your motions down in the car. You can't make aggressive movements with the steering wheel, and especially more so for the rear-wheel drive guys, you can't just put the power down the way you want to because you don't have the grip. You really have to feather it, as you can hear him just easing into it. It's agonizing, but to be successful in the rain, you have to manage the wheel spin. Another trick you can do is you can also, what's a third gear corner? We talked about this at NCM when it got really, really wet. You make a third gear corner, a fourth gear corner, or even going through the bus stop where guys are going up to fifth gear. They just might slow down with the brakes and ease through, because then through the higher gear, you don't get the excessive wheel spin and torque to where then you don't risk spinning the car out. Yeah, he's just really having to be careful. He's really working hard to stay off that paint right there. And like Paulie said, it's very wet and you don't want to touch it. It's ice. The curves may not be as bad, but that paint is paint, and it just is very slick. Yeah, we're seeing some pretty hefty raindrops right there from the Less is More cam. Poor Les, 2 days in a row out in the wet. That cannot be fun for him. But thank you, Les, for all you do. We appreciate you working hard and doing your thing and getting us all these amazing shots. Approaching 2 hours to go, Paulie. So, all right, since we are at the top of the hour, let's go over our running order. So, the first car that you do see in the running order is Rockwell Autosport. That is your overall leader and C-Class leader. For your top five, Wilson Daly is in second in the 15, the BMW. About 55 and a half seconds behind. Behind them is Gorilla Sticker, who's done an amazing job today, working themselves up into third. Premium Dudes in fourth, about 11 seconds behind them. And then Team Salem in the Mustard Wagon, an additional 51 seconds behind them. That is the round out of your top five. It's a lockdown of C-Class. Tomlinson is still holding the lead in the EC division. And we have in the top 11 now 3 A-Class cars. Race Right has worked themselves up into the lead, and they're only fifth in A-Class, and they're in 9th overall. And they're only about 55 and a half seconds off of catch up with Team Salem, and JS Motorsport not far behind them. Noodles with Ramen Racing. The D-Class leader is still switched racing. We talked to Keith Long and his guys earlier. Team Z is still working on trying to chase them down, but there's a bit of a bigger gap. As you can really see the rooster tails, this Watkins Glen is very, very wet, as you can tell, and that's going to make the last 2 hours very interesting. So to finish out, our F-Class is Boston Weiner, still has that pretty well under control. And that pretty much rounds out your class leaders here at Watkins Glen. Yeah, they're really, even Rockwell's having to really be careful going up the hill. I think we're getting quite a bit of rain here at Watkins Glen.
Got it for you, Kyle. Yeah, I do throw that up there occasionally. I know it blocks the lower section of the standings. So I got it moved for you.
Nice and smooth. A little bit there. See, I'm just trying to go over the curb and not touch anything. Really trying to wait to put the power down. And it's hard. You want to, but in your mind, you know you can't. He's trying to run the outside, or I'm sorry, the left side here at the top, to just stay away from where all that rubber and moisture has been laid down from any incidents and just stuff that's come off the cars. Yep. Definitely fighting grip level in that car. Got those wipers going. It's raining pretty good, Paulie. I mean, it's pretty. I can see. I'm looking at turn 10 outside of our booth here, and you can see the rooster tails coming off these cars. I think this is going to be quite the equalizer.
Yeah. So with that, we'll take Another break here as we've reached the top of the hour. Just under 2 hours remain in this contest here at Watkins Glen International, the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution, incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, a very, very wet and soggy Watkins Glen for the Embracing.AI Double Down here at the Glen. I am Kyle Lockrow. He is my co-host and pal, Paulie Veltum, and our buddy, the very wet, soggy, and lighthearted Lester Epps on pit road. He is a trooper, bringing you all the action. Thank you for tuning in. Rockwell Autosport is still your leader of today's contest. Premium Dudes is now in second. Team Salem Mustard is third. North by Northeast in fourth. And Shut Up Racing is now up into the top 5. The EC car you see mixed in there. Tomlinson Motorsport, that is the EC leader. They are not amongst the overall in that fight. They are scored separately. But we are starting to get into, with under 2 hours to go, Paulie, we have opened the window for that final pit stop.
And it looks like CU Boulder is stranded on the racetrack, Kyle.
Yeah, I wonder if they might be stuck. It looks like the car is running, but I wonder if...
It looks like he had to restart it.
I think he may be stuck. Nope. Has he got it rolling?
Yeah, looks like he is moving here.
It looks like he's able to get...
He's trying to get to the pass-through here, it looks like. He found the little orange breakthrough like you were talking about.
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute. What's going on? He went right by it.
He may be trying to get back to the pit, or he's going to try to back up into it. Yep, he looks like he's throwing it into reverse. No, he's going to try to get back around.
Oh, okay. He's trying to rejoin the event without getting killed.
It's a hard thing to do, especially in conditions like these with the rooster tails and not being able to be seen too well. It's hard. Did a nice job. He was working with the corner marshal who was trying to help clear him. And that is a nice thing that those guys will do, is sometimes, if you get stalled in those areas, those corner workers will work to try to get you a place in line, or at least give you an indication to start rolling, and then you can blend in more easily. So it looks like Wilson Daly is on pit road. They've already made their stop. Gorilla Sticker in the 517 has made a pit stop. I believe Wilson Daly has already taken off, so we're waiting to see them come back by the scoring loop next time by. Maybe the same for Gorilla Sticker. I don't see them on pit road at this point, as we're on board with Balthazar Motorworks. Carlo's still behind the wheel. Nice relaxed posture there, just taking it easy. Just trying to navigate. Got those wipers going at full tilt. It's very wet, Paulie. It's let up a little bit, but in a very short order, this place has gotten soggy once again.
Yeah, definitely. We're hoping that we're hoping that things lighten up a little bit for these guys so they can have a little bit more enjoyment. I know for me, racing out here in the rain was a lot of fun, but that's not the case for everybody. So I know that everybody's going to have fun if it's dry. So
yeah, if
it can clear up a little bit. Yeah, and being able to see is really important. So we really don't want the rooster tails. And
it's a great equalizer, but at the same time,
there's a local yellow there. He's not able to pass. So waiting to pass, and he almost went past there we have a car that's inverted, facing the wrong direction. And it's in that tunnel section between turns 9 and 10, it looks like.
Hopefully he's able to get the car looped back around and get going. That's a tough spot to get looped around and not get hit.
I don't see it over there now, but so that might be some old video.
So still showing, waiting for Wilson Daly to come back around. This may be them coming right here in a black BMW. Or that may have just been
this
them
one
that
here?
came back. It looked like, it wasn't sure for a second. Yeah, they just came back around to complete a lap. So they have completed their pit stop, and they've just run their out lap. So one of the Salen's cars. It looks like it's starting to lighten up a little bit, but
Yeah,
as I
it
look
does.
over toward the lake, I'm still seeing some moisture. Maybe that we're green. Maybe we can get that vortex theory going again and at least get it cleared up for this last hour 47.
That'd be nice.
That would be very nice. I think there's going to be a lot of people that'll be glad to get out of Watkins Glen this weekend as far as dealing with the weather, unfortunately. But regardless, we've had 2 great days of racing. Yeah, we've dealt with some wet conditions, but that's normal when we come up to Watkins Glen. I mean, it can rain at any time up here. Les is still getting us some great shots here from right at start finish.
Yeah, I think he just perched it on the wall there, and hopefully he's underneath somebody's awning and not getting pelted.
Yeah, hopefully he was able to catch a break there. So the lap times you're seeing, they're definitely off the pace by, I'd say, a good 35 plus seconds for a lot of these teams, just with the conditions. I mean, you've seen it when we were on board with Wilson Daly. You really have to slow yourself down to navigate this as we're back on board with MyRaces.Live Tooth. They have worked themselves up into 3rd place in EC, Paulie. Irwin said he thought they had a shot at it, and I'll tell you what, they are doing a masterful job. And it looks like they're slowly working on catching open throttle for 2nd in class, but we'll have to see. I know those guys are always strong when they come to play in EC.
So your standings right now, Rockwell Autosport Development leads over Premium Dudes in 2nd place. Team Salem Mustard is 3rd. Then it's North by Northeast, Shut Up Racing behind them. Then Wilson Daly Racing, Team Salem Ketchup, yesterday's winning car, Gorilla Sticker, Race Right, and 901 Motorsport in the number 903, with Race Right leading A class, B class being led by Equip Octane, who's 11th overall, 11th overall. To C class, it's Rockwell Autosport Development. To D class, it's Switched Racing in their Mustang. For EC, it's the Tomlinson Motorsport team. And then for F class, it's Boston Winers. Those are your leaders.
So we got just under an hour 45 minutes left to go today, and we'll have to see how long the rain, if there can be some type of dry line that develops. If it finally stops raining, we'll have to see if they can get a dry line going and we can get some racing in. But we'll also have to see if these drivers can navigate this for the last hour and a half, or hour 45, and not make any mistakes that cost anybody a good finish or a victory here today. See, Rockwell, they're fighting trying to get grip. I mean, he was down close to the curb. Not sure if he just gently clipped it, might have just touched the paint. And those cars are very light under braking, and they got good balance to them, but sometimes when it starts to slide, it looks like, he's going to go around the hard way here. Nope, he thought better of it, and he's going to cross over. Might have been trying to, I think that's Premium Dudes, actually.
That's 3 wide there. He is right on the edge of the pavement, and there's no tracks for him to run in, so this is all the shiny stuff. It's a lot of fun. Now's a good chance to get Sticker here by heading to the inside. And he gets that done. Nice, crisp downshift there.
Got in there a little hot, but he might have done that. It looked like he diamonded the corner. He may be doing that intentionally, where he just kind of lets the car get to a point, and then it takes a set, and then he just kind of points and shoots to get out of the corner. He's almost kind of driving it like a front-wheel drive car in a sense.
Yeah, and I think that's being a mid-engine car. He probably just wants to do a lot of straight line braking, pivot, go back to power.
It's working really well for him, Paulie, honestly. He's doing a really good job of just trying to navigate the conditions, not put himself in a position where you're at risk or losing anything. The gap had closed with Premium Dudes, it looked like, but it looks to me like Premium Dudes will have to see the next time they come by the line. From what it's saying right now, it looks like they might have a bit of an advantage on them, but we'll have to see what the gap is at this point. I thought maybe that might have been Premium Dudes last time by. I might have been mistaken. That might have been another BMW. There's a few teams that have similar paint schemes and wraps on their cars, so we'll have to get a further clarification on that one. But Tomlinson so far is in the pits. I don't know if this is that's your EC leader. Not sure if it's planned or not. I'm also seeing Atlanta Speedworks in the pits. Oh, a little bit of traffic here through the bus stop. Leader's having to navigate. Doing a nice job of just easing through it. You saw him get up on the curb. He didn't really have a choice. And he really just had to let the car roll through that section. Oh, got a little bit. He's right up on that paint. It's risky. Nice job of getting through there. Nice smooth braking past the Mercedes. That should be that F-Class car. And just, you hear him just so gingerly getting back to the power. Definitely putting on a clinic of how to get through traffic in the rain at Watkins Glen. And again, this team has a lot of experience. They've run in various divisions, and they bring a lot of really solid drivers to the table when they race here in Champ Car. So if you're watching and you're an aspiring driver and you want to learn what it takes to get around this place in these conditions, then this is exactly what you need. You're getting a crash course today. Compliments of Rockwell Autosport Development. Comes up out of turn 8 right there. Just eases the car over. Really getting out of it early there for good reason. Getting a little bit wide. Having to navigate some more traffic there. But really, yep, so you got a little bit on the curb. Had to back out of it. Oh, he may have a problem here, Paulie. Rockwell all of a sudden has slowed coming out of turn 9. He went to the power, and it looks like the car is off. Unbelievable. This is your race leader, folks. So he is stalled to the entry at turn 10 off to the left.
See if we can hear anything.
It sounds like it's running, but Paulie, I noticed this. He went...
Oh, the car's off.
Well,
he's trying to restart it.
Yeah, it looks like he's cycling the car. He came out of turn 9, Paulie, and he went to get going, and all of a sudden, it just sounded almost like it lost all drive.
Oh, you don't think he's out of gas, do you?
I don't know. I mean, I don't remember. When do we know the last time they came to pit road?
We should be able to get that here.
Oh, man.
It's made 2 pit stops so far. And I just can't believe that this is happening to them.
This is shades of NCM last year with that championship race where they pretty much were running well, had it in hand, and then all of a sudden something happened.
Unbelievable.
I know. He is trying to crank that car. He cycled it a couple times now.
And they're going purple 35, no doubt, to pick up the leader of the race who's stranded on the side of the racetrack.
So for those of you that have just tuned in, the car was talking to the team. It almost went over there.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds an awful lot like he's out of gas.
Oh, man. I mean, it just...
Yeah, the sound you're hearing there is actually the wipers. So So I really don't think they have any options at this point but to wait for the truck to tug them back to the pits so the team can evaluate what's going on here.
But as any driver will, you're going to crank that thing beyond
until it dies.
You're going to crank it until it completely says, I can't take anymore.
Yeah, you might as well just wait. Obviously, it's not going to just fire up. He's going to take off, and everything's going to be great.
Well, with this, Paulie, this changes things. Well, Premium Dudes just got a...
Need a tow? Yeah. Okay, you get it in neutral? Yeah. Okay, tow truck's on the way. Okay. You want to go to your pits or do you want to go to the paddock?
Eric, do you want me to go to the paddock or to the pit?
I'm sure they're going to want him in the pits just to look at it, and then they can always take him to the paddock later.
Eric is Eric Rockwell.
Paddock? Where's your paddock?
So they're going to take him to the paddock area instead and evaluate the car from there.
So the Eric he's referring to is one of the team principals, Eric Rockwell. He was just trying to decide where they want to best address the issue, whether they had all the equipment in the pits or if they need to take it back to the trailer or the garage or paddock stall, as they call it, where they have more of the in-depth equipment to dissect the issue. It may not be a terminal issue for them, but it's definitely going to knock them off of a race win today, as we see Salins in the pits.
Yep, on board with the less cam.
Looks like they're just doing a tire change here. What I was going to say, Paulie, before as we're watching these guys, looks like it's pretty standard. I noticed Premium Dudes in North by Northeast, they saw we were going to get a code 35. They dove into the pits. Talk about an early Christmas present. I mean,
Perfection.
that was, I mean.
Yep, this is, they definitely, this is the kind of thing every team prays for. They want to see those opportunities.
But you've got to be in the position to capitalize it, and you've got to have good radio communication with your crew to tell your driver if you're in the backside by like 7 and 8, you got to have your time. You got to tell your guy to get in. Or
both cars.
Yep.
Ketchup and mustard in. It looks like they're going to rain tires here. And of course, the team, they were famous for having guys over the walls and having their air guns, and that was changed recently. So now they have to use these battery-powered guns. But looks like that's what they're doing. They're going to some fresh meats, something that's going to work better in the rain to deal with all the water channeling they need to do.
Yep. You can see Les.
Great shots, Les.
Yep, great job, Les. That's awesome.
Team Salen's a real threat. They already won the race yesterday with the catch-up car. Both cars now in the pits with Mustard scored in third place, but we know the Rockwell car is being towed back on the hook to the paddock area to be evaluated. So it's going to come down to Team Salins and Premium Dudes once again. It's been like this before.
Yep. Where have we seen this picture?
Yeah, Daytona.
Last year.
Where
else did we see this? Daytona.
There's the car being towed.
A little bit of Daytona this year. Premium Dudes was up there for a while, but Wilson Daly crashed the party at Daytona this year.
And this one, is that the Rockwell car?
That is, I believe,
being pushed. This one's being pushed, the number 10.
Oh, man. Bad couple laps here for Rockwell.
It could be both cars, ran into fuel issues. They just miscalculated. Maybe waiting for this caution as we go back to yellow now with the Rockwell car, the leader, pulled off the racetrack. And now everything kind of falls into the laps of Premium Dudes. The car that was wrecked yesterday pushed the engine back. I mean, there was a lot of damage they had to overcome, and that car's been so strong today. Maybe the camera system not, but but boy, that car has been working so well.
Looks like they're checking a couple of the lug nuts there on that right rear tire. Maybe it didn't seed away and go on and and that's a courtesy check, and that's smart of that crew member to check that. You want to make sure you don't cross thread it or have something where it becomes a vibration and then takes you out of contention.
Yeah, there's a concern here. I mean, if you can't get that lug nut on there properly,
Want to make sure they don't damage anything.
They may have an issue where maybe they've lost some of the threads on the stud, or it could be an issue with that said tire, and we don't know. We'll have to see if maybe Les can figure it out here as he is on the move again.
He is on the move, my friends. Beep, beep.
Yep, watch the truck. There we go. What we ought to do is have Les take the scooter one of these days, and he could do a reconnaissance lap on the track for us.
He's the man on the move. All right, so while Les is vying for a better position on board with Open Throttle Racing, our race sponsor, Embracing.AI. It's the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen, with lots of drama unfolding here as I'm watching the Rockwell cars being pushed down pit lane and into the paddock after such a dominant performance. Will they be able to come back and shoot for a podium position? Time will tell. Premium Dudes and the Team Salen's cars are up there, along with Wilson Daily Racing and North by Northeast. It's all up for grabs here at Watkins Glen International. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So the word is that the Rockwell cars both ran out of fuel. One of the cars, the lead car, number 1 panel, already came in and took fuel and left. This one, they've got the hood up, and they're looking at things. And then there's the possibility some residual damage was done by running the car out of fuel. So that's being evaluated. So for that team, I'm sure they're hoping that they can get it put back together and get it back on the racetrack. In the meantime, Premium Dudes has overtaken the lead of this race, followed by Wilson Daily Racing, Team Salem Mustard, North by Northeast, and Gorilla Sticker. The Rockwell car has gone back onto the racetrack. They're shown currently in 5th place. So all of those cars have pitted 3 times today, Shut Up Racing included. The Equip Octane team, who's currently leading B class and 8th overall, has pitted 4 times. And the Tomlinson Motorsport team has pitted for their 5th time today, leading E class, scored in 9th overall.
And JS Motorsports is now leading the A class, but I'm wondering if that is through like a cycle of pit stops. Not sure if those guys have made their final stop of the day yet. We'll have to find out, but they lead over race right in the A class. And it looks like the F class, Boston Winers, is increasing the gap over Specs. So it looks like they may be, if they can hang on for another hour and 20-some minutes, they may be on their way to a victory. They have a 3-lap margin over the closest competitor. And then in our D class, not sure if you mentioned this one already, Paulie, you might have. If not, I don't want to step on you. But Switched Racing is 2 laps up on Team Z. So it looks like they may be on their way to a nice... and here is an issue right here, Paulie. This may be something that we'll have to think about for these teams. It looks like Switched Racing is dealing with a little bit of an issue with some fog in the car.
Yeah, the windscreen's getting fogged up, and he's having to just reach up there and clean it. He's got a paper towel with him to try and clean that off of there.
And that is not, especially as much as you shift here and you're trying to just stay on the wheel and not get yourself in trouble, you really, the last thing you want to be doing is having to reach up and wipe off that windshield so you can actually get better vision. Hopefully, maybe they'll come up with a system that'll help with some of that ventilation and make it almost kind of like a defrost system maybe for the next race.
When I raced with our bank, we had something called a Q-tip, which is an ice scraper with some of those towels wrapped around the fuzzy part, the brushy part.
It's shades of Carl Edwards at Montreal a number of years ago with the Swiffer in the car.
Yeah, get like a Swiffer kind of thing. A lot of guys are using blowers. Some other guys are using a defroster kit on the front windshield, and you would think it'd be distracting, but actually they have it in Premium Dude's car too, and it's really not. You get used to it. You just look right through it.
Red Baron Racing Red Barn Racing has a cool system. Pat was telling me about it when I put the camera in the car. It involves pieces off of a vacuum. I don't want to go into too much detail because I gave it away, but unless he's willing to share a secret there, if these guys are still around, go find them and let Pat tell you the secret to the best defrost system he's ever come across that was customly designed.
Yeah, Rockwell looks like they're out of the paddock. They're heading out of their garage, probably going to go rejoin the track.
And that dropped them well down the order. They're now down to about 10. Yeah, so
it just spoiled everything for them, didn't it?
CU Boulder back on the racetrack. Our buddies from University of Colorado Boulder.
Yeah.
Still running. Nice outbraking maneuver there on one of the Miatas. Now, this has got to be an experience for these guys. This isn't something we really asked them about. What was it like racing in the rain, or if maybe this is their first time racing in the rain as a club or team. So this might be some interesting time for them. It looks like Wilson Daly Racing has taken the lead by about 2 seconds over Team Salem. Not sure what happened with Premium Dudes there.
Yeah, I don't know. Looks like their in-car cameras have both gone down. They had been running today, but it looks like, Wilson Daly, their last lap was a 2:45. Team Salem Mustard there, a 2:42, and Premium Dudes a 2:56. So, well off their delta.
Big catch right there. Good catch. Almost ended badly for CU Boulder.
Will not retire. They are stuck in lane.
So,
and Les is reporting, I think he said that was Rockwell's having some power issues and it won't refire.
Oh, no. Well, we were hearing that when it was out there. It just, they could not get that car to crank. So, as we're still on board, that was a huge catch by CU Boulder. Nice job. If that had gone a little bit more, that would have ended very badly for those. So, whoever is on board in that car right now, great job catching it. But Wilson Daly is in the lead, like we said, about 2.5 over Team Salem. A little bit of a difference in lap time last lap, but that also may have been some traffic. We don't know what Wilson Daly's dealing with. Salem might have had a little bit more clear running. It does appear to be clearing up a little bit. I can actually see over toward the lake region and in the downtown village of Watkins Glen. So hopefully it'll start to dry out here in the final hour and change of our race, and maybe we can get these lap times down and we can get a real good race on our hands here. Tell you another one that slipped up into the fight. Equip Octane, the B class, those mini guys. They, the Canadian guys, have snuck up into 7th position in the overall. They lead the B class, and just quietly, they've put on a show this weekend, but they haven't been doing anything trying to get up toward the top 5 yet. But they may be taking advantage of this rain, and they're only about 1:18 up or back from Shut Up Racing, so they may not be out of the fray for a top 5 finish. And it looks like Team Salem is pulling down on Wilson Daly Racing. We'll have to see if we can try to catch those guys. It is down to less than a second right now, about almost 0.8 of a second gap. So hopefully we can try to catch those guys and see what's going down. We see these guys coming down the hill here. Those wipers still going. It may not be raining too much, but just trying to navigate those rooster tails. Trying to catch those leaders. There's Atlanta Speedworks. That's Specs, I believe, from Open Throttle. Fawn Group right there in one of their Velosters. One of the BMWs. That might be 901 Autos or 901 Motorsport. That looks like the Team Equip, the Mini. That'd be your 7th place car. That, I believe, is North by Northeast.
Yeah, Premium Dudes has tumbled down to 6th spot. It's Wilson Daly, Team Salem Mustard, North by Northeast, Gorilla Stickers, Shut Up, and Premium Dudes.
Still waiting to see one of the Wilson Daly or Team Salem come around.
Well, I think if I take you to the area of the track where they're located, they should be coming at us here. So that's probably the car there. Coming out onto the front straightaway. So Wilson Daly turns a 2:44 on that last lap. Team Salem a 2:42. North by Northeast a 2:53. Gorilla Sticker a 2:52.
Still showing about 0.7 of a second, almost 0.8 of a second in difference here, but we're still waiting to see when they hit the line.
Here we go. Now they're coming right there.
There we go. That's your battle for the race lead. So I believe Wilson Daly is the car all the way to the left there. So we'll have to try to see if we can get a shot down there near 1. Here they come.
As they come through here.
Yep. Oh, looks like they're on the inside.
Oh, Salins gets the pass.
Got him. Let's see if Wilson Daly can cross over and maybe get back to them.
We'll pick them up here in turn 3.
About 6 or 7/10 of a second difference in lap time that time through. The nod to the mustard car up by a little quicker that lap, but again, dealing with these conditions, you can see the marbles, Paulie, developing there, going through those S's. That and a wet racetrack are not a fun combination.
It's got to be great. Yeah, they probably don't want that at all. Team Salin's going through.
I don't think anybody signed up to go ice racing this weekend, so
I think we've got a change of position for the leader. And I'll work on trying to get another camera from them, but looks like that Wilson Daly camera's offline.
Yeah, unfortunately, folks, with the weather, signals are probably getting clogged up with the low ceiling. If equipment's getting wet by chance, that's probably not making it any easier as well. So we will try our best to try to stay with the leaders as much as possible, but we're also, we're fighting things as well here too. But so far, so good. Les's camera's up and working really, really well, and he's navigating a very soggy pit road, but let's see it there. I think that's those guys right there.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Should be coming to us. It looks like Team Salem's gotten about a second up on Wilson Daly at this point. They should be coming to us here in turn 8. Yeah, that should be them. That should be about right. There's your leader, and that's just Wilson Daly right there. Great close in under braking right there. Looks like the hot dog machine is having a little issue getting through traffic here. Like I said, they don't have to lay over for the leader. It is a courtesy. Yeah, you get the blue flag. Doesn't mean you have to necessarily abide by it. That's just more of a recommendation. Yeah, we want you to get out of the way, but if you're in your own race.
Well, in Champ Car, it's just letting you know that faster traffic is approaching. So it's not saying move. It's not the passing flag or the move over flag necessarily. How about the K2 car up to 8th?
I know. Look at those guys. Quite a recovery from yesterday. And 901 Motorsport, the 903, has worked themselves back up into the top 10. Race Right is slowly working on catching back up to JS Motorsports. Those guys have come in. Mass Hole Motorsports, we haven't talked about them much this weekend. We're starting to see, Paulie, we've got 5 A-Class cars in the top 20 right now.
Nice.
And then Switched Racing. This is their first time at Watkins Glen, the D-Class leader. They have worked themselves up into the 19th position overall. With the one EC, the Tomlinson Motorsports car that's listed in 7th. Again, they're scored differently, so that's 19th. And then that would the Team Salem, the 94 car, Team Salem Mustard. I guess they have a third car out there this weekend?
The Salins team?
Yes, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I guess they have a third car this weekend, unless it is maybe somebody borrowed one of their transponders or something. But
no, they have another car. They just don't typically run it. I think they have a car they call Chili.
Oh, I thought it was Relish.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is. Maybe
no. It probably is Chili, but I figured they'd go with ketchup, mustard, and relish.
Oh, okay.
Either way, my shirt's stained. So
Chili, a lot of people like Coney dogs. I like chili dogs. I tend to like those even more than the Coneys.
Yeah.
I wish I liked them a little less.
Yeah.
All right, down the hill go the leaders.
There's your race. Should be the race leader right there with Wilson Daly. They are not letting them get away by any stretch.
No.
And look who else has come in. North by Northeast, Paulie.
Yeah.
They're a lap. It shows they're a lap back, but they're putting up some decent pace here, and they may be a podium contender. And Gorilla Sticker in the 517. Let's not, and as well as Shut Up Racing. So North by Northeast has about a 23.5 second gap on Gorilla Sticker, and then about a almost 4 second gap back further to Shut Up Racing. And Equip, Paulie, has worked themselves up into 6th place. And they have worked themselves onto the same lap as 3rd through 5th. We may have a 4-way fight here for the bottom step of that podium.
Yeah, we saw the Equip cars in the pits being serviced, and, just, I don't know. It's so funny. You can see a car, it looks like it's broke, and then the next thing you know, it's out there on the track and a serious contender.
Yeah, but it shows anything can happen. Yeah, Wilson Daly is still working really hard to try to run back down the Salem, the mustard entry here, but at this point it looks like they're about 2 seconds back, but that's not a big amount to overcome. Nice out-braking maneuver there. It looks like that might be the 47, I believe. They were trying to get by. 47 car is... the MLC Racing 47. We haven't talked about those guys this weekend. They are a D-Class car, and they are right now in 5th place in the D-Class, which is very, very respectable. They're 53rd overall, so that's a good run for those guys. They're about where they started on the day, about a spot down from where they started. But, again, they may, with being in the Corvette, pending the horsepower, as we see Rockwell headed back to the paddock. We just saw them pass another one of their sister cars.
Crazy.
It is, the tables have turned for these guys, Paulie.
Jeez, what a mess. Those poor guys.
Back on board with Race right here. I'll tell you what, this has been an outstanding effort between Dale and Andy this weekend. I mean, these guys have just come through everything, and this is a testament right here. Folks, if you're looking for people to help take care of your race program, the fact that they may be on the cusp, or they're second in class right now, the fact that they are looking at 2 podiums in a weekend and got a class win yesterday, team best so far today is a 2:16.97 in the dry, still running respectable 48.8s in the wet. Business as usual. If you're looking for help with your program, I might be dialing up Pat and Patricia.
Yeah, it's when you're driving in the race like this where you're in the wet and maybe you're not really enjoying it. You're just trying to get through it. You don't realize all the drama that's going on for other teams in the back in the paddock that can't even participate right now. The thing with Rockwell, for instance, is just a horror story. Yeah. That's the kind of thing nightmares are made of.
Yes.
And these guys are on the track, turning laps, getting it done, and that's what you really are here to do, is click off laps, even in the worst of conditions. And that's why endurance racing is like a step above. I mean, you're having to push through more challenging, more difficult racing conditions than you would in a sprint race.
Absolutely.
Because you're out there for so long, we had a great morning and early afternoon, and now it's raining and overcast and hard to see.
Yeah, and it makes it challenging, but I tell you what, these teams are doing a great job here. We may be getting another guest up here in the booth with us, so I'll have to confirm. We'll let you guys know here in a little bit. Kyle, you're exactly right. Outstanding effort today for K2. Not the day they wanted yesterday, but those guys are putting in a monster effort in that car, and it's great to see. They're definitely running well. 6th in the C-Class, 6th in C-Class right now, 7th overall. Great run for those guys. It looks like we're starting to get some sunlight here, Paulie, which hopefully will help us develop a dry line, and hopefully we'll get some dry racing in before we get to the checkered flag. Hard to believe it's just an hour and 8 minutes away.
Yeah, this looks really great. This is a great shot. It doesn't look as saturated as it was a little while ago.
Nah, I think the heat It looks like it's a little bit windy out there, so I'm sure the wind is helping dry the track out a little bit. So
I was going to call Les and ask him if it's still raining down there, but I thought, no, he might hate me after that. Yes, leave me alone. But it does look like it's let up quite a bit. And now the sun is beaming down on pit road. Hard to see from this camera view, but it's very clear here in the booth. You can get a little bit of an idea of how shiny it is outside now. But of course, still got the wipers going in the CU Boulder machine. As the cars come through the bus stop and then head into the outer loop. From my experience here, there's really good grip on the track in the rain, even with tires that really aren't doing all that great. So that's what makes the racing so much fun. You can take some risks here and run. You know, when the track gets to be in this condition, usually a little bit wetter, you can see kind of a black line where the tires of the cars ahead have been running, and that's where everybody wants to be. And then there's a shiny part where nobody's run and hasn't channeled the water away yet.
Yeah.
And this track actually does pretty good in the shiny part, which nowhere wants to go. So you can push your passes out there and kind of make the other guys feel a little uncomfortable, and it makes it easier to get by them.
Yeah. And that's part of the mind games that you play when you do this. I mean, you really want to try to mentally mess with your competitors a little bit. I mean, a lot of racing is a mind game where you want to, sometimes you'll fake out to try to look like you're trying to make a pass, which then might throw off their rhythm because they think they're going to get dive bombed into a corner, or you're going to be there, which, like you said, Paulie, may put them in a part of the track that's not as dry, and it gets them off enough for you to get by. So
yeah, the track definitely looks like it's improving a little bit here as we see Salen's diving down.
Not the shine that we saw maybe about 10 minutes ago, do we?
Right.
That looks like, I believe Fat Crack Racing is coming into the pits right there in their Honda. They've had a little bit of a trying weekend, but they're still out there running. Let's see, where are the Fat Crack guys running?
Yeah, they spent quite a bit of today in the pits.
59th overall. And let's see where they sit amongst the B class. They've been competitors for a while. Not bad, even with what they're dealing with. 5th in B class so far. That's not too bad. They're about 3 laps back of Parts Badger. And then Red Barn, unfortunately, they're back on track after an incident earlier. They're 4 laps back of Fat Crack Racing. But, Paulie, we need to keep an eye on this battle in B class. I'm glad I pulled this up. 4 seconds difference between Equip and Hurry and Trade. So those guys may be looking to do a little trading in for a win. I know. That's a horrible dad joke. And yet we consistently right now have between about 150, 160 of you watching this. Thank you guys so much for adding us to your collection of the greatest day of motorsports. We greatly appreciate
collection. Man, we're it.
We are it, but collection of motorsport. We are it. I didn't say we're the best one. I know that. So,
yeah, a little over an hour remains in the race today as the weather conditions look to be improving a little bit as Les is in the pits. There's MDR getting serviced as he approaches. Oh, it looks like is that the Tooth team?
That's Fat Crack.
That's Fat Crack heading back out.
Yep, looks like it might have just been a regular pit stop. We'll have to see. Maybe Les can find out what's going on.
Gave them the wahoos.
I don't think anything phases those guys. We got here one of the MDR, the 830. I think is that the 832, I believe, the BMW entry? Yes. One of the C-Class cars. Let's see where they're at right now. They are not the day they would have wanted. They are 57th in the overall, and amongst see here. Let's see if I can count. I think we had 38 cars. Let me count backward a little bit. Apparently I don't know how to count, Paulie. This isn't good.
Team Salem leads the race now over Wilson Daly with the mustard car. That's yesterday's winner. They overcame this deficit of
24th.
24th. There it is.
24th in C class, and 57th overall. But nice job for those guys.
Oh, and we got a waving yellow over in turn 7. A local yellow it is at this time. So they have lifted the yellow from that corner, but we had a car that impacted the wall and then continued on, and then he may have stopped someplace else, so they're looking for him. And now they've called for full course caution.
So the 943, while they get the field, and we are now under code 35 condition, as they are going to have a little bit of a mess to clean up here, but they'll get to it. So real quick, Team Salem is still your leader in the 943. The mustard wagon is out front by about 11.5 seconds over Wilson Daly Racing. A lap back they're on a lap by themselves. Then you cycle down to North by Northeast, and they're what was it you called it? Disco flavored BMW, Paulie, as you said yesterday.
Did I say that?
You did. You called it disco. So
I think it's Disco Gold.
Oh, Disco Gold.
That's
all right.
the color they have it listed under.
All right, which was fitting, Saturday Night Fever. Anyway, all right. So Shut Up Racing, they're telling Kyle to shut up. So Shut Up Racing is about a 34 and change back from North by Northeast, and Gorilla Sticker in the 517 is about 3 seconds additionally back from that. C class still has a stranglehold on the top 5 overall. Your B class contender right now up front is Equip Octane. They have had a great run. They're 6th in the overall. EC is being still led even after a hiccup for Tomlinson. I believe they had a code 35 speeding penalty earlier in the day, but they haven't let that. They were able to stay out front. They had such a gap. They were able to overcome that. So they're still running 7th in the running order, but they are in the scoring by themselves. JS Motorsports in the 378 leads the A class, and they are 9th. And then let's scroll down a little bit here. Switched Racing is still 19th overall, leading the D class. Great run for Keith Long and those guys. And then let's slide down here. And Boston Winer's F-Class car, Paulie, 32nd overall and leading. We have few F-Class cars in the top 40, which is very, very good. Shows those cars are still relatively competitive as we are on with Open Throttle here in the 165. That's Charlie Crilly, one of the team engineers at Open Throttle, talking to one of the drivers.
And with that, we've reached the top of the hour, so we're going to take another break for commercial, pay the bills, and be back in a few as we're under caution here. Code 35 at Watkins Glen International with Team Salem Mustard leading the race. Stay with us, folks. Lots of racing remains. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Team Salem Mustard leads this race by about a lap over Wilson Daily Racing, followed by North by Northeast, Shut Up Racing, Gorilla Sticker, Equip Octane, and Team Salem Ketchup. So kind of the usual suspects up at the front here. Not entirely different from what we saw yesterday. Gorilla Sticker just 5 seconds behind Shut Up Racing there, vying for 4th place. And but aside from that, we have another guest up here in the booth with us.
We do. Paulie, we have Mr. Brad Daly with us, one of the co-owners and co-drivers of the second place car. He is, we've peer pressured him into coming up here. No, we're just kidding. No, he was gracious enough to come up and talk to us. Brad, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. You guys are doing great stuff up here.
We appreciate it. So, once again, coming down to you and the mustard wagon here. Shades of Daytona last year, huh?
Yeah.
And this year, man, it just something. You guys have, every time you come to the racetrack, you guys just bring strong pieces to it. I know I talked to you and Chris a little bit briefly. I know you guys were busy getting the car prep, but tell us how this whole thing came about, because you guys are local too, right?
That's right, yeah. So we're from the Corning area, and we started out by doing DEs and got tired of that and wanted to go wheel to wheel. So we just kept our eyes open for a deal on something. And 2018, or I guess it was 2017, we picked up this E36 on eBay for $700 out of Maryland. So, yep.
When you get a chance, you'll have to let me know, because I'm actually from Maryland and still live in Maryland. You have to let me know where you found that at, because I'm just wondering if you found it near me. And where I'm located, that's just kind of funny. Such a small world.
I want to say Glen, Burnie, but I'm not positive.
That's about so that's just for those of you that don't know Glen Burnie. It's a small town, just a little bit, maybe not even 10 miles south of Baltimore, Maryland, and it's from where I'm located in Maryland. It's probably about an hour 20, maybe hour and a half north of that, so not too far. And that's funny. With there's a lot of people I know up there that tend to go to either VIR or NJMP and some of the other tracks around there. So it doesn't surprise me that you found a good BMW in that neck of the woods.
Yep. Yeah, it's worked out great for us. Had about 240,000 miles on it, and we gutted it and caged it and came out racing. And our fast lap here at the Glen in 2018 was a 2:29.
Wow.
So we've come a long way since then. Yeah, we're having a ball.
Absolutely. So it's Wilson Daly Racing. So how did you and Chris, how'd this whole deal go down with you guys getting started?
Well, him and I have been tight since high school.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. We're both car guys. We both love this track. We both wanted to go to a bunch of other tracks around the country, and this seemed like just the best avenue to make that happen.
Okay. So you drive and Chris drives as well?
That's right.
And then who else do you have on the lineup with you this weekend?
We've got Gary Chambers and Ryan Agnew. They're all relatively local. So Gary, he has a place up here on Seneca Lake, and then wintertime he heads down to Florida, where he has a place 15 minutes from Daytona. So that was a natural way for us to start going to that race. So that worked out great.
Absolutely.
And Ryan is from the Endicott, Binghamton area. And Chris and I are from Corning.
Okay. So how does it feel to be, contending for a victory here at your home track?
Oh, it's exciting. I mean, this is really the pinnacle for us, because it's our local track, and of course everybody loves their own local track.
Oh, absolutely.
So, this is great. If we can, put the car on the podium today, we'd be thrilled.
Do you guys think you have the pace? I mean, you guys were out front a little bit. If we dry out a bit and we get some dry track, do you guys think you can overcome that 21-second deficit?
Boy, I want to say the Salen's car was maybe a good 3 seconds quicker than us in the dry, depending on who was in the car at the time. So for flat-out pace, I don't know that we have it, but I think it depends on who's in the car.
Okay.
Yep.
So I talked to you guys a little bit when we did on Friday. You did Daytona. You guys came in second. Obviously looking at another second here if you guys can hang on, possibly a victory if something happens. You told me if you qualify, VIR championship race in December is on the docket. If you guys get the second place here, you thinking about maybe throwing one other one in there just to keep everything fresh for VIR?
That would be the smart thing to do, but we haven't talked about that.
Okay.
So, we typically do like 3-ish races a year. And we haven't been to VIR yet, so we may take a trip down there ahead of time just to get some laps in down there. But, first things first, let's just try to get through today.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
We go racing every weekend if we could, but it seems like 3 to 4 races a year is about it.
Now, it's funny you mentioned you go racing every weekend that you could. Your wife was letting me know where you were, so my wife could pick you up and bring you up here to the booth. Your wife is one of the ones, and I'm sure Chris's wife as well, that you guys want to thank, and you have some dedicated helpers that make this team go round.
Oh, yeah, you're not kidding. So, people just show up, and they seem to be happy to help. So between my wife, Jessica, and Chris's woman, Julie, they really take care of us. And Jessica with Jesslyn Photography, she's been shooting a lot of pictures for us this weekend. That's kind of like a side gig hobby of hers, and she loves doing it. And then Chris's parents, Brian and Kathy Wilson, who own Cabrix. It's just incredible, the stuff they do for us. All the merch, they're all the time giving us merch, and just, anything they can do to help us out, they do it, and we really appreciate that. They're just super people.
Now, you said you've been pretty tight with Chris since high school. They kind of like adopted parents for you?
Pretty much.
Like second mom and dad?
Yep, pretty much.
You're gonna you're their babies. They're gonna take care of you.
And that they do.
All right, and then who's the other one you would mention? Swanee?
Oh, Swanee's, right? Yeah, Jeff Swanson. So Swanee's Garage in Corning. He helps us out too, helps us get, he builds our exhaust for us into tires sometimes and things like that. So, yep. Nice, just independent shop.
That's awesome. Yep. So, and it's great to see. There's so many of these independent shops that a lot of our Champ Car contingent seem to use and really are part of the development. And I mean, it really seems to just pay dividends where it's built in a barn with some other guys, or in a shed, or in somebody's 1 or 2 bay garage. I mean, there really are some success stories out of there, and it sounds like you guys are amongst that crowd as well.
Yeah, just stick with it, right? And just try to put a car out there that'll turn laps.
Absolutely.
And if you just keep it on track, then good things will happen eventually, I think.
Well, I'd say in about 47 and a half minutes, you guys are on, God willing, you guys are on pace for another good finish here. Last lap time looks like 2:27.2 as it's drying out. Things are looking good. I know you're looking for the car. We're not going to hold you up too much here. If anybody wants to get a hold of you guys, I know you have a pretty tight group that runs that car. Do you guys ever open the seat up for any renters or anything like that, or do you just keep it pretty tight to the group?
It's pretty tight right now. Okay. We've got a group of guys that are nice to the car, and they're relatively quick. We have one guy that's nearing retirement. We think he's going to retire, but he's having so much fun, he just keeps getting back in. So, the seat may open up soon, but hard to say.
All right. Hold on real quick. Looks like we may have the 790 car right there. Was that the – look, it was going slow. Maybe they might have missed the break point. Looks like they're rolling again. Anyway, Brad, we'll get back to you. Sorry about that. So, sounds like there's some opportunity possibly for some arrive and drive options. But one last question before we let you get back down and focus on the end of this race. If somebody's interested in maybe getting involved with your team, maybe sponsoring, how do they get a hold of you guys? How do they get a hold and find Wilson Daily Racing?
Oh, geez. Well, we're not great with social media. I mean, we do have an Instagram page, and that's about it. In a YouTube channel, of course, for our live stream. I'd say, I guess, start with Instagram and go from there.
Awesome. Well, I will go ahead and throw that in the chat for our viewers, and if they want to share that out there. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for continuing to be a part of Champ Car. We greatly appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the race. We'll let you get back down to it.
If I could do just one more quick shout out.
Go for it.
The guys at Shut Up Racing, good friends of ours.
Okay.
And we partner up, so the Daytona thing, their drivers went with us as well.
That's awesome.
We really help each other out, and they're Brian Wiles, Nikki Wiles, Jack Grady, and Jay Lane. They're top-notch people. So let's keep our fingers crossed from them today.
Well, it'd be really cool. I mean, they're right off the podium as well. It'd be cool to see you guys there.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Awesome. Thank you guys again, Brad. Good
Thanks,
luck
Kyle.
to Chris. Everybody, be safe out there, and we'll see you soon, okay?
Thanks.
Brad Daly, everybody, from Wilson Daily Racing, co-owner and driver, part of that 4-man lineup. Back on board here with Race Right Silver Bullet, with Dale still behind the wheel, rocking and rolling. P2 in the A-Class and 10th overall. Probably, I want to say 9th based on, ninth with the EC car mixed in there. They are not out of the fray just yet, but I believe they're, Paulie, I think they're about a lap back from the car in their class ahead. So they got a little bit to overcome, but anything can happen.
I agree.
Paulie Velton, man of no words.
It was great having him up here, and he brought us a whole box of swag, which I don't know what we're going to do with all that stuff.
I don't know, but we like free. We like free stuff.
Yeah,
so, never hurts. But anyway, Team Salem Mustard still out front by about 25 and a half seconds over Wilson Daily Racing. Brad, optimistic they can lock down second place as long as everything stays together, but not sure they have the pace to chase these guys down. But anything can happen. We get a code 35. And driver gets up on that wheel. Never know what can happen. Anyway, North by Northeast is 2 laps back behind those guys in third. the top 5 is still locked down by the C class. Shut Up Racing is an additional lap back, I believe. Well, no, it may still be. No, actually, I'm sorry. 7 seconds back of North by Northeast. So we may have a fight for the bottom step of the podium. And then Gorilla Sticker is about a lap behind those guys in the top 5. Tomlinson Motorsport still leading your EC class. JS Motorsport, as we said a few moments ago, is still leading your A class, and they're only 4.5 seconds back of Team Salem Ketchup. So they may be chasing a trail of ketchup packets being dropped and trying to run those guys down. And then we'll scroll down here a little bit. Equip Octane is still your B class leader. They've fallen down the order a little bit, but they're about 36 seconds off of Balthazar Motorworks. And a little bit farther down the order, still holding on strong. A second EC car has made its way into the top 20, but that pretty much puts Switched Racing, Keith Long and the guys, up into 18th overall, but they lead the D class by a decent amount. So if they can hang on, they'll lock that down. And Boston Winers for the F class is still leading there by a pretty decent margin. So we'll have to keep an eye on some of these battles, Paulie.
Yeah. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. Yeah, I can't do Autobahn. It's just not on the schedule. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it, but we have a schedule that we've worked out with the CEO, and Autobahn's not one of them, unfortunately. I love Autobahn. Great racetrack, though. Wouldn't mind doing a show there at all.
Well, maybe that's something we'll have to maybe we'll talk about in the next few seasons to come. See if maybe we can make that happen.
Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. He's saying there's a chance, John. There may be a chance. So our next scheduled broadcast, as of right now, I believe is Ozarks, Paulie.
Ozarks is up in the air. We may or may not do it. That's the only one that's got a question mark over it.
But we will definitely
do VIR 24.
Be at the 24.
Yeah.
And if you like to talk and you're interested in being interviewed at VIR, reach out to me beforehand. We would definitely like to get some guests lined up for VIR. And even if you're not racing that weekend and you're just coming down to hang out, we would still love for you to come talk to us and help us get through that broadcast. That is going to be a monster feat, but we look forward to it, and it'll be a lot of fun. Paulie, I'm noticing in that last shot there, and you're seeing a little bit here, the dry line is starting to develop here. So that may bring those lap times down a bit. Last lap was a 2:22. Looks like the mustard wagon's gotten into a rhythm there, and they're starting to increase that gap a little bit.
Yeah, things have really come along for the Team Salen's machines with the ketchup car down there in 6th place, but the mustard car just seems to be hitting on all cylinders, doesn't it?
It does, but I did look at their lap times last time by. They were only separated by about 0.4 of a second. So we'll have to see what happens here as we get closer to the end of the race.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not the raw speed. It's clicking off laps, like our guest here just talked about, and just being consistently out there and not in the pits.
Well, here's a good example right here, Paulie. The battle for third that we were talking about, they're only separated by about 32 seconds from third to fifth. And Shut Up Racing is only 4 seconds back of North by Northeast. Last lap, it might have been some of the weather, might have been the traffic. They are only 4 seconds off, but they were about 3 seconds faster, so we'll have to see if that comes into play. I'm looking out of our booth, Paulie, and I'm seeing some fog over toward the lake, but I'm also not sure if that's more of that wet stuff coming our way that may affect the finish. I am hearing from the powers that be that it may be rain, so...
Maybe it'll stay over there. It won't go over here.
Thank you, Ollie. So, and Bill just said it's going to rain. So thank you, Bill.
Weatherman Bill.
Yep, Weatherman Bill.
The Swami of weather.
And Chelsea Vickery, race director, reiterated it. So it's definitely rain. Oh, looks like the CU Boulder guys are in the paddock.
Yeah, they're not on the racetrack anymore. So some drama's there for them. But Open Throttle still out on the racetrack. Not a bad day for those folks.
No, they've had a pretty consistent day. The 165 That is faux 30 from what I know and been told. They're having a solid day, Paulie. They're in 7th in class right now. That's not bad for those guys.
Yeah.
They openly said they didn't feel like not that they weren't fast. I don't feel like they felt like they had the pace to necessarily contend for the class win, but they felt like they could be pretty competitive in the 15-car field.
Well, at least they were open about it.
Oh, they were. But I think they had the expectations tempered based on some of the drivers in the car this weekend, and then with the impending weather and experience level. So I think for them, this is going to be a success.
Why not?
I mean, it's always a good day when your car, when it rolls onto the truck. So we see turning concepts here going into the inner loop or bus stop area, dealing with a little bit of traffic. Take a look, see where those guys are. They have been on the tear trying to get recovered from their early issues that they had.
Yeah, they're down quite a ways, aren't they?
63rd in the overall. I'm not going to try to find them in class at the moment because apparently I don't know how to count past 10.
However, the Switch team is doing really well up in the 13th there, and that's before you pull the EC cars out. So we can bet they're inside the top 10 with 37 minutes unofficially remaining on the clock.
Yeah, these guys are having a good day, D-class car. And that's what Keith said. They just wanted to be smooth and steady. They haven't been in Champ Car racing too long, but needless to say, if they can hang on for another 37 minutes, they may be on their way to a class victory. Something they could definitely be very proud of. Looks like we got a car coming to pit road here. Looks like one of the Corvettes. Sure, I think it's that 47 car. That was I think that's MLC. Maybe incorrect in that one. Check my notes. As we see Switch just headed down to turn 1. Letting some faster traffic go.
Yeah, really had to let the inside line go for that BMW to sneak through. And goes ahead and grabs 4th gear early.
Looks like Rockwell's coming back to join us, getting back into the fight. I'm not sure which Rockwell entry that is because they're all identical. It really just depends on the number plate that's on the car at that point, whether it's the 1, the 10, or the 41.
Yep.
So back on board with Dale and Race Right. Moved up to 9th. I tell you what, 3 of these A cars in the top. Well, actually, no, the EC car is out of the picture, so they are 9th in the overall and still 2nd in class. And they are only, Paulie, it looks like they're back on the same lap as JS Motorsports. They're a little bit, last lap wasn't faster than JS Motorsports, but it looks like they're slowly chomping at the bit, closing that gap in. So the A-class race may not be over yet.
Yeah, I'm seeing some dry patches showing up in pit lane too, so I'm gonna be like Les. I'm gonna keep it positive.
We're gonna keep it positive. We're not gonna get any more rain. I just happened to see it out there, and I just keep our viewers wondering what's gonna happen. Would the rain play an effect? Would it do this? Is the Swami to my right here in the booth correct with his weather prediction?
Absolutely, the weather plays a role.
But we did get the vortex theory going. We are green, so.
Yep. So if all the cars keep going, that's going to be helpful.
Absolutely. You can definitely see the dry line starting to develop a little bit there as we see back on board with Dale as he navigates through that section of the course. Working some traffic here.
I think he's got the turn-in concepts Porsche right behind him. They're getting away from him here, that V8.
But he's going to chase him back down under braking with that Mustang in front. They may have the legs on the straightaway. Whoa, see, that's what I'm talking about right there. He gently touched that paint. This may be an opportunity to pounce right here.
Careful. Well, good heads-up driving for the Mustang team, seeing the Race Right Silver Bullet coming through. Grabbing 4th gear. Let's see what happens here with turn 10.
See if he
maybe a little breathe of the throttle. If he can just swing to the inside. Nope.
Not close enough yet, but if he can get a run right there with being there, he's right at the bumper. If he can stay there, he can get a little bit of a pull down the straightaway.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he quite has the legs for that. Maybe if he would have backed up a little bit, it might have helped him be in a good position.
The Mustang came back by him.
Yeah, he's not going to cover the inside line.
Now, if you can tag onto one of these faster cars, if he hangs onto that Mustang going up the hill here, let him just throw the hook out, let him pull you up the S's.
Again, he was just a little too close coming off the exit of one. Could have really fired it out of that corner and had a good shot at getting up the hill. But then again, he's going to get past.
He got a good run, Paulie, because if you look, he's staying right in his slipstream, and as the speed increases, the Mustang's walking away a little bit, but he's not walking away as much as he could have. Yeah, he'll do it up more on the top end where he's got flatter surface, but he could have pulled him a lot farther. But I commend Dale right there. Drove in a little big there, but you know what? He did a nice job. Good recovery. Really only lost a car length or so.
Yeah, late to apex, rain lights are allowed. They're just not recommended. And we're going to caution here.
And this may change everything. All right, looks like we are going back to a code 35. So, Paulie.
That cools everybody's heels a little bit.
Yep. We'll have to see the stalled car there in the inside portion of turn 6. I just saw it in the shot here on board with Dale and Race Right.
All right. So that'll slow everybody down here. And it looks like there is some debris on the grass there. Maybe part of a bumper bracket or something that's underneath the car. I'm not sure.
The car continued, but the belt.
We got some debris on the inside, maybe on the outside of turn 7 in the grass.
Yeah, it's not in where it's going to affect anybody, but I'm sure with being under the 35, if they have to attend to the stalled car, I'm sure that the safety folks will go ahead and get that off the racetrack. But it's not on the line where it'll impede anybody's progress.
Yeah, the belt at turn 6 has come off, so I've got to go fix it.
Oh, the belt that takes care of the tires at turn 6 has come loose, so they got to go take care of that.
So, all right, while we have a moment here, Team Sale and Mustard still out front by about 43 seconds over Wilson Daily Racing. Those two are on their own lap, and then we have about 2 laps back from there to North by Northeast. An additional 4.5 seconds back, or 4.5 seconds back from North by Northeast is Shut Up Racing, and then 42.5 seconds back from them is Gorilla Sticker. Again, C-Class has the top 5 overall locked up pretty good. JS Motorsport still has a hold on Race Right for the A-Class at the moment. Equip Octane is on pace with about 30 minutes and change to go to possibly get a B-Class victory here today. Tomlinson Motorsports has fallen down the order a bit. They are on pit road. I will have to check the gap here. Let me go into our EC class notes. Paulie, they are in the pits. I'm not sure if it's a stop or if it's a problem, but if they've fallen down the order quite a bit, this may open up the opportunity for Open Throttle Racing to get, I think that might be Fiona in that car. Might allow them to slide through and possibly contend for a victory. And then to round out our F class, we have Boston Winers with a 2-lap lead over Specs. So it looks like if they can hang on for 30 more minutes that they may score the class victory in the F class today.
All right, so with that, bottom of the hour, we're going to take our final break for the weekend as we get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing to finish off 7 hours of endurance road racing today. Be sure to stick with us, folks. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Well, welcome back, folks. You've made it the final half hour of racing here at Watkins Glen for the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen with Paul Velton, Kyle Lockrow, and Les Epps on the scooter, ready to bring you all the race happenings here this weekend at WGI. So
So during commercial break, folks, we had a little bit of a brief period, as you see, open throttle on board with Faux 30 as they're looking to outbrake MyRaces.Live into and thought better of it.
You said we had a bit of a moment?
Well, I was going to, but I wanted to see how that turned out. So we had a little bit of a yellow flag temporarily, and they finally went back green, from when we were in commercial. And I was looking to see, we might want to keep an eye on this EC battle, Paulie, because the 66 is less than a second from Tomlinson, and we may have a change of leader here. They've consistently been faster in pace. Tomlinson did make it back out onto the track, but last lap there was about almost a 7-second difference in lap time. Now, mind you, Tomlinson might have come back out onto the racetrack, but we'll have to keep an eye on that over the last 20-some minutes.
Once again, the two Salins cars end up very close to one another, making it doubly difficult for me to do my job.
They must have that coordinated or planned or something. We go to talk about it, and they get on the radio and say, quick.
It's okay.
Size up. So
it's all right.
So they can't tell.
It's okay.
It's like when twins jump in and, try to fool everybody. Anyway, there's still about 40 seconds and change.
Ooh, a little wiggle there from the mustard machine.
Yeah, big time. They're pushing it. I mean, they have a nice, healthy 40-second margin, but they are still pushing very, very hard to make sure that they don't give Wilson Daly Racing an opportunity to close in. But they did have there was a big difference last lap in lap time, so I don't know if they got held up or something happened there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But they are on a lap by themselves, so it's going to be a battle between the two of them for the victory today. Looking like shades of Daytona once again. We've seen this movie before, Paulie.
Yeah, the blue flag is out basically for everybody because all those cars are fast.
Yeah.
And they're all moving positions.
Whoa, nice late move there. That looked like one of the 901 Motorsport cars decided to roll in there and get by.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Coming up the hill to turn 3 here. Folks, this camera angle really just doesn't do justice how steep that hill is. I mean, you go straight up that hill, and then it slowly starts to level out. Just listen to those engines scream. So I'm thinking that the one out front, Paulie, is probably the race leader, the 943.
I believe you're right.
Based on the fact that it's kind of walked away a little bit here. Using up all that racetrack. Little bit of a wiggle there.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of that.
They're pushing hard.
Yep.
Wilson Daly closed in a couple tenths last lap, so
10. How many tenths? 10 tickles?
Maybe 10 tickles. Something, but 2 tenths at this point. Maybe 2 tenths and 10 tickles. I don't know. I'm gonna be so tongue-tied. I'm gonna be saying that while I'm cleaning up cameras in about 20 minutes. So anyway, they've closed in the gap slightly, but at that rate, you're not going to get them. It's not enough time, unfortunately. But monster effort by Wilson Daly to stay with those guys and stay within the same lap with them. We know Salem is very successful up here, and again, they have very big ties to this area with business and the investment and with the racetrack and sponsoring some of the pro stuff. So getting a win here and sweeping the weekend for them, I'm sure, would be very much on their checklist. So North by Northeast is about a lap behind Wilson Daly. Shut Up Racing is about 36 seconds behind North by Northeast. And then behind fourth place, Gorilla Sticker. Exceptional run today for those guys. I know Joe was kind of, we're just going to send it at this point, but they've done a good job. They are in fifth right now, 22 and a half seconds behind Shut Up Racing. And then a lap behind Gorilla Sticker is the sister entry. Well, one of the 3 entries, I guess, for the catch-up machine. And then they have the 94 car that's out there. So real quick, we'll skim over your class leader. So now we now have 4 A-class cars in the top 12. Wow. Okay. Oh, looks like we got a yellow flag here, Paulie. Not sure what's going on. We'll have to see.
Yeah, they're going to go full course caution here. Code 35 is the call, as they are.
So while we wait to hear and see what's going on, JS Motorsport is leading in A-Class still over Race Right. The B-Class seems to be about locked up with Equip Octane. They have a very, very healthy margin. EC is still being led by Tomlinson by about 4 seconds over Open Throttle. The D-Class, Switched Racing, still hanging on a decent margin over Team Z, and F-Class Boston Weiner still has a decent gap over Specs, and that's a roundup of your top 5 and your class leaders.
Yeah, still waiting for some information to come back from race control on what the issue is. Don't see anything obvious on the on my cameras, but I don't have full track coverage either.
Also doesn't mean that they haven't done something and it's all out of our purview. Seems to be their MO.
Car 303 coming into the pits right now, and that's the CU Boulder team. They've been in and out.
Those guys have had a rough day.
Trying to get as many laps in as they can.
So we are inside of 20 minutes to go here, folks. If you are just joining us for the finish of this race, we are at the infamous Watkins Glen International Raceway for the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen. A little under 20 minutes left to go in this race with Team Salem Mustard out front. Team Salem looking to sweep the weekend here at what would be considered one of their home tracks. So I'm sure, well, for Salem, their home track, but I'm sure for the Nonamaker family, this is considered one of their home tracks. They had a lot of success up here, so I'm sure they're looking for that. Wilson Daly Racing running second, about 38 seconds back. They closed the gap a little bit again. It takes away from them being able to close in, but as the cars kind of run about the same speed, they kind of close up a little bit. So hopefully that might open up a little bit of a race here for the win. So we see our camera here from, this is turn 11 complex. You see the cars coming through what's turn 10, and then you see the track kind of twist and turn, and it's a right-hand into the turn 11 complex. And for those of you that may not have heard or are just joining us, the yellow line right there is the blend line if you're coming to pit road. That's what's unique about Watkins Glen is there's not much of a pit entry, but it's involved in turn 11, which is a very fast, quick corner here, and you got to get a good run to lead you onto the front straightaway. So you have to be really heads up when you're in that complex and part of the track. You really have to be looking ahead and make sure you don't put yourself in a bad position.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that.
No, not at all. And after the day we've seen today, anything is possible at this point. But everything right now seems to be going Team Salem's way. They've put on a very good performance, and they're on poised to get another victory.
Yeah, with the same car, no doubt. And
right.
We've got CU Boulder here. Excuse me, not CU Boulder, but Open Throttle Racing still keeping that car on the racetrack too. So they've had a pretty good day too. Friday didn't look so good for the team.
No,
they had some mechanical issues. They spent a lot of time working on the car. Things weren't looking very promising. So to have them out there today, this is a good result for them.
They've done a great job. I know Tim Admiral talked to him. He is one of the heads of the Embracing.AI program that is the title sponsor for this weekend here at Watkins Glen. They're running P6 right now in a very, very competitive 15-car EC class, so that is a great opportunity for them. Once again, Mike Gorman and his team have brought some awesome pieces of machinery to the racetrack, and they have now taken the lead, Paulie, with one of their sister cars, the 66 car. I'm not sure. I don't believe that might be Fiona. I'm not sure. But they have taken the lead in the 66, and if they can hang on, they may score an EC victory. They scored the F-Class victory yesterday with Specs, which is their Miata entry. So it looks like they may be taking home some more hardware if they can hang on here for another 14 minutes.
North by Northeast set their fastest lap time of the event on that last lap with a 2:16, and currently in third place there. And that's kind of I kind of like that, because although turning faster laps now isn't really going to make any difference in their standing, it's pretty cool that they're still pushing, still trying to get more out of the car.
Well, just because you're not in contention, like we've talked about, just because you're not in contention for a win or necessarily a podium, you still want to get the most points in this race, and you still want to get everything you can, because that goes toward your championship qualification. But also, you don't just want to lay over. I mean, things can happen. I mean, if there's not a massive margin to the car in front of you or the car behind you, you can't just lay over. I mean, you might want to get into a conservation mode, find a pace that's solid, but at this point, you want to kind of turn the wick up and see what it's got.
Well, there is kind of a massive gap, actually, but it's okay. It's all right to have
trying
some
to play
fun
the
and try
optimist
to push
here,
it.
but hey,
No, that's what I'm saying. I think it's cool that you're always trying to get more out of yourself and more out of the car if it's there. These aren't the best conditions, and I'd say the better conditions were earlier in the day.
They were.
And yet still managing to find a little bit more out of that car.
The track has dried out pretty well, which is good. You can see that it's developed a pretty decent dry line there between 6 and 7. Still kind of damp. That goes a little bit downhill, so that little bit of a dip. It takes longer for that to dry out, but in most of the racetrack, it actually looks pretty good. Seems like the pace has come back down to a decent margin, so hopefully looks like they've got a car on the rollback there. That may have been our culprit as to what was going on there. So hopefully they'll get that car back behind the wall, and we can go green here for the last maybe about 11, 12 minutes.
Yeah, we never saw anything on the race logs, but that's not uncommon. For some reason, at the end of the race, things get busy, and we don't really get a lot of information. So
here comes the rollback, so maybe we can get an indication and see. Well, probably not as far to the right as he's going to be. Well, to the driver's right, to our left here in our studio. It's going to be hard to see that number. Well, let's see here.
No, black Miata. That's about all I got. Ramen noodle. I don't know. I don't know who it is.
And that'd be a shame for those guys if it was Ramen Noodle. They are on the bottom step of the podium for the A-Class. But safety vehicles are on pit road, and looks like they're getting ready to take that car back to, yes, they are turning right. They are headed back to the paddock garage area. One of the tow trucks is pulling in as well. So,
Miata 3-0. Black Miata 3-0.
all right. So
3-0.
3-0. So 30 car.
That is Sennhauser Racing Team.
Okay. Oh, it's a bummer for Logan and those guys. They were having not what they had hoped, but they were having a decent day. Our man Les, we got to give him the assist and the credit there. He was there at the scene and he got us the call. So thank you again, Les. We appreciate it. Going back yellow flag here. Should be going back green any minute. Got about 10 and a half minutes to go in today's race.
Cars are spooling up.
The bees are swarming. I hear Miatas.
Green flag is the call as the green flag comes out and the cars roar back to life for the final 10 minutes unofficially of this contest, with Team Sailing leading the race once again today. At the finish of this race, Wilson Daily Racing in second, North by Northeast in third, Shut Up Racing in fourth, and Gorilla Sticker in number 517 in fifth.
C-Class has had that top 5 locked down most of the weekend. A few players have gotten up in the mix, but it's been a close call there. Nice reaction time there for the driver of Faux 30. Looks like the driver in the Mini may not have seen them coming. But everybody got through unscathed, so we keep going. 9 minutes and counting down to the checkered flag here today. So thank you guys so much again for tuning in. We appreciate everybody that has just made Champ Car part of your day. We greatly appreciate you tuning into the broadcast. It's been awesome. Thank you to TireRack.com. Thank you to Lifeline. Thank you to all of our sponsors, AutoZone, everybody that makes this program go around. We greatly appreciate it. Krispy Kreme, Discovery Parts. We'll roll down here. We have a host of people we need to thank. Flagtronics, Hawk Performance, Flying Wrench, Motorsports, AutoZone, Better Call, Krispy Kreme, 9 Lives Racing, Laminex, TireRack.com, Parts Badger, Frozen Rotors, Lifeline, and back on there.
Yeah, so we'll do some class rundowns here real quick.
And Sentinel. Can't forget Sentinel as well. So,
all right, so looking at A class, you got JS Motorsports, Race Right, Silver Bullet, and Ramen Racing. That's your top 3. Down to B class, we've got Equip Octane, Hopes and Dreams, and Hurry and Trade Racing. On to C class, we've got Team Salem Mustard, Wilson Daily Racing, and North by Northeast. On to D class, we've got Switched Racing, Team Z, and Crazy Horse Racing. To F class, we've got Boston Winers, Open Throttle Racing, and Easy Riders. And then finally for EC, we have Open Throttle Racing, Tomlinson Motorsports, and MyRaces.Live, the top 3.
Awesome run for Claire and Irwin and those guys to be bottom step of that podium in EC. That is a nice job for them, especially for those two, first time being here at Watkins Glen.
Thanks, John Wittenauer. We appreciate that, and thank you for all the work you do serving on the board of directors.
Yep, thank you, John. We greatly appreciate it, very much so. We appreciate all the kind words this year with the broadcast. Everybody's been so complimentary of what we've had going on this year and what we've been doing. We greatly appreciate it, and the continued support is warranted, and everybody that's been sending us feeds to throw up, you guys add so much to the broadcast, and thank you to everybody that's been willing to come up and do interviews, and it's been a lot of fun so far this year, and we'll look forward to more of it, especially at the 24 here in a few months.
Yeah. On board with Turning Concepts.
They're still getting after it.
Keeping that car going.
And on days like this where it's just been, where it hasn't gone right, you just want to get to the checker. You just want to see the car cross the line. It's a bit of vindication on these kind of tough days. So credit to Greg and the team and everybody for continuing to fight, the drivers for staying in it, the crew guys for still putting up monster pit stops. I mean, you guys have done an awesome job with recovery, and hopefully in about 6 minutes they will cross the checkered flag and be a nice bit of momentum going into their next event.
What Greg wants to do is he wants people to get their stint times in.
Absolutely.
So he's going to put that car together and do whatever he needs to do so that guys get to go out there and race, even if he doesn't get any seat time. He wants his people to get seat time. And everybody's going to go out and race and just have a good time.
And that's the great thing about a lot of the Arrive and Drive teams here in Champ Car. These owners are very selfless. They take care of their renters. They will give up their weekend seat time to ensure the people that paid to be there get their seat time. And they do their best to where if things just catastrophically go wrong, they are very, very good about making sure that they take care of their drivers at upcoming events and when they run next. So, and that's the great thing about Champ Car. I mean, they really do take care of people. And one last person we want to thank, Tim Averill with Embracing.AI. We really appreciate you coming on board for this race. You guys have had a great run today, and hopefully get a nice reward here in about 5 minutes. So, and real quick, I want to say hi to my mom and dad, Jim and Patty, for tuning in. Really appreciate you guys being so supportive of the broadcast this year. Thank you to my wife, Tanya, who is actually to my right now. She was acting as taxi driver all day for making sure we had some of our interview guests get up here. It's a bit of a hike getting from the paddock area to the tower, so I want to give her a big thank you and appreciate the support and everything she does for me. So Team Salem still out front by about a 52.5 second gap over Wilson Daly. North by Northeast still holding down third. Whoa, big late braking move right there. It was a nice move by that BMW. Might get a crossover, but I think the BMW has the legs up the hill. And Shut Up Racing is still holding down fourth, and Gorilla Sticker still rounding out your top 5. Yep, hanging on. I don't think he was able to get by him there.
So Team Salem just clicking off the laps as they have so many times here at Watkins Glen, vying for another win. Back-to-back this weekend for Team Salem.
So we see, I believe right there, I think that's the 302 car. I think that's switched. Guys just went by, and there's Team Salem. I believe that's the race leader. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Getting down to the final minutes here, folks. That is such a cool shot, these guys coming up the hill.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a bubble on the lens there, but it is a really cool spot. Every broadcast that comes here puts a camera there. Because it's a neat shot.
And it's an action shot. I mean, especially on restarts for when the cars are bunched up. I mean, you're really fighting, jockeying for position going up through those S's, and it's a fight because you're changing directions multiple times. The car's loaded up in different directions, and you're really fighting the wheel up the hill sometimes. So this is coming out of the bus stop and then going into the carousel. Now we're in the turn 6 and 7 complex, coming into the boot section. That's the laces coming down to the toe. And then they'll circle around and then head up the hill toward turn 8, which is the heel. And then they'll go back up to turn 9 and go back onto the NASCAR straight, which is the cutoff for the short course when the stock cars run here. So we see Fat Crack guys. They're still after it. Not the day they wanted, but they're still right here for the finish.
And the 1 to go flag is being furled and prepared as they're keeping track of Team Salem as they come around the pit, they come around the track. And the 1 to go furled white flag is in hand. There's the 1 to go signal being given to Team Salem's, the mustard car, as they come by the start-finish line with a black BMW just in front of them, braking hard for turn number 1. And they start heading up the hill now. There's the leader of the race. Progressing up through turns 2, then they'll climb the S's here for turn 3 for the final time. Now down this short straight section towards the bus stop. There's the Mustang going through. Finally, they make it to the inner loop. And now to the outer loop. Team Salem's going for back-to-back wins today at Watkins Glen. Looking at turn 6. Coming into the boot for the final time. Team Salem's really seemingly hasn't put a foot wrong today. And just being patient, riding behind the slower traffic as they head up the hill towards turn number 8. And there they are coming through 8. Now coming up the hill towards 9. They'll make that left-hander. Working lap 144 here at Watkins Glen. And through turn 11 for the final time as they come down the front straightaway. Team Salem waiting for that checkered flag as they come down the front straightaway to that start-finish line. And there it is. The checkered flag flies for Team Salem. The mustard car takes the win back-to-back this weekend here at the Embracing.AI Double Down at the Glen, Watkins Glen International. So it's Team Salem taking the win once again today, with Wilson Daily Racing finishing in second place. Behind them, it's North by Northeast. Another fantastic finish this weekend for that team, finishing in third place on the podium, with Shut Up Racing finishing in fourth. And then it's Gorilla Sticker in the 517. Another great race weekend for Gorilla Sticker as they come in fifth place. And then it's Team Salem, the catch-up car, the sister car, finishing sixth today, with JS Motorsports in the lead A-Class car, finishing seventh. Then it's 901 Motorsports in the number 903, finishing in eighth, with Race Right Silver Bullet in ninth, and Ramen Racing in 10th. So looking at the cars by class, JS Motorsports captures A-Class, B-Class going to Equip Octane in their 2007 Mini Cooper. C-Class will go to Team Salem again today for the mustard car number 943. D-Class going to Switched Racing in their 1995 Ford Mustang. EC Class, it's going to be the Tomlinson Motorsports team taking the win for EC. And F-Class going to Boston Winders in their 91 BMW. So a big congratulations to all of the teams this weekend. CU Boulder finishes the race today on the track to take the checkered flag, and they are ecstatic. They're certainly happy about that, regardless of the amount of time they might have spent in the garage today.
Every team comes into Champ Car. While there's teams that have expectations of winning and podiuming them and getting on the podium, there are teams like CU Boulder that have the expectation right now of just let's see the checkered flag. So great run for those guys.
Yeah, Race Right's got to be really happy today, waving a thank you to all the corner workers who braved the weather for the second time today to make it possible for them to come out and do what they love on this Memorial Day weekend, go racing at Watkins Glen.
Thank you again one last time to ISC and everybody from Watkins Glen for all the hospitality. We greatly appreciate you continuing to welcome Champ Car into the Finger Lakes region, upstate New York family of racing. We greatly appreciate just everything you guys do for us every year, and we look forward to hopefully returning to Watkins Glen next year.
Yes, we definitely do, Kyle. Thank you so much, Kyle, for all of your hard work this weekend and doing the show again. Thank you, Les Epps, for all of the hard work you've done. You've got more to do. We know Les will be doing interviews today, and we'll be uploading that as he gets those videos edited and polished and put together. A special thanks, of course, to the Embracing.AI team for sponsoring the race and helping us to continue to enjoy great racing here at Watkins Glen as they head back into the paddock. Another successful day of racing for that team, the Open Throttle team.
And great job to those guys. We want to credit them with a sixth-place finish for the title sponsor with Mr. Tim Averill and teammates. So good job for you guys and stepping stone to build upon. So nice job.
Absolutely. So another great weekend of racing in the books for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Hope you folks enjoyed the broadcast and your weekend as we head out to our next race coming up here shortly. So until then, though, for Kyle Lockrow and for Les Epps, I'm Paul Veltum. We'll see you next time, folks. Take care.
Bye.